Hello and welcome to a fine day of TFT here at Aegis Esports. Yesterday, we watched 32 players turn to 16, 16 to 8, and now for our last trick, 8 to 1. I'm Bo Pro Trade Mana. Joining me here is Dan FPO Park. Dan, I am so excited for everything we have to see today.
I am exactly the same way. It's been over 400 games throughout this whole month to bring you the best of the best, like you said. And we definitely saw that yesterday in the exciting games. We saw at the top of the lobbies your Chemtech Urgots, your Challenger Yones, your Syndicates, Imperial Samira, and even a Lux 3.
Yeah.
So maybe you could talk a bit about what's going on today.
Yeah, well, for those of you who watched yesterday, these rules sound very familiar, but I will still repeat for anyone who is just catching up to us now. These players are going to be playing 6 games today, each game earning points relative to their position. A first place earns you 8 points, and eighth place only earns you one. At the end of those 6 games, the players with the highest point total is going to be the Aegis first TFT Invitational champion in a while. This is going to be absolutely nuts.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, so tell me, we were watching a lot of TFT yesterday. There was a bunch of games on stream. There's also a bunch of games off. Where are you
Mhm.
looking right now for who we got to be looking at now?
Right. So there's actually a Aegis Esports league for 1500 as well. It happens every week, and I'm part of that league. There's a player in that league called Zealandario. You might have seen him a bit yesterday, but they've made it all the way to the finals, and they're currently ranked one in that league. Playing alongside them, I've seen them play. They're super strong players, so I'll be looking out for them. Um, there is also another player that kind of surprised us yesterday, Ardem from OCE, our sole OCE representative. And the Lux 3 that I talked about, that was actually them in the first game. So really
Yeah.
looking forward to them trying to make a name and represent their region.
Hey, I mean, it just goes to show you when everyone is looking at those shiny, shiny AD compositions, you have that little narrow window where you can try to run for some crazy high level rerolls. So hopefully we'll get to see a few more Luxes today. We'll have to
Mhm.
see just where it all goes. For me personally, I was talking a lot about per yesterday. After talking with them between games, it seemed like they were pretty surprised they were still in here. But all that said, they did a good job of playing it safe. They went for the meat shot, and I would expect them to still do well today. However, and here's the big scary part, they haven't had to play against a player like Skip just yet. For those of you who don't know,
Right.
Skip Ace is a EU West player that is very good at punching down people that are worse than them. It's really scary to go against. You are going to be down in a flash if you aren't ready for that style.
That really, really aggressive play style, especially in a tournament, kind of a fast tempo meta, does take a little bit of getting used to. So we'll see how these players kind of handle that.
Yeah, so while the meat shot has worked to get our players here today, if you want to win it all, you have to go for some pretty crazy firsts.
For sure. And going into day two, these players have kind of had a chance to rest from day one, kind of think about their lobbies and maybe even watch the VOD to, kind of examine their competitors. Do you think that you go into this game with go into these games with a similar mindset as yesterday, or do you kind of try to adapt as it's a second day of the tournament?
Well, you have to remember that each of these players have only fought half of the people that are going to be in this lobby. The other half is
Mhm.
completely foreign to them. They were off in the other semifinal bracket. So now it's their first time looking at them. I would expect people to, first of all, get 8 hours of sleep because that's what good gamers do before they do amazing things. And then, in
Right.
addition to that, watch through the VODs, look through the match histories on Lol Chess, try to see if you can make sure you can get all the information you can on your opponents to try to figure out where you should be looking. We saw in lobby two, the one that we were watching yesterday, there was a lot of AD with a lot of AP really being stamped out really quickly. And then we saw
Mhm.
almost the opposite in lobby one, where AP was a little bit more stable. So I'm curious to see if that means that we're going to see similar trends, sort of, or if lobby two is going to adapt to that more AP focused style.
Right. Would there be any comp in particular that you're looking to see
Oh, I
today?
mean, I
Anything
want to
that
see
you're hoping
another
for?
Lux free. You tell me there
Oh,
was a
yeah.
Lux free. We weren't able to cast it. It makes me very sad. I'd like to
Right.
see another one, but that's just me. Obviously, I will always be happy if my Urgati boy or any carry Jaces that are thrown my way. What about yourself?
I'm still looking for that Heimerdinger carry. It's one of my favorite gems. of all time. Good old Ding
Yeah.
Donger with a blue buff on him. I
Hey,
would
I
love to
mean,
see something like that.
yesterday, pretty much immediately after games were done, I actually did really quickly run to a game, hyper roll granted, but I did play Blue Buff GS Heimerdinger, and let me tell you, it takes you really far and can cut down even the mightiest of Colossus. Colossi, Colossiple, whatever.
Mhm. I'm glad you got to experience that joy that is Heimer.
Yeah, it's a joyous occasion and sight to behold.
Mhm. For sure. It's gonna be, 6 games in a row today, right? So these
Yep.
players are really gonna have to focus, keep their mental game strong, and,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm kind of is there anything that you do in particular to kinda keep your focus throughout the games? Maybe you take a
Well,
fast 8th, right? And how do you
mm.
kinda jump back from that?
Well, obviously, as you're saying, this is a different beast because if you were to get a fast A for something like that and ranked, usually your solution to that is just say, you know what? I've lost a lot of LP today. I'm just going to walk out, go out, maybe get something to eat, shake it
Right.
off. Here, you're only going to get like a little bit of time to do that. So, as you're saying, the mental game, all that fortitude is just going to be especially important. I know what I've seen players do effectively is just try to get into what other players are thinking, see what comps they're playing, look at it from this 1,000 feet view to see how they could have played differently. Because, TFT does have a bunch of RNG. It's possible that you get a weird Mort Dog game every now and then. But for the most
Right.
part, you should be able to identify at least one or two things that you did wrong that could have kept you in that game later.
Mhm. For sure. That makes quite a lot of sense there. I hope these players are able to do that as well today.
Yeah, and if they don't, again, as you said, an eighth can beget more eighths, could beget more eighths as well. So it's really hard to get out of that hole once you're in there. Not impossible, mind you. We've seen players turn it around after rough losses just from a quick flip of mindset, but still, it will be tough.
Mhm. For sure. Also, a couple of players we were following yesterday, I think Ray and Per were getting consistently
Mm.
either like top two or bot two type of games. So
Yeah, pretty
we'll see
much.
if that's their playstyle or if it was kind of just unlucky for those bot two type of games.
Yeah. Another thing to point out too is that again, we didn't get the chance to watch too much in Lobby One. We did look over the match history stuff. We did talk to some players from Lobby One. And one of the things that I really want to highlight is just how close Lobby One was. It was a very aggressive just lobby in general. For example,
Yeah.
you already have players like Zelendario that you had already highlighted who did very well coming through here. Skip, we've already said amazing things about. But then you
Mhm.
have even some players that were very strong but couldn't actually even make it here because of how crazy all that was. Hyperspace Latin
Right.
really quickly was eliminated, and he's the number one player in LAN. So it's
Yeah.
crazy that you see all of these players coming in here from such a strong lobby.
Right. For sure. It's definitely the cream of the crop here, and
Mhm.
I'm sure that it's, it's going to be super exciting games today.
Yeah. Thank you for bearing with us. By the way, we were experiencing some technical difficulties from behind the scenes, but we are now finally loading into game one. So we are going to have some quick little carousel TFT action for you very, very soon. I always like to see just exactly how that initial carousel is going to go. I know early on we saw this race for the bow, it feels like, just to get that
Yep.
early flex play for those AD compositions. I'm curious to see if we get something like that or if we can get a more fun carousel, like everyone gets a fawn or excuse me, a tactician's crown, tack, whatever people like calling it now. I kind of think I like crown more, but I'm still getting out of the fawn habit myself.
For sure. I think we all are. That would be a lot of fun to watch, and I'm sure the players have mixed feelings about that, but let's hope for something exciting
Well,
as well.
we talk about stuff that accelerates the pace of the game. That is certainly
Mhm.
one of them. On top of that, too, the more
For sure.
prismatics I think you see, the dizzier at least I know that I feel going through a lot of
Yeah.
these lobbies too. So I'm hoping we get something crazy like that. Give me all
A
fawns,
triple?
give me triple prismatics, give me absolutely all the crazy stuff that we got to see. We're playing 6 games, so that's a pretty wide sample size. We should be able to hit something fun.
Mhm. That's not bad actually. As a player that enjoys participating in tournaments as well, I wouldn't mind one triple prismatic in there, right?
Yeah.
That's
Granted, maybe if it's 2, as you're kind of saying, that's when you really get a little bit messed up by it. But still,
Mm,
having one, nice change of pace. You get to do something crazy. And for me, it's more fun because I get to talk about it and not actually play in it. Because again, I crash and burn super quickly whenever it's a triple prismatic because I just get so dizzy. I want to do absolutely everything. And then just all of a sudden, I notice that my screen is gray and I have to close out of the game.
Yeah, I like playing in color as well.
Exactly, exactly.
It's true. On the other hand, sometimes you can kind of blame that triple prismatic, and it
Yeah.
takes a bit of a load of weight off of your shoulders.
Yeah, it's not my fault that I wasted all of my loaded dice in order to get a Camille 3 early on. It's the game's fault.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What about
All
starting carousel? What is your first item that you would
Oh
pick up?
boy. Like I feel like I've been going bow myself just because of how reliable it is to go into all those different AD flex comps. All of them require multiple bows, so it's just pretty easy to do. Defensive is also a good option, but here we are going to get to see an
Mhm.
offensive carousel, so there
Oh,
should be
I love
something for
these.
everyone.
Right. And you do see the people clustering around the bows. They're all taken first.
Yeah,
And we
this
have Artem, the only one grabbing a rod here. Oh, along with Thray, Tactical God.
yeah, is going to be curious to see how that is going to go be going on here. Zelendario is going to be our first perspective, one of those bow pickups.
Yep. Saw pretty much everybody go for those bows. The swords or rods still good though. Were definitely the second priority.
Yep, and ooh, look at that, a mouse. So you get a quick little check of what the mutant buff is. All this information that you can get before you get to your first augment is absolutely huge.
Hmm. And you should see these players. They're probably not staying on the boards long enough for their little legends, their tacticians to actually pop up. But they will be scouting around looking for mutants.
Yeah, it's always the weirdest thing because it's crazy that scouting, in a way, is now a level of skill expression in TFT because you kind of go, ooh, if I go quickly enough, then no one's going to know I'm looking at this board, even though you should always assume that everyone is looking at your board at all times. It's always
Right.
a crazy thing.
Yeah, and like there are certain ways to kind of outplay by scouting back and forth so quickly that your opponent doesn't know, just like you mentioned, and switching at
Yeah.
the last minute.
Yeah, first augment here. Some pretty interesting options. Not quite sure which one I would go for in this case, although Nice Edge does open you
Mhm.
to a lot of good comps.
Right. Knife's Edge, Phony Frontline, definitely the more generic ones here. But yeah, pretty difficult choice. I do like Assassin's Heart as well.
Yeah, well,
Takes
everyone likes
Phony
playing
Frontline.
assassins these days, but yeah, I do like the phony front line. It means that you can run, say, a more lost streaky kind of board while usually being able to maintain a little bit more health, particularly things like Yordles. So that is a pretty
Mhm.
decent pickup. Ooh, look at that. One for all, another augment that we saw yesterday, making a quick little reprise today. So we know at least one
Right.
player is going to be going Syndicate here.
For sure. They will lean heavily towards syndicates now. It's kind of committing very early on, which I respect and I'm excited to
Yeah.
see.
I mean,
One
as
thing
you
about the
talk.
Phony Frontline is that it also kind of scales, right? With every stage.
Yeah.
It's one of those few augments that scale very well.
Yeah, indeed. And one quick thing to point out too, like you talked about yesterday, it really does mean that the earlier you commit, the more you can really build your items, pivot yourself, and get really powerful. The downside, though, you got a target on your back at this stage here. So everyone is going to be pretty
Exactly.
mindful of where those syndicates are going.
Exactly. That's 100% correct. I do like the Rage Blade Slam here.
Yeah, I do as well. People, in my opinion, are usually very cautious about slamming items on suboptimal champions, even if they know that they're going to be building it. So, this level of aggression, I mean, Mao's needs both attack speed to generate more mana and AP to do more damage with the dot. It's got everything you need in there.
Mhm. And the other option would have been an RFC there, right? Which we saw
Mm.
a slight nerf to in the last patch from 60% to 55 after it was buffed up to 60. So it looks like Riot has kind of scaled back the RFC a little bit, as well as with some small nerfs to Imperials. I believe it's the Rageblade here is quite a bit more generic.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like right now, if you're building an RFC, you're basically going either Talon or Shaco. While meanwhile, as you're
Mhm.
saying, Ginsu's can open you up to a few different challenger options as well. So obviously, it probably takes you out of that one comp right now, but still plenty of options. The game is still young. It is just 2-2 after all.
For sure. We actually see Skip here has slammed the Zeeks. which is kind of cool to see. You don't really see people slamming aura items really early, unless it was Chalice a few patches ago.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I've always described things like Chalice, Zeeks, as well as even Locket, even though it's seen a really bit of a bump in popularity lately, I always kind of see them as items that are great to get but feel bad to build just because they usually have some more pressing items you need to build beforehand. That being said,
Mhm.
though, the benefit of those aura items is that they're a huge bucket of stats that you're spreading across multiple different units in the early game. So if you're able to just get good lineups early on that can make use of that extra AP, make use of that extra attack speed, you can pretty much run away with some of these early game fights.
Right, for sure. And like you mentioned, Skip is one of those people that want to be doing a lot of damage early on, right? A lot of people would see that belt and that sword and kind of think, Morello, GA, there's so many good items I can make with these components. No, Skip just wants to be as strong as possible.
Yes, certainly is, again, good way to play around the game. All these players are going to have to adapt to that playstyle if they're not quite used to that in their usual ranked play.
For sure. Another thing I wanted to highlight was I did see the innovator, a self-healing augment
Oh,
during a quick scouting here. I'm excited to see that at work, especially with the bear. The regeneration can be super, super good.
yeah, definitely. Like we already talk about how Innovator is this extra unit on your board at all times. All of a sudden, you can get multiple copies of that one unit just by virtue of having it so that your Seraphine or Heimerdinger in the corner survives just a smidge longer. So
Mhm.
it gets pretty nutty pretty fast, and it's kind of scary to get that tank coming back up again in the middle of a fight.
For sure.
Yeah, here
Switching
we
over
are
to
going back over to
her.
Per, who is actually that Innovator player
Right.
that you were talking about.
Yep. And with an S too, the bow on the S, which I love for scrap, looks like they also had a gold start here, seeing as how they have three components after carousel.
Yeah, and
This
30
is
gold
looking
too.
pretty good.
Yeah,
30
that 30
gold, yeah.
gold is what I'm super excited about just because being able to build up your economy this way is always pretty huge. And you still see a lot of health on Per right now. We'll have to see just how they do here up against Senti, but at the same time, you have 88 health, tons of gold. This is on track to having 50 gold at Krugs, which is unheard of.
Right. And just running innovators makes you save so much HP. You might even win a couple rounds here. I do like the positioning of his units with that self-healing there, just putting the innovator bugs right up at the front, everybody else at the back. So the bug dies really quickly, regenerates, and comes back for a second life.
Yeah, I completely agree. We even saw it come up potentially one more time there. Singe just couldn't hold it off at the end. So it happens, unfortunately. We'll have to have maybe a Singe 2 pop in for a little bit more. We talked about how you are
Oh,
able to hold on a bit longer. It looks like Yordles are going to be the play there to greed even more for economy.
I do like that, and I think it's because he lost the previous round. I'm sure if he won, he would have gone for a three-win streak into the Krugs.
Yeah, Static Shiv, though, might be not what they wanted to see going for that loss streak, though, just because that's a
Yep,
phenomenal early game item that's going to make put great use of all this attack speed the Ezreal is going to receive. So you are going to be going through this one mercenary player, someone will have to keep an eye on as time goes on. But for
yeah,
now, though, it's unfortunately going to be a waffle going into the Krug round.
for sure. That was Zeal with 88 HP,
Hmm.
running mercenaries. Love to see it.
Hey, I mean, I want to see a big cash out today. We talked about how these players are going to have to make big moves to try to secure those top one positions to really run away with things. I'll
Mhm.
open the day of a mercenary pickup. That sounds fun. Give me Galio at free five.
For sure.
Yeah, so
I
far
also
so
like the
good.
bow a lot on Ezreal, right? As a scrap
Mhm.
item, I believe bow is definitely the best by far.
Yeah, definitely. Ezreal makes phenomenal use out of most bow items. I can't really think of too many I would be especially disappointed to get. As the ones that I would think of, like ZZ Rot, I don't believe can even spawn on Ezreal even more by virtue of him being a backline unit and the different little tinkerings that Riot did to the item generation system for scrap. One
Mhm.
thing that I'm personally looking here is that I'm a big fan of the Yordle Innovator comp. Whenever I get an early Heimerdinger, it's one of the first things I look to do in a game, just
Yep.
because the Yordles are usually weaker Innovators gives you one extra unit that you can actually play around that just a little bit more effectively.
Hmm. We can definitely see that here. 50 gold almost, and still a decent board.
Hey, look at that. A chalice as well. It looks like notes are being taken in future preparation for a late game innovator composition, which usually has
Oh,
less innate AP. So you usually see a lot of these chalices coming in to make up the difference.
but there's a devastating shroud from Tactical God. Hybrid kind of almost looked like it was positioned for Purr's board here.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty rough to come down to. This is now the stage of the game where players have seen enough enemies to be able to easily predict who they're probably going to go into again. But that innovation self
Oh,
healing is going to be enough to
oh,
keep
the
things going.
self-healing. The
Yeah, it's
Tactical God
huge.
actually went sixth here at 3-1. Kind of an early level 6 to maintain the streak, but could not maintain it there.
Hey, Yordles and Innovators too strong. It's what I'm telling you.
And Purr's feeling really great about that one, saving a lot of HP and ending a streak.
Yeah, I think the Chalice Slam is just, again, one of those risks that we were talking about that just paid off big right here.
For sure. Chalice Diff.
Yeah. And we even see another thing that I really like here of taking out the Ziggs, which is a weaker unit, in favor of putting in the combination of the Vex and the Blitzcrank at level 6. You keep Scrap,
Mhm.
you get to make sure that you're able to get a stronger Yordle in, which is always going to be that struggle when you're using Yordles as econ. And
Yeah.
from there, things will be able to progress as smoothly as I can, just because it seems like
Mhm.
Skip's going to try to show things how things are done here.
Yeah, so he's transferred over the Zeeks onto a Zyra 2 and has a Zillion 2. It's a really interesting board. But yeah, the Vex, I mean Vex 2, it's very, very upgraded board.
Yeah, lots of two-star, two costs, which is pretty terrifying, I have to say. Usually at this stage, like C1 or 2. There's the prismatics that we were talking
Okay.
about here. Yeah, I
Which
have to
one are
say,
you kind of looking at here?
oh, well, I gotta say, I like the idea of Stand United. That's a lot of free stats going around to all these different units, and Innovators is usually a stat-starved composition. Scrap Soul,
Mhm.
as well as I believe the Enforcer Soul, kind of pigeonhole you one way or the other, but one's a free Zephyr, the other is a lot of shielding, so both seem pretty possible.
Right. You can see him really thinking about a lot of things here. Goes with the Stand United Prismatic Handshake. It was actually not nerfed. The tier 1 and tier 2 Stand Uniteds were nerfed a little bit, but Prismatic still gives you 5 per
And this
trait.
is going to be huge on this Ezreal because, like we like to talk about, there are a lot of units that are currently in the set that double dip into both AD and AP. Ezreal
Mhm.
obviously attacks with AD. It's what his Mystic Shot scales off of, as well as the standard auto attacks. And his attack speed scales with additional AP. So the fact he's getting
Right.
the AP buff from the Heimerdinger, the fact that he is getting the AP and AD buff from the Stand United at this stage should make him even more of a threat to reckon with.
For sure. And the scrap items like Titans or Shiv, they kind of help, like, they scale up, right?
Yeah.
Something like a Shiv scales with attack speed. Something like a Titans, you'll stack faster with attack speed as well.
Yeah, you stack faster, but the second after you hit 25, you seem to go down pretty darn quick.
And this is a Zac 2, Samira 2 board.
Yeah, I don't really think there's much you can do about this one. This loss feels okay. Obviously not great, but going into the carousel with a loss means you can start looking to maintain a loss streak going into the wolf round. Here, though,
Mhm.
lots of interesting options right here. A lot of these higher cost units are more defensive or tier based in nature.
Right. Quite a defensive carousel in general. Goes for the Urgot with the tier.
I like that a lot. I'm guessing that Purr is looking to start angling towards a Seraphine. They already have that sword on their bench still, so that will become a Shojin should they so desire to build it. All in
Mhm.
all, though, plenty of options available at this stage.
Right. The Shojins would be a great play. He could try to run a static Shiv here. It is a little bit late, but maybe he wants to bleed out a little bit more and it'll help him maintain some HP.
Yeah, gonna switch things up now to Tactical Godfrey, who was one of our top players in lobby number one yesterday. They finished in two first place, as well as just one worst showing around six. So, still though, that's a pretty high average score. They've also opted here. Look at this for
Mm.
new recruit. Means they already have 8 units on their board here at 3-5.
Plus 2 target dummies.
Oh,
That is a
10.
full
Yeah, I didn't
board.
even see that.
That is a very full board.
Yeah, this time though, Heimerdinger's Shroud does whiff, so that hurts just a tiny little bit. But yeah, no,
Mhm.
this is going to be a pretty scary combination. They're also running those Arcanists, and being able to run something like New Recruit means that you're able to get
Yep.
more Arcanist ins, which just means more AP.
Yeah, for sure. He's up against Artem, which was the really strong comp that we saw fighting Perp last round. Yeah, just the Samira too, the Zac too at this early stage in the game. It's too
Yeah,
much.
that's just hard for anyone to kind of come to terms with. Here's some two stars that should be helping
Oh,
things out, but I don't really think you want to combine these things. Obviously, Heimer 2, you take that up, that's going to be fine here, but you really
mhm,
don't want to build up the Archangels at this stage. I'm already kind of hesitant looking at the Chalice when you're playing into Arcanist because you already get so much natural AP. You don't necessarily need
right.
more raw AP. You kind of want the crit more so. So
Mhm.
yes, Malzahar is usually a phenomenal Archangels builder, but if you were to sort of keep things going, it could get pretty bad pretty fast.
Yeah, and he does opt to not combine the Tear and the Rod here into an Archangel's. Believe he will sell the Malzahar on the bench just to pop the Tear off.
Yeah, that's my expectation as well. Again, a little bit unfortunate when you were trying to rush to get those two stars as quickly as possible, but this is just what happens when you go for items and try to slam things early in order to maintain that pressure. You can get into some weird situations.
For sure. Oh, actually holds on to the Mels here. Oh, there's a wise spending, right? From Blasnovac.
Ooh, that is always exciting to see. Also, I think trying to figure out what the play is to get this tier off the mouse. Again, I think you have to sell at this point here.
Right. Did he lock the shop?
He did, yes.
That's super interesting. So I think he's looking for a really quick belt or something to slam
Hmm.
onto that rod so
There it
that he
is.
can. There. Okay. Boom. And then, yeah. Awesome. Wow, it really worked out for him there.
Yeah, it doesn't always, but goes okay this time around. I also wouldn't mind throwing on Stack Shiv, which is going to be the play at this stage here. Like we talked about, every single
Mhm.
attack speed item in this game is also a mana generation item, and Stack Shiv doubly so because it's also going to be reducing all that magic resistance. It's even more useful.
Right. And it's just like it takes such a high level of play to pull off something like that. The possibility of getting a certain drop that could either go on the tier or the rod to make a good item before fusing into or upgrading into the mouse too.
Yeah, back to Perspor at this stage. Currently, we saw another whiff here of the Shroud, just not really getting too many of them this time around.
Mhm. He's looking at maybe about a 1 in 3 chance, 2 in 3 at best
Mhm.
to hit, and hasn't been getting lucky after that first round.
Yeah, it happens though. I mean, whenever the casters see it on someone else, says like, "Oh wow, this guy's cracked. He's absolutely going for every single shroud. He's hitting everything." And then we switch over the perspective, like, "Oh, that's a little bit unlucky." So maybe it's a bit of a caster curse. I'm sure whenever we move away from Frey's perspective, they will be back to that shroud god status in order to make sure that they have everyone with less mana on the enemy team. But that is just going to be the caster curse playing things out
Mhm.
for a little bit longer. Now, actually going to switch over to Proto, so who knows? Maybe that'll give them a bit more time to reset here. Proto, by the way,
Right.
was the syndicate player we were talking about before, has also picked up the high roller shop.
Oh, yeah, high-end shopping here could kind of, give him that early Akali
Yeah,
at
you
level
already
7 or
have.
level 8.
Yeah, at level 7, you already have that 4% chance of a Kali, so that should be pretty huge just generally. It does mean it's going to be a little bit harder to find those Shakos, but I mean, if you can find the Akali, that's pretty much the game at this point. You're trying to go for this 7 syndicate board, which has been performing very strongly these past couple patches.
If they're able to get, like, a Syndicate Heart or a Crest off the
Oh,
next augment, then
sorry, I gotta correct myself really quick. There's already an Akali on that board. She's currently front row,
oh,
2
yeah.
hexes away from the Shaco. So there you go. You've already hit it. So
Wow.
that could be pretty scary. Twisted Fate is also on the bench right now. So that's going to be a total of 6 Syndicate as options right now.
Oh, yeah, and the Janna too there. Braum 2 in the works. This board is looking solid.
Yeah, it looks like, oh no, the Zyra is already here. We're gonna have to see just they try to get things going. Maybe hope for getting a syndicate spat here or there to just, break things home into that huge Syndicate 7 armor buff.
For sure. Shaco was able to get the jump right onto Tactical God's Malzahar and win the fight.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why assassins are so rewarding to play. Just because you need to scout so much in order to try to make sure the optimal positioning each and every round. And as a result of that, if you hit, you're going to be winning fights like crazy. But the second
Mhm.
you misposition or the second you miscalculate where someone's going to land, that could start reading into some sticky situations. So being able to run through that as a reason to get better at scouting makes you a better
Yeah,
TFT player overall.
for sure. Definitely a hard comp to pilot. Somebody drags a Braum to their bottom left corner
Yeah, there
and
you go.
you lose. Yeah.
Yeah. On top of that, too, bunch of armor can often mess with the Shaco. It seems like going for the more raw AD
Morello.
variant here, as opposed to the full crit version, should be
Mhm.
helping a little bit. But there's so much natural crit with assassins that just might not even matter.
Yeah, I really like the DB slam on Shaco, and now there's Morello. Morello in a 5 syndicate comp actually is the true carry here.
Yeah.
These units all last so long with the syndicate buff, and Morello will just take down the entire enemy team.
Yeah, on top of that too, Echo is still one of the premier Morello holders. We also see the fast level up here to 8. Remember, this
Mhm.
is now the level 9 shot bod, so Akali could be just
That's
around the corner at this stage. But for now,
that was
the
a
4
Tarek
assassin
3.
buff is huge. What that was! Oh my
That was a
goodness.
Tarek 3.
There we
And
get
we
to
get to
actually
see it
see
right
it.
here.
Yeah. Lasermac doing a pretty good job. Tarek, often an underpicked unit, I feel, so he is one of the options you can try to get better odds for.
Wow, and we talked about this right before the game started, but Heimer carry is putting in work here. Has
Yeah,
the Heimers on the bench. They're definitely rolling for it if they hit the Tarek 3 as well.
yeah, it looks like that's currently. Oh no, excuse me. That's six Heimerdinger's total. That's a Heimerdinger 2 on the bench. I wasn't quite sure about that. Syndicate
The
Heart is a
Syndicate Heart
huge
here.
pickup here. Twisted Fate is already off over to the side. The downside is he might have to go back down to
And an
free
Akali.
Assassin. Oh,
Ooh.
well, everything's just working out great here right now.
Yeah, so 3 and 5 Syndicate was actually nerfed, but 7
Mhm.
Syndicate is still strong as ever.
Yeah, the nerfs are roughly power neutral for 7 because remember, they lowered the individual stat bonuses at the lower levels, but then they increased the percentage bonus at the 7 level. So this
Right.
is going to be pretty scary to see. Quick little scout going around checking in on everyone's stats as Per is still contesting that Heimerdinger in their own innovator boards. That will make things a little bit harder for Blaze as they try to find theirs.
Yeah, but this board here is just if he hits the Akali too, it is looking so strong. I am
Yeah,
cheering for for Blaze Blasnovac,
you want
but
to see more Heimerdingers absolutely at all times. I totally get that.
but I am getting a little worried here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Skip, looks like a lot of these players have been going for some variant of innovators at this stage, but this is more of the
Mhm.
classic Ginovators variant.
Yep. I like the second Zeke's that was slammed. And yeah, Jin 1 just isn't gonna cut it here. This board might be the strongest in the lobby currently.
Yeah, I think that is pretty safe to say. That Gen 1 also really only has the Titans to its name, so it's going to be awesome defensively against threats like these Assassins, but they are still going to need a few more things to keep things going. Yes, you have hilarious amounts of attack speed through the use of the double Zeeks, through the use of all the clockwork units at their disposal, but at the end of the day, Jin really wants that multiplicative power that IE can
Mhm.
provide, and let alone having only a Jin 1 at this stage. Hopefully, Jinovators will be able to keep going here, but for now, let's see what the Raptors doth provide.
I just wanted to quickly point out Ardem here. I was the player who got the Zac 2 and Samira 2 very early on, struggling a little bit currently. They did manage to hit Samira 3, so hopefully they are able to kind of win streak and stay in the game.
Yeah, Samir Free is interesting because even though we saw the Imperials rise again, the premier carry of the earlier on set version of these Imperial comps never really
Mhm.
feel to rise back up to prominence. Their two-star younger siblings seem to be the ones that really started to get going. So, yeah, Samir too. I mean, Samira Free is still going to be a pretty huge pickup. I think she still puts in the work. I just also feel like
Mhm.
she's been greatly overshadowed as of late.
Right, and we get to see right here, it's unfortunate he rotates into Proto here, into Lolly. We'll see how this fight goes.
Yeah, Samira is usually pretty good against assassins though, because remember, she can immediately switch things up and use her ulti in order to clear out anyone who jumps over to her. So it's actually going to be a pretty good
Mhm.
fight for them here.
Oh, and yeah, Artem get manages to stay in.
Yeah. On top of that, too, I know some people feel a little bit awkward building the Last Whisper on that Smira. I
Mhm.
personally like it quite a bit. It stacks alongside her innate armor reduction bonus. So the closer
Right.
you get to true damage to me,
Oh!
that's going to be the Akali, too.
Oh,
Oh my
finds the Akali
goodness.
too. It
Yeah, I
transfers the
also
items over.
yeah, also makes an absolute ton of sense, like seeing all this go down. Whew, this if this wasn't the strongest board in the lobby a round ago, I would make a pretty
Mhm.
good case for it being so now.
For sure. I don't think the Samira 3 would have a chance against this Akali 2 now.
Yeah, it is gonna be pretty rough to handle. Zondario running this Urgot comp. Again, another safe thing that we've been seeing, especially among the AD crowd that seems to greatly populate the ladder boards right now.
Yep, for sure. And with the GA and the Static Shiv, it's quite a strong build.
Yeah, I gotta say, we keep hyping up the power of the Seven Syndicate composition, but feels like every time we do, in true caster fashion, things just keep going wrong. Proto first went into this really good Samira that just hit, was able to complete turnaround. Another Akali, sure, why not? Welcome to the party. Was able to turn
Mm,
things around and kill the assassins that jumped onto her. That hurts. Then you go into Chemtech, which at higher levels of Chemtech is also a fairly decent counter to the assassins because of that innate damage resistance they gain if you just can't one shot them. So, yeah, I still think on paper I'm still scared about this, but maybe it's
mhm.
too little too late. We do have one player eliminated though already.
Right, the Samira 3, Artem was not
Yeah.
able to win the next fight here.
Yeah, definitely a quick little sigh of relief for our syndicate player, but we'll have to see how it goes. We switch back to that Urgot comp now on Zondario's perspective. Can really get an idea of what's been going so well for them at this stage. Urgot is usually, I feel like this, hey, Urgot and friends composition. But hey, you got the 5 Chemtech, you got the Jinx also doing crazy work right now, and you also
Right.
take a bunch of damage to the face.
Yeah, Urgot kind of, without as much burst damage, kind of struggles to get through comps with a lot of healers, a lot of enchanters, right?
Yeah.
So we're seeing here these boards are all very strong in the lobby, but certain ones are countering others.
I like the pickup of the Zephyr here as more and more players get eliminated. The value of being able to take a unit off the board and the ability to scout which one you're probably going to face is always going to be a nice little increase in power. It seems
Yep.
like they haven't been able to find any more Heimerdiggers, by the way, looking over on that bench, still only capped at the 6. Just how it goes.
Unfortunate. The Gunblade is on the Heimer, which is really nice, but yeah, still stuck at 6.
Still, though, so that's some pretty nice little booms going on in here. Yumi, too, a nice little pickup. Should be able to get
And the
some
Shaco 3.
extra power here. Oh, yeah, look at that. Shaco 3 off to the side. That could be what was needed. Skip also looking pretty low right now. Looks like they just weren't able to hit just as much as they would have liked.
For sure. They do have the Jin too, but only a Titan's on him currently.
Yeah, I think the Jin 2 might be too little too late at this point. Jinx is going to take on the Zephyr. Not exactly what I think she wants, but hey, it's just a little bit more power. Can't really blame it too much, and it's able to take the Seraphine off the field for just a little while. I'm not sure if it's going to
Mhm.
be enough, though.
Oh, looks like it just isn't. And Zeal is knocked out here.
Yeah, Skip. Looks like they're going to be staying in here, taking Tactical God down a little bit.
Oh,
We're switching back to
Blast!
her, who just hit the 2-star Jace.
Okay. Blast was knocked out last round as well. Say goodbye to
Yeah.
Heimer.
Yeah, bye bye Heimer. But hey, still Heimer living on here as a little bit of an AP bot, giving up a little bit more to Seraphine. So hey, I always
Mhm.
knew that Heimerdinger was a big fan of Seraphine's music. Kind of expecting to see that plotline explored a little bit in Arcane Season 2. We'll have to just see how things go down as time goes on. Quick thing to note though, that
Oh, the
Socialite Hex
Shroud.
is very easily shroudable, and so as a result, that entire team is going to be a little bit hurting.
Yeah, for sure. But we have the Jace, that'll be able to survive forever, bringing the bear back maybe 1 or 2 times here. It's
Hmm.
a very, very strong board. Jace doesn't care if he's shrouded since his mana pool is so low. And with
Yeah.
those items, the bear is gonna come back and back and back.
On top of that, too, Shojin was absolutely huge there, was still able to get Seraphine off to that initial cast quite quickly. And the fact that we were running the Giant Slayer at this stage as well really does mean you do tons of damage to these other units now at the threshold of Giant Slayer.
Mhm. And we're seeing that Stand United pick here just paying off dividends.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another big reason to be able to go the Jace too. Remember, that's going to be an extra little synergy here. That's an extra 5 AD and AP for absolutely everyone on this board. Level 8, 84 gold. Purr's looking really healthy right now.
5 Seraphines, he considered it for a bit, but is just gonna push 9 here.
Hey, you found another one. There is still a chance the dream is alive. Huh?
Could have
I
his
think I
cake and
definitely
eat it too.
agree. It's safer to go for 9 to get another unit in there than to roll for Seraphine free. But hey,
Mhm.
all works out. Currently on fire at 53. Everyone else only has single digits to their name. This is going
Right.
to be pretty good for Per. Remember, they were saying, "Oh, I don't know how I even made it here. Feels like a bit of a fluke." Nope, that's just going to be the bit of imposter syndrome speaking. If you're able to perform like this, you definitely deserve to be in this tournament.
For sure. They are destroying this lobby here. Oh, that Jace doing work. Oh, and it's a kill onto Skip here. Skip ends in 3rd place. Finds another Seraphine. Oh, and the Ezreal too at level 9. Big spike. Scouting a bit here. Actually swaps out his 2 Seraphine and Ori here. The Kaisa too is getting kind of scary. Dodges the Shroud. Needs to get that healing and shielding off here against the Kaisa too. Oh, but the Jace too is just doing way too much work. And Per takes the first game. Oh, what an exciting first game here. I believe Protroid is having a little bit of an issue with his internet currently. Um, but yeah, we'll just quickly recap the last game and then we'll move on to the next here after a short break. The we did see a little bit of a Heimer build. I was super excited about that. Unfortunately, finished spot 4, I believe 5th. And our one of our pocket picks, Per, managed to pull out the game here in first place. What a really good showing. We saw this lobby very heavily innovator focused, which seems to be the general trend of this patch actually. 5 innovators has been doing really, really well with the carries like Seraphine or Oriana, and Jace obviously if you manage to hit. So we have our points up here. Currently, Purper, Thray, Skip, and Chewy are in the top 4. I would also like to highlight Chewy here. They in the last 3 games of round 2 yesterday, they managed to top 4 every single game. So it looks like they're continuing the trend here. Um, Ardem struggling a little bit here. Proto, that's Lolly, and Zeal Blasnovac in the bot 4. All right, we'll cut to a quick break and we'll be right back with game 2.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome back. Now, as we get ready for game 2, I kind of have to admit, I am so sorry. Usually, my internet is just fine here in New Jersey. I know we got a ton of snow, so maybe something happened related to that. Dan, tell me, what was going on near the end of that fight? Things looked pretty crazy when I left off.
Right. It was actually an amazing last fight here. Per moved both his Seraphine and Oriana to the opposite side, avoiding getting shrouded and having enough healing and shielding to kind of stay alive through Thray's Kaisa 2. With the
Yeah,
Jace 2 in the front line and the Bear, he was able to finish them off for a
that
solid
is
victory.
always nice to see. An important thing to note too for everyone that wants to run these Seraphine Hybridinger, just insane AP innovator compositions. Yes, you are always going to be tempted to go for the Socialite Hex. I mean, I get it. Plus 20% bonus damage at level 1, huge. Mana per gen at 2, cool. Healing at 3, my goodness, that's phenomenal. All that being said, though, it makes you very predictable. So every now and then, you do have to try to fake out your opponents by losing all of that on your carry for something a little bit more reliable. With that, though, we were quickly going into game two, so that's where we are right now. Now to Per's perspective.
For sure, we see a varied carousel. Everybody's going for the boat once again.
Yeah, nothing too new there, but things still looking pretty nice. I have to say, Skip has gone for the rod. We'll have to see if they continue to try to go for any other kind of AP compositions. But for now, just going to be feeling things out. Looks like Mutant is going to be the Blade Master variant, so maybe we could see a couple of cogs here as well.
Personally, I like the Cho'Gath. Oh, just
Oh
as I was saying,
yeah,
the Rage Blade Runon's Cho'Gath AD carry here.
yeah, I think that was nerfed a little bit after the V patch. I think he lost a little tiny bit of attack speed, but hey, if you give him Varunins, all of a sudden he attacks as much as he wants.
Looks like Purr's kind of thinking about it, stacking here in stage one.
Yeah, I have to say, getting it at stage 1 free is absolutely huge. It means you get 2 rounds of being able to munch on minions. By the way, you can see a little party showing up on Purr's board going, hey, mutant,
Yeah.
mutant, someone has mutant. We all know what it is right now. So we'll have to see if players do make a decision based off of that. Although I have to predict that will cause a bunch of people to start holding on to a couple of protectors. Oh my goodness. I
Okay.
think you take that 100% of the time you do. Is it going
For
to?
sure. Oh,
No. Okay. So
oh.
Eternal Winter is still fun. It's obviously not what I think we were both looking for in the form
Hmm.
of the oh, what's it called? The infinite healing one. Why am I forgetting the name of it
Oh,
right now?
Anima
Anima
Visage.
Visage. Exactly. Like
Yeah,
that's
that one.
absolutely insane on show. Still some good options right here. Gold
Eternal
Collector
is
could be
great.
nice.
Gold Collector is my favorite here at 1-4.
Yeah.
Goes
However, I guess if
goes
you're
for the
stacking the
Eternal.
Cho, yeah, you
Mhm.
start stacking the Cho, it gets a little bit
Is
scary. And we talked a little bit yesterday about how this item is great at being able to build your extra early game defenses. Remember, Frozen Heart early means that everyone around you is going to be attacking you less, so they're dealing less damage. Great
Yep,
defensive item. This is going to be doing the same thing, but to everyone that is hitting the Cho, meaning you can also hit the back line as well. So, all in all, that's huge. Kind of surprised we don't see the level up here just to see if we can get that
right.
early game push towards the cog.
Yeah, Kog'Maw, Malzahar, chance for extra Cho'Gaths as well. We'll see. I It looks like he still isn't fully committed here, but I do like the chances of us seeing a Cho'Gath game. The
I
full bench
do as
cell.
well. Yeah, I mean, it gets you to 10. That's a pretty good point of economy. We did see that Per was pretty great playing the economic game yet in earlier games. So no surprise to see that
Mhm.
continue here. With having a Colossus in already, they're probably expecting to lose some of these games kind of coming up here just by virtue of having one less unit. But all in all, a couple of tasty, tasty treats should be coming in here for this show as these fights go.
Just gotta love that. Stacking through stage 1 and stage 2 feels so good. Puts the belt on the Cho here. That's not gonna be a Warmog's. Cho doesn't That's kind of a wasted item, I feel, on Cho'Gath. It can
Yeah,
be a
that
redemption, which will provide so much value.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite that anima visage that we were talking about getting so hyped for, but at the same time, it's a reliable source of healing. It helps protect Cho'Gath as well from another scary source of damage being AoE effects, which it reduces the power of. So, all in all, it's great for a multitude of reasons on the Cho'Gath, and I too predict it will be going to be that.
For sure. Actually, one thing there's actually a really good synergy here. If he wanted to slam the Zerot, he might be thinking about
Mm.
it right now. With the Eternal Winter, since Zerot actually taunts a really wide range here, it can be a super good synergy in terms of item synergies here.
Yeah, I have to agree, and it's actually funny. I had went on Mortdog's stream the other day just to sort of catch up, see how things are going in the meta, and he did say that he feels like ZZ Rot is one of the most undervalued items in the meta right now, which I think I personally agree with quite a big deal. It's an
Mhm.
amazing way to get an extra unit on your board early, and while it can't benefit from things like the makeshift armor, which does hurt it a little tiny bit, it still can prolong fights in the early game quite nicely. Although I get the hesitation to not want to slam it early when there's still so many great items to build.
Right. And with the changes a couple patches ago, where the Voidling kind of scales over the course of the game, I do
Mm.
think it's super viable.
Yeah, it's not like what it used to be. Remember, it's scaled off of star level, so you got to see some pretty crazy voidlings sort of pretty early on. But now things have gotten a little bit better. We don't live in a
Yep.
world where we have these abomination scions running around throwing out as many
Oh
different
my god.
ZZ rots as possible. I know I apologized yesterday for bringing up bad memories. I'll do the same today. But regardless of all of that, Per is just going to be sort of getting things going. It looks like they really do want to commit hard to this mutant comp, and it seems
Yep,
like the game is giving them plenty of Cassidans to consider.
for sure. You never want to force anything, but that's better than being dizzy. And with the
Yeah,
Cho'Gath stacking so early, it's definitely worth going for here.
yeah, definitely. You're not getting as many executes as you like. The Poppy did have that little sliver of health remaining, but all of that being said, 80 health at 2-4 is a little bit scary, but it definitely isn't the worst.
We'll see if he picks up the Cho pair here.
Mm.
Okay, he does.
Yeah, that will be risky because MR is going to be maybe not the best Cho'Gath option, at least in my opinion. Yes, you can turn it into some pretty crazy resistances here, but obviously you don't want that combine that into a Zephyr.
Right, Zephyr being a great item, but you don't want that stuck on the Cho, exactly.
Yeah, curious to see how that is going to be going, but we should be switching off our perspective fairly soon. And yes, we do. Over to Frey, who coming back at it with the innovators.
Nice. Has the items spread out, doesn't really want to slam anything yet, but wants to get that full scrap value.
Yeah, do have the bow and the Ezreal, like we talked about last game. Still, probably one of the best scrap unit item combinations that you can really hit at this stage of the game. Other than that, too, just sort of trying to feel through things.
For sure. He's really looking for that Ezreal upgrade and the Singed upgrade as well.
Yeah, right now, so many one stars that is going to be a pretty rough thing to go with on this board. All that said, though, plenty of item power is also going around at this stage. Looking over to Skip, they're going for this Yordle start. Actually, Innovator Yordles, again, personal favorite of mine. Maybe they'll be
Mhm.
able to look more to the Heimerdingers.
With the rich get richer augment here, he's level 5 sitting on 30 gold. Oh, but the cybernetics and the item spreading plus the scrap value on Tactical God's board is enough for the win.
Yeah, good point, by the way, with that cybernetics. That is another reason to really be excited about this spreading. It allows Tactical God to be able to explore a bunch of different item possibilities without pigeonholing them on too early, while still getting
Mhm.
even more item power. So it makes up for the fact that you're only running components. So, all in all, that's pretty exciting. Curious to see if we're going to commit into the scrap tree just because of how amazing it does synergize with Cybers. So,
Yep,
all in all, plenty to still watch here. And the Jana pickup early could be a sign of things to come.
for sure. It's a great synergy here. Spreading out items definitely rewarding flexible play. And I really like that. You see how he
Ooh.
waited for the scrap value on Ezreal first before slamming the item here?
Yeah,
Because you
didn't want to
still do
risk the
get
glove.
cybernetics. Hmm.
Yeah, didn't want to risk the glove turning into something. You really do want to focus on Ezreal being the one to get that scrap bonus. They're also probably predicting that at Krugs, they're going to find some more items, and some of these will, at the very least, start becoming fully combined items as well. So, all in all, it's going to be pretty good.
For sure. These I really like to see these micro optimizations here. Worst case, he'll replace the Trundle with the Blitzcrank and making sure that scrap item forms on Ezreal.
Yeah, all in all, plenty of possibilities still to go
Is
around.
that a Infinity Force Ezreal too there?
I'm closing my eyes actually because I don't want to think about that too much. Honestly, that is definitely going to be very powerful. Ezreal is a phenomenal early game AD item holder. Can turn into a bunch of different things, and heck, I've even seen him do pretty well on his own fairly late into this game.
For sure. an S2 fully itemized can definitely carry until stage 4. Um, but yeah, with all these players going portable forge, we'll have to start slamming some items soon.
Yeah, Portable Forge is an interesting case where it was something that was never taken when it was at that prismatic level, but when it started competing against gold level augments instead of prismatic ones, its popularity shot up through the roof, and as a result, you've had to see so many of these different little shifts and changes to the power level of these items, particularly in that past B patch that we experienced just a couple of days ago. So it looks like players still probably
For
having
sure.
to adapt to that. Here, though, switching over to Zelendario's board, looks like they are going to be going for a Clockwork Challenger opener. Do already have that Clockwork emblem at their disposal.
For here, I like this play as well. It's kind of a not sure I'm gonna win. Might as well just throw in Yordles anyways, get that econ.
Yeah, and like we talk about, Yordles is a bit of a weaker board overall. So yes, you are going to be get those early losses. However, at the same time, though, those losses add up very, very quick. So you got to be careful about greeding too much economically, because yes, you could already be looking at predicting that loss. But if
Mhm.
you greed too much for the Yordles, your health goes down, down, down.
Right, and a 5-unit loss. You hate to see that one.
Yeah, 62 at this stage is usually more than I would really like. Chewy sitting over there at 61 is also quite low. It's not necessarily impossible to get your way out of, but I know for me personally, curious to see what your opinion is. For me, if I'm playing a game and I have around 65 health around wolves, I feel pretty good. And anything below that, little alarm bells start going off in my head.
For sure, and we see that here with, Zeal as well. They actually roll down quite a bit, down to around 30 here is not too bad. Got the Heimer upgrade, didn't actually hit too much other than that, though.
Yeah, did really quickly swap out the Caitlyn in favor of the Lissandra. That will be throwing in Scholar just to get a little more power onto this Heimer. Heimer does have a ton of attack speed now, so he is going to be casting a little bit faster thanks to the mana gen there. So not a completely dead item. Heimer during a carry with challengers could be a thing. Nah, I'm sorry.
Challenger
Like
Digger.
I know you want to see, I want you to want to see the dogger absolutely everywhere, but I just don't think this one flies.
I would have to agree there, and that Cho'Gath is getting big.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to get that tier before the Cho'Gath was combined, so that is going to be pretty big for Per. Here is for our second augment options. Plenty of
Mm,
generic ones here, so that is something that I'm sure Zondaria will be quite pleased with.
which one are you thinking here, Pro?
Well, I think Weak Spot is pretty nice just because it lets you go even deeper into those armor units. Celestial
Yep.
Blessing is also good with the heal. We already had a deep conversation about Pandora's. Why don't you take the
Oh,
wheel there as it's what's picked?
Pandora's. I think that is a bit of a risky take here, because it doesn't provide power for your board immediately, whereas the other two augments would. And I'm not too sure if Zeal can kind of greed with 54 HP here.
And greed is the operative term, though, because like we were talking a little bit about yesterday, when you are running Pandora's, it sort of traps you in a mental prison of I have the ability to get every single best in slot item in this game, so I should get every single best in slot item of this game. It can cause players to bait themselves into running weaker boards later and later on, which can get really rough really fast. Switching over to Proto's
Mm.
perspective here, has a lot of healing at their disposals. Two Celestial Pengus sort of sitting in their Hextech Augment core.
I do like that. I'm a bigger fan of, let's say, double knife's edge,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the stacked healing is actually super nice here.
Yeah, it means that everyone's going to get a slight little shield when the healing goes up. Trundle, I know, likes it quite a bit. With the GA,
Oh
I
yeah.
think they're going to be able to go against the Heimer. It's going to be a little
Unless
rough. Rockets go
oh,
through. Nope. Hey, like we said, we're
close it
trying to
off.
give as much hype to the Donger as we can. He just can't do everything, unfortunately.
For sure. I'm pretty happy already seeing the Heimer 2 with almost BIS in the first game. I don't know if
Yeah.
I need to see a challenger
You
Heimer.
peaked already. You don't need to see anything too much more.
I am doing totally fine. But yeah, like you mentioned, the double celestial with Trundle there is super nice. He doesn't need a BT, and the Hodge can also help out a little bit too.
Yeah, on top of that too, that Trundle already has Quicksilver as well, which is one of those core Trundle items. Just because he's able to keep whacking away without having to worry about being CC'd or interrupted from doing, what he loves to do. So all in
Mhm.
all, that is going to be quite nice. Hampered by the fact that it's still a Trundle one. Hopefully, that will switch over very soon, but I also kind of think this is probably not going to be where this board stays. We haven't really seen too many reroll Trundle comps for quite a while.
For sure. I don't think they have the econ to do that as well. It looks like it'll just be an effective item holder for now.
Yeah, where do you think these items are going to head off to? Because usually when I think Trundle, I think of him as an Urgot item carrier, but this
Mhm.
doesn't really seem too optimal for me. So you thinking more Yone?
Yeah, Yone can definitely hold these items. The early Scion is kind of interesting. You can see that he's also divided with the left board being challengers, left bench,
Mm,
sorry, and the right bench being more bruisers, protectors type of thing.
yeah,
I
it'll
do
be really.
like, ooh, I do like the Frozen Heart roll here, but I don't think it'll be enough against this massive Cho'Gath.
I think it also might be a bit of a problem too, just because it means that Shogath is going to be able to get into these instances where he is able to bite people down. So these fights are going to go a little bit slower. It's more time for the mana to stack up, and Cho's just going to have more time to go for a big chomp. So all in all, I think it
Mhm.
works out okay. Another thing to point out with that Scion too is that he does certainly serve as a linchpin between these two compositions as well, because challengers want to have as much CC as possible. And while I think chiefly you'd want something like the Braum because it only takes up one unit slot for the same length of time of stun. Scion
Yep,
still gets the job done.
right. The Swain in the shop, you can see him also considering Imperials here. The early Scion really helps a lot with that. Samira could
Yeah.
hold these items that are on Trundle as well. Uh, Needs to kind of find direction soon, I feel, for Lolly,
Yeah.
for
Here's
Proto.
Blaznovac Sport, who, by the way, they're the one going for that Infinity Force Ezreal, which definitely is going to be really scary. Has a lot going for it, and heck, even the weak spot at their disposal to help sort of get through some of these tankier foes.
Right, I kind of love that, and you can see why they're streaking, why they're so healthy at this point. That board, Zillion 2, Trundle 2 as well is super strong.
And that was a full wipe really quickly if you look over there. That was a full 6 units plus the innovator, I believe. So that really
Mhm.
does deal a lot of damage to Proto. Now sitting here at 48 health. Really quickly looking below them, Zondario as well as Chewy, both lower in the 30s. Chewy definitely not happy to be here after being eliminated so early on in the last stage.
For sure. These kind of the players in the bot 3 right now are really looking to roll and hit. They're not thinking about level 8 at all. They'll need to kind of roll it all down at level 7.
This is interesting too. Getting that double tier is both a blessing and a curse. Yes, you would like to be able to put in the blue if it works great for a lot of different units, but at the same time, it's not exactly the direction I think that they were looking in. Switching over to Zandari, who's in the
Mhm.
middle of a huge roll down, actually, trying to start getting things in for this challenger board that we were talking about before.
Yep. Has the items for Yone here. It's a Yone 1. So 6 challenger Yone 1 with GA can actually do a bit of work here. We'll see if it does work out.
Yeah, they will have to spend a little bit more time slamming a few more things. I think the six challenger should be able to offset the Yone 1 side of things,
Ooh, but
but
rotates into Blaz.
yeah, Braum did get one good ulti off just to deflect some things. It should be enough to get a couple of units down here, but as you're saying, I don't think it's going to be enough to get a win. So even despite the huge roll down, despite shifting around so much, wasn't quite able to pull off a win and break this loss streak. 7 is pretty terrifying.
Right. So the bottom, yeah, bottom 3 players here are kind of rolling a little bit every single round, trying their hardest to stabilize.
Yeah.
The players in the top 4 are kind of scouting the other strong players, thinking about counters. So, for example, like the Cho'Gath, you need something to deal with that. You're looking for Giant Slayer. You're looking for max HP type of damage
Yeah.
units.
The full roll down just going ham trying to find any two-star forecast. That's not the one you
Ooh,
wanted to find of the three
yeah.
options right there. Really,
Mhm.
it's scary enough when I feel like you have to roll down at 7 for a two-star forecast. That's not
Yeah.
exactly where you want to be, but definitely it is where Zondario is kind of forced to right now.
Exactly, yeah, you can't blame him for doing this. This is definitely the right choice. There's no way he makes it to 8, but it does take a lot of rolls at 7 to hit your 4 cost 2 stars.
Yeah, Yone wasn't able to get too many ultis off there as well. I think locking the shop is really greedy here. Yes, you get the Braum too, but
Mhm.
I guess this sort of goes into it. Like, do you want the guaranteed Braum 2, or do you want the small chance you can two-star one of your more important carries?
For sure. A two-star Yone here would bail him out for most of the boards. Yeah, I also don't know about that lock there.
Yeah, Art is able to be able to benefit from a bit of a longer stun. That tankiness is going to also move a little bit further to help guarantee that the Vault Breaker will land. So there are still silver linings here. That is obviously not going to be too beneficial.
Mhm. We'll have to see here who he rotates into, but it is looking a little bit bleak. I think there's maybe one or two boards that this Yone has a chance against.
hmm Tell me, is this one of them
This,
at this
yeah, this
stage
actually
here?
might be one of them
Yeah.
here. Needs to get the stun off on the mouse, but I don't. The Braum is not positioned correctly here.
Yeah, we do have Mal's doing a ton of damage here. Morelos
Mm.
is just absolutely shredding through
Oh
absolutely
no,
everything. And with
those Braum
Ascension coming
angles.
in,
Yeah.
yeah, nothing really came out well. Heck, the surrender even comes through too. Not even going to take the chance of anything below there. Lolly, too high health to even potentially go down to eighth. So, yeah, out
Mhm.
before the third augment just always hurts.
GG. It did seem like a rough game. Anytime that you die in stage four, it's most likely a low roll game. It's very, very tough.
Yeah, always hard to come back from. Looks like we found that where that blue buff did land on the Samira, which I'm actually a decently big fan of. It means that she consistently casts her ability whenever she's the ranged variant, just because
Mhm.
you get that immediate reset on mana. So that's always going to be pretty nice. It does hurt that you lose one damage item there, but it works out quite nice. One more thing, though. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
noticed this. That's a Kai'Sa with Morellos already.
Yeah, at level 7. So,
Just
yeah,
hit. That's the full board. We're done. That's the comp.
for sure. I have to agree with the blue buff Samira. I'm a big fan of it. If you're running Academy as well, blue buff Samira just kind of prints stacks. That's a little bit of a
Mhm.
hidden tech for you guys. But
Yeah,
yeah, when
it's the
talking
same
about
sort
this
of role.
Kaisa,
Yeah, I was just to say really quickly there too before we move back to Kaisa. Like it's that same
mhm,
sort of role that Katarina can also fill with the resets. Only it's a little bit more
yeah.
reliable because Samir's a range free cost instead of like an assassin that can actually get CC'd and died. It looks like Blastovok 2 has transitioned away from the Ez, has now moved all of that into
Oh
Fiora, the
no.
ultimate item holder, as we've spoken about. She makes use out of every single stat on there. I don't really think there's a better user of this Infinity Force.
For sure. We talked about it a lot yesterday, how she can hold so many items. Infinity Edge is, or not Infinity, sorry, Infinity Force is so
Infinity
many
Edge is 2,
items.
mind you, but Infinity Force this time
Yeah,
around is what we're looking at.
that
Also
is a
kind of
really nice
surprising
holder.
too, you look over at the bench, Blastmark also has a GA at their disposal too that they haven't slammed on the Fiora. That's usually another pretty safe option. Could just be waiting for the augments. Let's see what Proto has in store. A lot of hearts.
Mhm. Goes for the challenger heart here. Trying to run 6 challengers.
Yeah, is one
Frantically
off.
clicking the jinx. Yeah, the bench is looking a lot like an Urgot board here.
Yeah, it does hurt that you find that there. Heck, you
Oh,
even get the Urgot too. There is
mhm,
no challenger emblem here to buff up that Urgot's attack speed. Really will mean he'll do a ton of damage on this board, but unfortunately, not going to be the play of this game.
right. And this is kind of interesting. It's a combination between a challenger, like a Yone board, and an Urgot board.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's good to try to itemize around what you've gotten at this stage because, yes, you've now hit this Urgot 2. That's going to be probably the strongest option that you have. The items just don't fit the best. That said, though, we do get to see the blue buff Urgot, which is something that we talked a little bit about, I believe,
Ooh,
off stream yesterday. Just because look
yeah.
at that. He gets the instant cast off, can immediately start shredding through enemies. Obviously, this isn't ideal, but all
Mhm,
this is going to be a huge factor in how this Urgot performs.
for sure. Definitely knows about that tech as well. So the blue buff was the first slam onto Urgot. And I really like that. It's not
Yep.
an S tier item, but I would argue say it's an A tier item on Urgot.
It's certainly also, again, a good way to get rid of those double tiers when you're looking to run Chemtech. It's not exactly what you want to see. You can run it on the Lysandra if you do have more optimal Urgot items, but if you really do need something, it is passable on the Ergot. We'll have to see if the Raptors can pass anything else on here to get this Jinx up and running.
Mhm.
Ooh, we are going to go back to Purr's perspective, who has quite a few chose. Is trying to stack all of them up as much as possible here. It's speed and time.
Yep. It's Mama Cho and 2 little baby Chos. I love the
Yep.
way this board looks.
Yeah.
This is
Do
definitely
not
what you
talk
wanna
to
do
me.
for the creep.
Yeah. Do not talk
For
to
the creep
me
rounds. Yeah.
or my son ever again. Yeah.
What a
Again,
funny looking board.
yeah, probably not what you usually get to see, but hey, all those stacks kind of coalesce together when you get that 3 star. Obviously, that is what Per is still looking to do. Looking at their gold total here, they're at 76, now 79 gold here at level 7, 90 once we've actually reached past the round. So, all in all, I
Mhm.
would probably expect they're going to start rushing in and rolling for these shows. Now is the time.
For sure, and they're relatively healthy compared to the rest of the lobby.
Hmm.
Um, they're thinking about it right now. Oh, the roll
Yeah.
down, we'll probably see a roll down to 50 and then a slow roll.
Yeah, that makes plenty of sense to me. Was able to get another Cho for a second Cho too. Unfortunately, though, doesn't seem like there is too much more after that. Definitely agree with what you're saying, though. You have the health. You don't need to greed too hard. Cho is still in your future. Also, like the Morello Slam onto this Malzahar at this stage, we've talked about how it's a great applier of it, not only in
Yep.
terms of just making sure it's guaranteed to hit people, but also to help shred through those tankier targets Mouse has struggled with. But still, it's going to be the cog that's started this show. A 3 star Cogma, nevertheless, as well.
Yeah. That Cho'Gath will live forever, making the Morellos, even more effective here. And yeah, like you said, that Kog'Maw did so much damage.
Yeah, back up to 62 gold. We could see a continued bit of rolling here. Heck, I want to see it. It's been a while since I saw a good show 3. It was, I think, the first comp I started messing with when I first started playing set 6. I just wanted to see the big number go up health total. I think my current record's like a 9.7, maybe a 10.1k health. Really want to see how high this one goes. It looks like Per might be getting a little bit anxious though, rolling
He is
below
digging.
50, trying to see if they can
Mhm.
find the Cho. Did get one more for their troubles, just need 2 more. But it's always
Yep.
going to be that bit of a risk.
Digging a little bit deeper, and I just want to go back actually to the creep round where he put
Mm,
in 3 Cho'Gaths. Those little micro optimizations are really, really key for high level play. Another good example that I just thought of is lifelong learning, I believe the
mm.
augment is called for scholars. So during creep round, you want to play all of your scholars, and it's little tricks like that that you see high challenger players doing.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Kaisa does a pretty big number onto Cho just in general, or just Colossus comps in general, because you are going to be running
Hmm.
less units. All the units are going to be taking more rockets, and plus the Morello is going to be doing a lot more. Scion 2 in the shop right now, alongside your 8th Cho'Gath. Definitely when you hit 9, I think you're going to be moving in the Scion 2. Kind of
Yeah,
surprised we just don't see the instant pickup here. I wonder what the consideration is.
it's a lot of gold on your bench for something you might not be playing immediately.
Hmm.
But now kind of is forced to dig here with all of these Cho'Gaths.
Yeah, one away is usually when it's more socially acceptable to roll down a little bit. Unfortunately, it just isn't hitting. Keeps going, wants it. I want it for
Oh,
them.
no.
Always rough to see. Oh, actually,
And
that's a
then
dragon really quickly going there onto Skip's board. Goes down before it can roar. That is a rarity, I have to say. All in all, though, this is going to be absolutely terrifying. Heck, you even see the freeze happening on some of these backline units. Skip wasn't expecting this.
the double Giant Slayer there with the maximum HP damage from Kog'Maw and Morello's is just doing so much work.
Yeah, I
That
don't
being
think.
said, sorry, Skip is still quite healthy here with the
Yeah,
Nikos on the bench.
Tactical God, however, is not. Just went to negative 10 health, so that's going to be incredibly rough for them.
And you can just kind of see how strong and dominant this lobby is. Tactical God, Chewy as well, did not have too many problems in yesterday's games. Now we're seeing both in the bot 4 range.
Yeah, everything changes when you hit the finals, be it nerves, be it different players, be it a new read on everything that goes down. It is going to be rough. Per is still rolling.
Cho'Gath!
Finally, is going to be rewarded. Can look to
Cho'Gath!
try to hit things a little bit sooner. That's going to be absolutely huge.
That is awesome. Sells the GP for Jinx, maintaining Twin Shot, is gonna be looking to level now.
Yeah, the problem though is that again, they've rolled so much gold here. They can't get that instant level up to 8. That means the Scion 2 is going to be sitting on the bench just a little bit longer. Heck, even contemplates for a moment the sell just to,
Mhm.
get that gold back in their pocket. That said though, Scion should still be able to make good use sooner rather than later. Just going to be a matter of how long.
Right. You do see him kind of regretting making the Scion here just because it took a little more gold than, I guess, expected to finish that Cho'Gath 3. Does sell it.
Oh yeah, look at that. I mean, hey, Scion is relatively uncontested by virtue of being a Colossus. It should be easy enough to come back, and you're going to get even closer to level 8 as far evolvement goes. Chewie actually goes down while just
Ooh.
visiting, seeing what's going on this board. So that's going to be rough. But we do have our top four. Artem, Purr, Blasnavak, and Skip are all here to party.
Mhm. I like that quite a bit. It's very different from the first game here. So should keep the rankings, the points kind of similar.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely
the
excited to see what the scores are going to look like when we are out of this game and can finally really take a look at how this is all playing out.
yeah, the sell on the Scion, a lot of people might not agree with, but I think it's the right choice here. At level 8 to play Scion, you would have to take out Jinx.
Hmm.
And you don't want to be taking out Twin Shot here. The Kog'Maw doesn't really have damage scaling items, has the percentage scaling from Giant Slayer, but he needs the little extra AD. And 5
Yeah,
mutants
definitely
stacking
agree.
with Twin Shot is amazing here. As you can see, just ripping through.
Yeah, Cog really is doing a ton of work. And case in point, I think I have never seen in the entire set, however many games I've played and however many games I've casted, I don't think I have ever seen a 7 Innovator Dragon fail to roar. This is absolutely
Right.
insane and a testament to how powerful this composition can be.
It's hard to see a dragon get deleted like that.
Yeah. Overall, though, things are just going to keep on keeping on there. I like the Runins. It's something that I think Jinx is going to make good use out of, but obviously not going to be the biggest thing right now.
For sure. I'm a fan of the runes on Cho'Gath when you're running Adrenal Glands,
Hmm.
but wait, Adrenaline Rush, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. No
uh,
worries, no worries.
but yeah, it looks like Jinx is the only one with space for it.
Yeah, do get the Blitzcrank in here. That is going to get you some more nice protector value, as well as just trying to get some of these late game carries out of the corners that they are hiding in. So, all in all, is going to be some pretty useful stuff here. It's also part of the reason why I like the slam of the Quicksilver onto the cog. It means you can corner him with impunity. You don't have to worry about absolutely anything to stop, slow him down.
Seraphine, Seraphine 3.
Oh, well, we've
Seraphine
talked
3 right
quite a
there.
bit. Yeah, we've talked quite a bit about how a lot of these AP forecasts are uncontested. Double Shroud is going to be a pretty big difference maker here. There's the ulti, takes everyone down low.
Mhm. Seraphine 3 Shojin Morello, that is super scary here. And,
Yeah, that Morello is going to burn through this huge health Cho. And while we were saying
mm,
that Skip was struggling a little bit going against Per last time around, I don't really think there's much that they can do in the face of that Seraphine 3.
yep, Skip has used all his gold, used the Nikos on his bench, and now I don't know if there's a comp in this lobby that can beat that. The Jace 2 as
Yeah.
well, it's looking very good for Skip.
Yeah, that's going to be very hard for these other players to overcome. It could just be a battle for second, but there's still a little bit more TFT to play here at stage 6 too.
Mhm.
Some rolling going
It's
down
6
here looking,
Mundos.
yeah, like you get in some units here, and heck, you already have one free star forecast. That means that should be easier to free start another forecast as all this goes on. All of that
Yep.
said, though, not a ton of gold to do so, and not a ton of health remaining here. This looks like it could
Mhm.
be someone's final fight at this stage here. Blasnavak is going to be doing everything they can to sort of get their own team rolling here.
Right? The Fiora is sitting right outside that GS range, but is not enough. Ooh, manages to hold on here.
Yeah, but look at that. Artem does not going down to negative 15 health after running into Skip. So definitely a testament to how strong that now streaking board is.
For sure. I would have loved to see the level 9 here for Perp putting in Scion, but yeah, it's definitely the correct idea to roll here. Skip's board is just too dominant. One life left.
Yeah, really curious to see how this final little bit of matchmaking can go. It could mean the difference between a second and a third for each of these players. It
Ooh,
looks like it's going to be Per going against the main Skip. We'll have to see if we're going to see Blaznak going against Skip's Ghost or for
yep.
Purr's.
This positioning is actually really, really good on per side. You saw that last minute adjustment, dodging the shroud and moving the clump over to the right side so that
Yeah.
Seraphine does not target the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's
Yeah.
doing as much as he can.
Heck, it might be more than enough. Look, he's finally on the Seraphine. Lots of health on there
Yup.
that Kog'Maw should be able to shred. It looks like
Oh,
she will be able to take it down, but there
Sicilian?
might not be enough.
Oh,
Oh,
that was the underdog's value not enough here.
but
That was
hangs on
beautiful
actually.
positioning.
One
Oh,
health going
clutches
to
to
the carousel.
second.
Blastabach did apparently go against Skip's Ghost, so they're down to -18. They're completely out of this, but Per sitting pretty here at this stage.
That is amazing to see. So you can see that positioning plays such a huge part, and this was perfect positioning here.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. One of those purrs can stand for perfect, but we'll have to experiment with that just a little bit more. I like the pickup of the Ionic Spark. If you can kind of get that Mundo into the backline, which, as you all know, Mundo goes where he pleases, he can end up there pretty easily. He can
Mm,
start messing around a little bit with everything that goes on. I also like the switch up from the Mouse to
yep,
the Kaiser just to try to guarantee that a little bit more of the Morello goes around absolutely everywhere. On top of that,
right?
you also get the scrap value on the Jinx.
For sure. That's a potential shroud here.
It
N-
is!
Nice. Perp just knows.
Yeah, this time though, unfortunately, the cog does get clipped in the corner by the songs from the Seraphine, so that will make things a little bit rougher to go down.
Hmm. Oh, it's a valiant fight here, but Skip's board is just way too capped, and Perp
Yeah,
goes
at a
down.
certain point, you're at 65 health, you're win streaky, you got all the gold in the world. Skip had nothing to worry about there, but Per is still able to make a strong showing for themselves at that stage. That was pretty crazy TFT at the end there.
Yeah, what a great game to watch there. We saw from round 1-3 the Cho'Gath starting to get some stacks, and we watched that little baby grow all the way up
We
into a
did.
big, beautiful Cho.
I didn't quite get to see what the final health total was. If someone could really quickly bug Per, get him to sort of just message out, hey, what the final health was on there, didn't quite get the chance to see it. Would love to catalog that for the history books. But now we get to talk a little bit about the scores that are now in this lobby right now. Per
Yeah.
is actually sitting pretty. Finishing first and second is absolutely huge in here. Skip very close behind, though, at 14 points.
Yeah, and these two players have just been super dominant, right? Following behind, kind of in the middle of the pack, we have Blast, Thray, and Chewy sitting at 10 and 9 points.
Yeah, and I think the big surprise is going to be El Zelendario, just because, again, we talked about how prominent they are inside of Aegis. They're currently sitting here at 4 points alongside DWG Proto.
For sure. But it's only been 2 games. We have 4 games coming still. It's anybody's game at the moment.
Yeah, still plenty of TFT to play. All these players can make some pretty big upsets. Lots of cheers, lots of tears. All going to be coming after we take a quick break. See you soon.
See you soon.
Hello there, everyone. Now on the cusp of Game 3, it is I, Bo Pro Troid Lamana, and Dan FPO Park. That was a pretty crazy game to close things out. It's not very often we get to talk about a three-star forecast.
For sure. And like that was such a dominant performance by Skip. Per's board was really fun to look at. We had the Cho and the Kog'Maw there. I really love seeing that. But it just seems like innovators have been so strong.
Yeah, a lot of these players have been going innovators. I think that's sort of accentuated just by the fact that we saw the Seraphine free in this lobby. To me, that kind of
Mhm.
sets off alarm bells, I think, or it should set off alarm bells for every single player in this lobby, because to them, that should say, hey, I didn't catch that someone was so close to this. I didn't try to contest them. I didn't hold it on my bench. I didn't do absolutely anything to prevent that. I wouldn't be
Right.
surprised if we see a few more innovators sort of picking up now, just try to make sure they can get Seraphine, and everyone just being a little bit more cautious about what Skip is doing. Lots of people still, though, at the top half of this ladder that people are probably going to start keeping an eye on, trying to figure out how they can sort of knock them down a peg.
For sure. That is definitely a bit of a warning sign there. Even holding one or two Seraphines on the bench could have costed maybe 20, 30 extra gold for skip, right?
Yeah.
So
And
we'll have to see these players looking around and kind of preventing these people that have been performing well to keep on performing well, you know?
yeah, and I don't want to pretend like say no one was holding Seraphine. We did see one other player that was running a Seraphine 2 in their composition. I don't quite recall who it was right now, but still, we'll
Mhm.
talk more about that later, see how this game evolves here. Now onto Zelendario's perspective, and the carousel rush begins. Everyone wants that bow.
Yeah, all in all, super hype game so far. Looking forward to this one as well.
Yeah, MR start here. Looks like they are going to be able to check Mutant. That is going to be Cybers. So it's kind of interesting. Usually, Cybers is this augment that kind of makes people go, I guess I don't need to play Mutant. Doesn't really synergize too nicely with a lot of the different buffs and paths that Mutant can go. All that
Mm.
said, though, that also means Mutant is going to be less contested. So it can paradoxically have more Mutant players happen at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also in the camp of thinking that cyber is a little bit underrated. I
Hmm.
wouldn't say it's the best by far, but it's still quite, it can work out quite nicely.
Yeah. So what kind of Mutant comp would you look to run if Cybers is the first lock in at this stage?
If I was able to get an early Cho'Gath and cybernetics augment, then that's 100% I'm
Hmm.
running something similar to what Perp was running last game.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to see some more players mess around with that as time goes on here. With these item options, I think a static shiv is probably good for starting things strong, but augments will make a big difference.
For sure. Unstable Shrug and Underdogs. I believe
Yeah.
9 out of 10 players here would take Underdogs.
Yeah, but believe it or not, I might be the 1 out of 10 that's gonna scream about Shrug from the high
Ooh,
heavens, and what do you know? I get to talk about it
ooh.
just a little bit more. Shrug, I feel like the cybernetic mutant, has been so undervalued since it's been
Mhm.
brought down to a 1-star like a 1 tier 1 augment. It
Yep.
is absolutely insane how much healing can get you. Remember how Underdogs now has a cap on it because of how crazy Cho'Gath could abuse it? There's no cap on Underdogs. Cho'Gath can still go absolutely nuts with all of that power level that the healing can provide. So I do think
Right.
it's the right pickup here. I get it. Everyone loves the Underdogs because of how it can work on every single unit reliably. But hey, your front line is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, for sure. I think you meant to say no cap on the shrug it off here. It's a percentage base.
Yes,
And
yes,
it's
exactly, exactly.
yeah, it's a spicy pick. I really like that.
Yeah, it
I'm
is going to
always
be.
surprised or pleasantly happy, I guess, whenever I'm wrong here. The non-generic choice.
Yeah, well, hey, Shrug It Off is still generic. It just kind of forces you into a bruiser frontline. But I'm also kind of the belief, and I feel like most of these high level players are as well, that a lot of front lines and back lines are, for the most part, interchangeable. Granted, there's
Mhm.
not really too many bruisers that are going to be able to provide CC the same way a Braun can in a challenger comp, but there is
Yeah.
still plenty of stuff to work with.
For sure. You're trying to run Jin, you hit a Mundo too, you play that, you know. You
Yeah,
don't need a Braum Scion frontline. Can
yeah.
play whatever you hit.
Here, though, it looks like the play is going to be going for that early win streak here for Zelendario. Have slammed the static ship, also have the MR there for a little bit of scrap value, both shielding and completed item wise. So everything makes sense there. They are currently
Mhm.
bleeding in this tournament here. So I think playing for this early game win streak style, trying to preserve health early to make up for any kind of decisions made late, is probably going to be a good decision.
For sure. The bruiser frontline early is so strong, and with Struck It Off here, the static shiv is gonna get a lot of value.
Definitely, these fights will go longer and longer and longer. I feel like at this stage, the only thing that Zelendario is looking for, another mercenary to give us a little chest appearing on the bottom of this bench.
For sure. We're seeing a lot of weak spot. Um, it does look like there are several people angling for AD comps here.
Yeah, weak spot is also just again another one of those like really reliable, many situations kind of compositions. Granted, it is more AD based, but that's also okay because all these players, like we talked about, are very comfortable playing the AD branch of things.
Mhm. And just the healing actually on the Alawi here is so good.
Yeah, look at this. Even though the Blitzcrank has switched over to attack the Ezreal, both the Trundle and the Alawi have been healing up like crazy. And heck, he's not even able to take down the Ez1.
Right? I mean, the Alawi skill along with the Shrug It Off is just an amazing
Ooh,
amount of healing.
There's a Gangplank. It's probably not the one that was sought for first, just because the Static Shiv is a much better misfortune item. But hey, you now got your free mercenaries. This could be pretty good. I don't even think you have to lose streak from this position, just because of how it's nice to have that extra 1 to 2 gold every single round.
For sure. Picks up the Vi and makes 10 gold here. I like that. Zeal is looking for a big win this round to try and kind of get back into the standings.
Yeah,
Merc is the way to do it.
I did see one player with no synergies. I didn't quite get the chance to take a look if they had built different or not, but that is still going to be something to take a look for in the future. Stack Shiv is still going to be slammed onto the Gangplank at this time. It's still a better misfortune item, but you gotta get that item power on the board somehow.
I do love the static shift slam actually. It's quite strong, I feel, on
Yeah.
GP.
The one thing that is going to hurt a little bit is that this is whenever you start winning with mercenaries off the bat, you get nothing from this first win just because there's nothing inside that chest. Does hurt a little bit, but hey, you are going to start building starting after this carousel round.
hmm And I'm also a big fan of win streak mercenaries. You have GP farming the gold, you get an extra
Mhm.
like 0 to 3 gold every round as well.
Yeah,
It can really build up.
they don't call him bank plank for nothing, you know. Like if you're able to scale a lot of extra AD on him, he can really start printing gold for you the same way a Tom Kench will for you in the late game. Not to mention
Mhm.
the fact that this is also a patch that saw buffs to Gangplank 3, meaning that
Yeah.
reroll Gangplank Mercenaries is actually a pretty valid composition.
Oh, for sure. He pumps out quite a bit of damage at three star. The Zac here for 4 bruiser. Not sure if they'll be able to fit it. They do,
Yeah.
taking out
Well,
mercenary.
that's going to be pretty rough, though, I have to say. Granted, it doesn't seem like they need to run mercenaries at this stage. They are going to be pretty strong. I'm just, I'm a simple man. I see mercenaries, I play mercenaries, I go eighth. Definitely, I would say it's smarter for Zelendario to keep their board strong, considering how they're currently at 100 health, trying to look at potentially going against Bosnabak here, who is also Mr. 100. All in all, complete and total sense. Agree with it completely. Also, very sad to see it.
I think we're the same sentiment here. Finds Chewy.
Yeah, that's
Chewy
pretty scary,
was,
actually.
yeah, actually a little bit scary here.
Yeah, usually we say don't slam Giant Slayer early just because, again, it's very hard for you to hit that threshold. Four Bruisers, I think,
Ooh,
takes you there, but even then, it's not enough, as that's a pretty clean win.
that is a full wipe. Was very close to taking down some units, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have four Bruisers early alongside the power of the Shrug It Off. Like, all these units are
Mm,
making, I think, 10% health back. Remember, this is actually going to be nerfed in the next patch to go down to 9. That should be a pretty crazy curveball coming in from people who just have been continuously undervaluing this augment.
for sure. Being knocked down to a tier 1 augment has done a lot for it.
Hey, it's the Orn effect, because we saw
Yeah,
the same thing happen with the portable forge, but people adapted much more quickly to portable forge becoming gold than Shrug It Off becoming silver.
yeah, for sure. And oh no, both streakers are able to get to Krugs without losing a single round here.
Potentially, remember, we still have
Potentially.
this one fight to go through. I think it also looks pretty promising. The Morellos should be good to get a bunch of health out of here, but it's gonna be close. Nope, sorry, everything's fine.
Everything is fine.
And
Definitely the Morello TF is a little bit scary here. Um, but no blue.
yeah. One thing that's very important to note right here is that when you have a Mr. or Miss 100 in your game, that kind of warps absolutely everything very, very quickly. You end up having these crazy scenarios where certain players have so much gold, they're warping the tempo of the rest of the lobby. Having
Mhm.
two both counterbalances that and makes it 100% worse just because you
Yeah,
have one player that's capable of making pace that is also able to get first dibs on all of those crazy high level units and further leave everyone else in the dirt.
for sure. The players in the bottom four at the moment will have to, either try to roll down at 3-2 or play a little bit faster tempo just to keep up.
They will have that item priority off carousel, so that will be a slight silver lining here. Tactile Godfrey is now looking for the next items they're going to build, though, at this instance, have already slammed that last whisper, so they are definitely angling towards those AD compositions. We do
Mhm.
have a Bloodthirster on their bench right now.
Yep, and with that phony front line, definitely leaning a little bit towards, sniper comp.
Yeah, definitely, possibly. They are very low on health. It looks like they're going to keep going Yordles just to keep getting economy going. This is always that thing that I'm personally afraid of, where you rely so heavily on Yordles, your health goes down to nothing, and then all of a sudden you have no time to turn things around as time goes on. We tried to get
Right.
away from Zone Dario. No, he's still
Oh,
here. Gets to take a look at how
level
things
6.
go with a Zephyr Twitch. That's rough.
Yep, and level 6 here. Tactical God did wanna lose, but not this hard.
Yeah, this is just absolutely heartbreaking. Like, again, I don't really know if there are many units you could place instead of the Yordles that would get you results against, this, but
Mhm.
all things told, 59 health before you even see your second augment is terrifying. And just really
Yep.
quickly as well, I love the level 6 from Zondario here. This is the aggressive play that I feel like we really need to see in tournament, because you were saying, listen, I'm Mr. 100. This is effectively like I have an extra 30 gold in my bank right now because of my 5+ game win streak. So as a result of that, I need to level aggressively. Gold income thresholds be damned, just to try to make
Right.
sure I can maintain that streak as long as possible.
Yeah, and looking at this board, it is not a sniper board. It is Innovator Chemtech Reroll.
Hey, I mean, I'm happy to see it. It looks like that could also be the slam of the BF sword just to keep things going here. Lots of gold, lots of time to roll. However, it could be pretty risky as this all goes down.
Right. We'll have to see how it goes. I think he may have noticed that Skip here has the Ziggs 3, and the more rerollers there are, the easier it gets.
This is also the reason why I like the Rat comp too, just as a general reroll option. Just because I feel like this comp rolls for the other one costs, the ones that are kind of ignored by the other big reroll compositions. Like, oh, we'll
Mhm.
talk about that in a second. Ascension is pretty big for this, I have to say. Just because, again, we expect this comp to last a little bit longer here. But what do you think of these generic options?
Yeah, they all look quite good. Celestial kind of allows you to build 3 offensive items on Twitch. Weak Spot
Hmm.
is not as good because he's already slammed the Last Whisper here.
Yeah. Does stack, but definitely agree the healing is the most versatile and can really mean this Twitch can go absolutely nuts with the damage items. One thing that I just wanted to talk about really quickly is, again, every other reroll comp does not hit the units that Twitch reroll does, because again,
Mhm.
there's really no reason to pick up Camille. There's no reason to pick up the Sins. There's no reason to pick up the Twitch in any of these other options. Instead, you're looking for the Yordles. Don't have to worry about those. You're looking for the Protectors, Garen,
Right.
Mouse. No, sorry, not Garen, Mouse, Garen, and Cassidy, who cares? That's not a
Yeah.
problem. Instead, you're going for absolutely everything else. That said, though, free with only 6 twitches to your name, I would
Mhm.
really want to see a 3-star very soon.
Yeah, at 47 HP, this isn't looking too great. Skip will probably have to dig deeper than 50 gold in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, Twitch wasn't even able to get a bit of a rat-a-tat-tat going there with that last little
I see
cast,
what you
was
did there.
absolutely destroyed. Hey, it's no longer the name anymore, but, I could be nostalgic about something that most of the community hated, I think.
They are sitting at 37 HP at the moment.
Yeah,
This is an IE for sure.
Yeah, definitely when the alarm bells start going off. But IE pickup, again, you have the extra healing from the Twitch. You can go a little bit more damage focused as all of this goes down. I think here, though, following this carousel, we're going to have to see a pretty hefty roll down just to try to find that Twitch tree as quickly as possible.
Yeah, for sure. You do want to play, you do want to find it so you could level up and play like an Ezreal to complete the innovators here as well.
Yeah, that's actually a really big thing to note. There's currently no Ezreal here. So as a result, this board is weaker than we usually see it at this stage. So any rolls here would be greatly appreciated. Digging, digging, digging down, down, down. Curious to
Oh.
see if they're willing to go through the 50 gold threshold just because it is a bit of an emergency. That seal will be broken as we now go lower and lower to 40 and 30. Looks like we're going to find a lot. One off of the Twitch tree. Not going to be here until the next fight at least.
So rolling down to 30 here, I quite agree with. I wouldn't have liked rolling past that or greeting and staying at 50. So this actually seems like a good choice here. One off
Yep.
Twitch 3
30
and
does
three
offer
off Camille as well.
Yeah, 30 does often feel like a nice point of compromise here when you are going for these roles. You aren't staying at the 50 and greeting, but you also aren't absolutely going down to zero and scuttling your economy. That said, though, with 29 health remaining, now might be the time to roll because otherwise you're just going to be dying with it in the bank at this stage. Lots of other two cost pairs appearing there with the Zillion being picked up here. This bench is looking mighty
Ooh.
crowded.
Oh, Twitch needs to be found soon.
Yeah,
There are
he's
some
taking
bench
up too
issues.
much room. Ooh, I don't think I agree with the Zillion cell, but now we are going to be seeing the curse of things just returning and coming back. I don't think you stay at 30 here. I agree. It's important economically, but you are looking very weak still.
Yeah, at sub 30 HP, I'm surprised he is staying at 29 sorry, at 30 gold here.
They could be preparing to sort of go into the wolves for a larger reroll roll down, just because you are
Mhm.
going to get that free win there that is going to allow you to get a pretty nice bit of economy, a cash infusion, provided you lose here,
Okay.
which is not looking too likely. That actually puts a huge torpedo into their economy. Granted, it's great that you don't lose any more health. 29 is a good place to stop losing. That said, though, your economy's not looking too great with a lot to roll and level for still at this stage.
For sure. I was, yeah, surprised at the win there. It's better than
Oh,
rolling down to 0, hitting Twitch 3 and winning.
there's another
Actually
important
maintaining.
thing that I need to call out here because we've gotten very fixated on this board. We want to see how Frey can get their way out of this. We haven't been looking too much at the top of the leaderboards
Right?
here.
Mhm.
Blastovac as well as Zelendario, both still Mr. and Miss 100 as a result of that. It means that this lobby is still going absolutely crazy. The odds of them not hitting each other by 3-7, 3-8 is pretty
Oh,
nuts.
that's 10 rounds that they've
Oh,
dodged
there's the
each other.
Twitch.
Nice.
Okay, so that's going to be absolutely huge. They could also look to use the Reforger here just to try to find that third item. I wouldn't mind losing a rod in favor of trying to get a glove to get a Hodge on this Twitch, but something
Mhm.
needs to happen to get this item power out here because this is a lot of
Oh,
items to not
Camille.
be using.
Oh, skipped the Camille, realized it, zoomed in anger. I actually saw them zoom in onto their items as well. Tactical
Yeah.
God not happy with the item drop, not happy with missing that Camille.
Yeah, lots of nerves going in here. They do need to find something soon, though.
For sure. For now, at least the Twitch 3 will be able to do a bit of work.
Yeah, it should stabilize things for now, but with at stage 4-1, I don't know how long we can really say that.
Mhm. In stage 4 is usually when you see like the 2 cost reroll comps like Warwick reroll come
Mm.
online. It's a little bit late for the 1 cost ones.
Yeah, we are one off of both the Camille as well as the Ezreal, so there is still a little bit of time. I would be happy to see a quick little level here as well, just because you are probably going to natural those last ones a little bit sooner, and you can at
Yeah,
least put in the innovators as well. So that is a little bit scary to see this roll. I
I'm
don't
sure the last
like
8,
this at
yeah.
all.
Oh, I was gonna say he's definitely saving the last 8 gold to level, but no, keeps rolling.
Yeah. At this point, though, I hesitate to call this stable. Lots of gold units, but still a lot of item power in reserve. We will probably skip over to another perspective fairly soon to see how the rest of this lobby is going. Skip also looking pretty strong here, going for this.
Ooh, yeah. So this is a looks like a Tristana reroll. Had the Ziggs 3 really early, is looking to make the Poppy 3.
Ooh, yeah, sorry, I think I cut out a little bit there, but I am back now. Didn't like the flashes of surrender. Bray is not very happy where all this is going. I do like the
Mhm.
Tristana reroll. I think it is really quite strong in order to get these amazing and different and excuse me, why am I forgetting the name of sniper? But sniper options really
Yep.
is exciting to watch. We are going to switch over to Purr's perspective. I think we know where some of those Ezreals were going at this stage, just because they've been playing a ton of Innovator today.
Mhm. Actually, that last round, we see Blaz was knocked out. The round before that,
Hmm.
Zeal was actually knocked out of his win streak as well.
Yeah, so things are looking a little bit better for the rest of the lobby here, although a lot of gold has been infused in through how long those win streaks were going.
For sure. It might be too little too late at this point, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. Fight wise, though, Ezreal, like we said, has a lot of power at this level just because of how much staying power he has from, staying in the backline instead of just rocking up into the sky and landing in the enemy backline, like some
Mhm.
units do. All in all, though, things are looking pretty stable for Per. They aren't winning all of these fights, but the ones that they're losing don't seem to be too bad.
For sure, and I think they can kind of expect, like, if you look at the gold difference, Chewy's rolled down to 20 gold. Per's still at 50 gold here.
Yeah, really is nice to see. And a lot of confidence, I think, in the power level of their board. Lots of players can sometimes get a little bit hectic in terms of their rolling, trying to find things, and they won't trust what they've already put down in order to actually either win them fights or just preserve HP. So being able to have the patience to just hold on and say, I think I have enough here. There's no reason for me to put more gold into my board than I absolutely need to. That is
Mhm.
nice to see.
For sure, and actually last round Proto, Lolly is dropped down to 8th, looking very
Mm,
dangerous here, below Tactical God, switching
yeah.
over to their perspective.
This is looking pretty scary. Lots of one-star units at this stage. Hopefully, we'll able to find at least one or two more just to keep things going. Did have the option the Urgot, but did just drop
Mm,
it. So this potentially final roll down could be the last hurrah as they try to get something going.
for sure. I guess the Leona upgrade here. Ooh, this is looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, this does not look well at all. Braum, the CC bot, the big CC bot, is going to be immediately Zephyred. Won't be able to get too much there. Heck, we actually had the Kaisa
Oh,
being grabbed just before she can ulti because of the shroud that went onto the Blitz. So he got a late hook off that worked absolutely outside of Proto's favor. That looks like it's going to be a pretty rough loss for them.
oh, and they are knocked out here. Tried to slam the GA, I believe, on the Fiora, but didn't have time.
Yeah, we are going to go over to Freight again for the augment pickup. This looks like it's going to be Stand United, if I had to guess, just to, again, funnel more power into this Twitch.
Makeshift could be all right as well with these
Hmm.
3-star units having so much HP, but well, yeah, we'll have to take a look.
Yeah,
Some
I'd be
oh,
happy with a lot of these
Morelos,
options.
and it is Stan United picked up here. Completely correct on your part. I like
Yeah,
the Twitch items. Has the Celestial. We'll see
yeah.
if they can manage to pull off a bit of a win streak.
I think this is around what people consider optimal Twitch items for this comp.
Oh,
I've seen other variations here and there. Oh,
are you seeing that 2-star 5 cost unit on Zeal's
I
board?
think I just did. You want to just remind
With
everyone
the
what we're looking at right now?
We are looking at a
Ooh.
Kaisa 2 on Zeal's board
Well, you know what
in
they
stage
say.
4.
Yar har filthy D.
I mean, win streaking that long, having that much gold here, still 10 gold, level 8 with a Kaisa 2 here. Oh, this is not what Ray wanted to rotate into.
Yeah, does have the Morellos and the static shift. That's gonna be pretty nice for just getting multiple casts off on absolutely everyone here. Will be
Mhm.
rough. It seems like this fight might be a little closer than
Oh,
we expected, but still not gonna be enough for Frey to overcome, but will be just a sliver of health keeping them alive.
1 HP hangs in there actually. The Twitch was able to focus down the Kaisa, but it wasn't quick enough to deal with the rest of the board.
Yeah, definitely pretty scary to see. Is going to be swapping out the Janna in favor of getting in the different Fiora. Just again, getting her sort of in here, allowing us to enforce a couple of things. Maybe you can shut down that Twitch before it gets started. So that sounds pretty exciting to me.
For sure, and the Challenger 2 Challenger helps a lot with, Kai'Sa here. Not having the GA on Kai'Sa, a little bit rough, but QSS is definitely not a bad item.
Yeah, it is going to be able to prevent you from getting grabbed by a blitz, as we all know. It's pretty scary to see. It does hurt a little that we see the GA now on the bench as an option with no
Yeah,
ability to get these items off of the Kaisa. But hey, that's just how TFT works sometimes. You have so much gold, maybe you can rebuild her. I just wouldn't go that far, that crazy.
for sure. You win some, you Mort Dog some.
Yeah, I do see some pretty nice Jinx items on this bench right now. GA alongside the Runin's Hurricane is pretty nice to spread out damage for her, as maybe we're looking at a bit of a P.Va comp.
For sure. I agree with these two items here, the GA and the Runans. We'll see if there's a slam.
Yeah. Ooh, we do see the Zephyr coming in, blocking that Kaisa from having that initial early ult. So that is going to be pretty rough for Zelendario going against Purr's board right now.
For sure. It's a nice play, but Per is actually carrying an Ezreal too still.
Hey, I mean,
Hey.
obviously, it's good to have goals. It's good to have dreams. I would assume, would want to see that turn into something like Jittevators, like a Jace carry, something like that. But like we were talking
Mhm.
about before, Ezreal can sort of act without getting tired until the end of stage 4. But as we approach 5-2, that Ez is basically going to start falling off.
For sure. That's a gold collector Urgot we quickly saw as well.
Yeah.
Um, and I like this. The Tam Kench, kind of a little bit of an insurance policy here, feeding him up.
Yeah. It's just always a good thing when you get Tom Kench this early. Yes, you have less stats per feed right now because of the nerfs, but at the same time, though, it is still going to be absolutely phenomenal in terms of being able to have this, say, quote unquote, late game, late stage 5, Tom Kench with all this AP absolutely doing a wonder to your board. We did see Urgot 2 on this other one, but let's take a look at what Blasnovac is currently hitting here. At least I would
Mm.
say that, but it looks like they're going down pretty quick.
Yep, the Jace gets eaten, taken out of the fight. We'll see if Kaisa can do the work here.
Yeah, I may have spoken a little bit too soon, although Kaisa does have some phenomenal power with these rockets. A GA Kaisa would have survived that just really quickly. Just important to note, as painful as it is. But yeah, no, decent board still around.
The issue here is the Kaisa needs to scale, and it seems the rest of his board isn't upgraded enough. Oh, and Chewy hitting the Urgot 2 with the gold collector, not enough.
Yeah. Gonna be going down to 9. That's gotta be something that's pretty nice for Frey, though. Again, still hanging on at the 1 health. It seems like being able to hit this Twitch, being able to hit these other free-star units, has been able to stabilize them just enough to sort of cling on a little bit longer.
For sure. Getting a sixth here is amazing, going from flashing the menu.
Yeah, certainly does hurt a little bit no matter which way it is sliced. We also have that classic Zephyr Blitzcrank being able to completely ignore the target dummy and go right into the tasty, tasty Zillion. So that certainly does
Yeah,
hurt a little bit, but fortunately, the carry is going to be this Twitch, absolutely mopping up Purr's board.
for sure. And looks like Per with the Singed and the Ezreal um, was kind of blocking Tactical God a little bit here, contesting the reroll comp, which probably is the reason why it costed so much gold.
Yeah, Tactile God is not going to be first pick on this carousel. I personally would like the Shroud. It looks like they would as well, just to, again, further be able to punch down and try to keep things going. We've already talked about how
Mhm.
assassins require you to scout a little bit more. Being able to get an item that rewards you for that scouting should be very beneficial.
Yep, exactly. And like one life here, he sees like Artem has 11 HP. That's potentially one life as well. A Shroud or a
Mm.
Zephyr at the carousel could be a difference in placement, which is huge.
Yeah, especially as you're currently at a position where you can pretty safely cheese it. You can put this on basically any a unit on any point here, just because Twitch is the only thing you truly care about in this composition. I would guess it's going to
Mhm.
end on either the Camille or the Ezreal, just because that's where the socialite hex is, and you want to try to get the largest cluster of units possible. But that Kaisa
Yep,
also makes a tempting target.
for sure. Shutting down Kai'Sa early makes her, not stack
Oh,
up as fast, her rockets, right? Oh,
yeah,
and
holding
it's
on to
onto
it
the
does
sniper
work.
cluster. Yep.
Yeah, this is why you cheese as much as possible, and Triss may get one ulti off, but
Ooh,
Twitch gets a slightly stronger one.
yeah, jumps onto the Tristana here and is able to beat this level 9 board.
I like centering the Twitch just personally because I feel
Mhm.
like a lot of TFT players instinctively hug a corner. And so as a result, if you're not quite sure which way you're going, you could end up in these awkward situations where you might miss scout and all of a sudden you are hitting a corner with the entire pack of the enemy's units. So that
Yeah,
never feels very good at all. But going into center, taking advantage of the fact that Twitch is a ranged unit really does mean that you're able to have the best of both worlds.
for sure. One of those units, one of those assassins that are really good in the center, something like an Akali, an Echo,
Mm.
and a Twitch, they do really well there.
Yeah. Well, Echo, I feel like is just fine absolutely anywhere just because his ulti isn't positioning dependent. It's just going to go for the largest cluster of units possible. So he can really go wherever. This Shroud, though, is an unfortunate whiff. It will be nice in the fact that it hits the Oriana, so there's not going to be a huge bit of displacement, but I'm pretty sure
Okay.
that was meant for the Seraphine.
For sure. The scrap on Ezreal is a high roll into a Zephyr.
Hmm.
Might be able to get another placement here.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty rough. Ooh, Fiora does
Oh,
hashtag just Fiora
oh,
things a little bit too hard. Zillion's going to throw the bomb, but the BT healing
oh
might be too
no.
much. Tactical God will go down, but Per has already gone down, and I think this is going to be a very slight top four.
It
Ooh,
oh wow,
you got
managed
to
to
feel
scrape out a
good.
top four.
You got to feel good about that because my goodness, going from, as you said, flashing the surrender button, probably incredibly tilted, to being able to claim a spot in the top four, that is incredible.
Yeah, that has got to be a huge relief there. Very well played. It was a lot of positioning, a lot of effort to get there.
Definitely, definitely, definitely. The thing that is probably going to hurt though for Per, especially, is because remember they were in the lead. They are now finishing in fifth with Skip still alive. Granted, Skip at this stage is more likely than not to finish third, just based on the health totals of everyone else in this lobby. However,
Mhm.
that does mean that Per is going to be losing that first place spot.
Right. Skip was actually kind of hard countered by Tactical God there.
Hmm.
The sniper comps are, struggle quite a bit against assassins. We'll have to see how they manage against the Fiora and the Urgot comp.
Yeah, Zeldario just doing a bit of scouting, trying to make sure that Fiora and Jinx are both in a safe enough position. It looks like they're going to be watching though. Skip and Blasmac just have one little fight.
Ooh.
It
Oh, the
seems like,
Kai'Sa.
yeah,
The
I gotta
Kai'Sa
say,
gets shot down.
usually I feel very awkward about having this full backline of all of these different long range units. It feels a little bit hectic. All that said, though, worked out great. Sniper Triss still does hashtag Sniper Triss things, and then you have all the extra support. Ooh, I
Yep.
like this too, really quickly.
Okay,
Recognizing you're not going to hit the Jinx 2, instead switching things up the second you find the Urgot.
for sure. And great items on Urgot, right? Got the GA, the
Definitely.
Hurricane.
Yeah,
I,
I don't even mind the spear. It's an extra sword and a little bit faster to the first cast. So, granted,
Mhm.
not as good as that blue buff, I have to say. Still is at least a decent option here.
For sure. It's definitely the right choice at 22 HP. And Skip here might actually have a chance because, like I said, his counters are gone. This Trist is
Yeah.
able to go to town.
Yeah, it seems like Zelenario is going to be going down pretty dang low, if not dead at this stage. Yeah, 7 health remaining. Skip is sitting pretty at the stage. Oh, 3 health, excuse me. The game had to do a quick bit of recalculation there to figure out where things exactly was going to end up.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good for Skip. They've found all their 1 and 2 cost Yordles. They're getting three. Yeah. So, oh, there's actually sold the the
Hmm.
Ziggs there. Sorry. Actually getting some econ still from the Yordles. Looking pretty.
Yeah, trying to just get these last little bits of scouting and positioning changes in, trying to see if they can avoid the shroud, make sure that Kaisa gets off a really strong cast right here. I think this is everything that Selenario can really do at this point, especially when they're going off against Blasnabach.
For sure. Dodges the Zephyr. Mundo gets enforced, but it might be enough here.
Yeah, we will have one final hurrah from the Fiora that does great stuff, but Urgot can still cast through the Death State. And hey, wait a second. It seems like we still have all 3 players alive.
That is beautiful. All three players get a chance to look at the carousel, and it's basically anyone's game for second here.
Yeah, lots of interesting options here. Skip has decided to go for the Warmogs just to have a little bit more innate tankiness for their board. Health is just a great thing to sort of play around with.
For sure.
Meanwhile, it looks like you are going to have the Thieves' Gloves. Could be a little bit weird in case the roll is bad, but hey, giving it to Fiora, as we talked about, she can make use of a lot of things. This, though, probably not the best.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky on the roll here. Uh, Alternatively, they could have kind of cycled the TG for like a Zephyr or a Shroud,
Mm.
but putting it on the Fiora is definitely a great choice as well.
I also don't really know where they could have safely cycled it, just because, again, like, you don't have too many extra units right now. Every unit you try to sell or do something fancy with is very precious.
For sure.
Yeah.
And this is the fight for second.
Yeah, Tom was able to eat the Brahms that was able to sort of delay that initial Vault Breaker proc. Unfortunately, though, it still does come for Urgot. He will be able to get a few shots in, more
Oh,
shots in. Looks like that
wait,
is going to be a win here. Oh my
both players
goodness.
survived. Both players actually survived. This is a fight for first now.
Yeah, all these players, 10, 5, and 3, are hanging on for dear life right now. Skip hitting the Yumi too. That could be a huge difference maker at this stage of the game.
This is an amazingly close lobby all of a sudden. Blaz, who was kind of just chilling at the top, is now sweating.
I mean, this is what happens. We talk about how having an early game health pool transition into late game is good. You are able to make mistakes. Unfortunately, though, these other boards are looking pretty capped. So now, however, the health tool comes in. We have Skip and Zelendario fighting
Ooh,
each other, something that I am sure Blasnamak was looking for a while. It's a little bit too late, though.
exactly. It was a devastating shroud onto Zeal's board.
Ooh, and yeah, Kaisa keeps doing exactly what Kaisa does.
Ooh.
Blastabak does manage to win, so it looks like they are able to still secure for themselves a top two as Skip goes down.
Wow, what a close lobby. Skip was really rooting for Skip there. Looked like they were
Yeah.
gonna go third many rounds ago.
Yeah, this has been absolutely absurd. Tom Kench, who has been starving a little bit, is now finally given a little bit to eat. He has, however, had to worry about, a few austerity measures going around. Hasn't exactly been enough gold to go into the lavish food and party budget that Tom is usually acquainted with. I do like the redemption pickup here. It's going to be good for a lot of different AoE damage sources, which, always just going to be useful thing to have, even beyond that healing that it does
Mhm.
provide.
Yeah, for sure. Double Redemption Mundo is very good. You can also try hedging your bets and splitting it up between Zac and Mundo.
Indeed, indeed,
We'll
indeed.
see. We could see some love for Tam Kench here.
Yeah, looks
Please
like
feed our hungry boy.
you see, Colossi are very nice because, like, they take up 2 unit slots, so Tom Kench is even fuller than usual, you know?
Definitely.
Yeah, all very nice to see. Again, free Socialite on the Fiora will be quite scary. It's a pretty reliable comp, if I may say, though. So, just because, again, she becomes a 6-item carry at that stage.
Mhm. This is our last fight. We'll have to see kind of nail-biting action here. It's been very, very close fights all throughout for the top 3 spots.
Yeah, it looks like we did get to see the Yumi have a good amount of disruption, was able to make sure that Urgot wasn't able to do all that much. But even then, Fiora, try as she might, it's her and Jace against the world.
Oh? She can 1v9 here for
She
sure.
can, she can, she can. She
And
does!
passed? Oh! What a fight.
This is what happens when you have a unit that, without warning, blink of an eye, can just teleport behind you, nothing personnel, kid, and absolutely destroy you.
I can't believe that. And
I
Zeal
mean,
also probably in disbelief. I saw him pinging the enemy missing sign there.
yeah,
My
everything just
goodness.
seemed to go so long because I think we were expecting this fight to wrap up like 3 or so rounds ago. Like it seemed to keep going on and on and on. And that just was a result of all these players being able to go through everything they needed to hang on, get those last couple of points as this game went through.
What an amazing fight. Those kind of pop off moments there where you're not expecting it, but Fiora turns it around and goes 1v9. It's just amazing to see.
Yeah, points are still being tabulated, so we don't quite know where things are. Oh, look at that. The producer
Nice.
made me a liar immediately. Skip is now in number 1 position, has trade off with Per, who is actually still in second at 19 points. Unfortunately for them, though, the gap is closing, as we like to say. Blasnovac
Mhm.
has made it into third with 18 and Frey at 15.
Yeah, Blastovac with that wonderful showing there, hot on their trail. Three definitely still in this, and we're only halfway through. 3 games left to rack up points.
Yeah, still time for Proto. If they can get a couple of solid wins in there, it's possible. It might be time for some of those crazy first or eighth plays that we've been talking about. But for now, that's it. We're gonna take a quick break here. Players are gonna be able to figure out what their strategy is gonna be going into game four.
Yep, we'll be right back.
Hello there, everyone, and we are back here at Aegis Esports. I'm Bo Pro Trade Lamana. That's Dan FPO Park. We're watching 8 players from across the world compete for $1,500, and let me tell you, the games really do show that.
For sure. This is a good place to kind of take a break. We're halfway through and reflect on what we've been seeing. Especially would like to reflect on that last game there with the Fiora. Such an exciting ending.
Yeah, I know that after the cast yesterday, we were talking a little bit. We were like, "Huh, I feel like we've touched too much on Fiora. Like, there's been a lot of Fiora conversations, but it's not our fault. All these players just keep running Fiora and showcasing every situation or how she works in every single situation under the sun. So, like,
Yep,
don't blame us for that. We're just gonna keep talking about what these players are doing. They keep playing Fiora. That's what we're gonna keep talking about.
for sure. And we have the point standing listed under us as well. Skip and Purr, very strong showing today.
Yeah.
Blast catching up here, and Thray definitely not out of it.
Yeah, Blast certainly is a fan favorite. I see a lot of their supporters in the Twitch chat just going, Blast, Blast, Blast. And yes, it's exciting to see. And I'm happy to see that they've now officially closed this gap. They are in spitting distance of first place. Again, for these top 3 players, it's now just going to be about not necessarily winning their games, but finishing ahead of their opponents. And with that, we're going to look at the first carousel with Purr's perspective.
For sure. And you can't count out the players in the bot four. They are definitely looking to show up this game.
Yes, but again, they are going to need to make some pretty big first or eighth plays. So break out the mercenaries, give me some crazy Yordle econ shenanigans. Let's get going.
For sure. Graves picked up here. Chain is actually kind of an item that I really like picking up. I
Yeah,
know
we've
most
been
people don't really go for the defensive ones, but I do like a chain or a belt start.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about trying to prioritize like that bow just as an option to let you flex into multiple different AD compositions, but every single composition under the sun can make use out of a chain vest in some way, shape, or form. It is going to be phenomenal for your front line or even for your carry if you are so inclined to build a GA.
For sure. And the belt here as well. Two defensive items. We did see a little bit of a buff to Sunfire a while back, and it's a very, very good early game item. We'll
Yeah,
see if
it's
he
funny.
considers it.
Yeah, it's funny because in my opinion, I still feel a little bit awkward slamming Sunfire. Yes, it's always going to be quote unquote worse than Morello because of how easy it is to apply Morello. But there's also a
Mhm.
ton of augments that kind of make it irrelevant as well. Shrug it off deals and not shrug it off. Excuse me, I have that augment on the brain at this stage. There are the Sunfire board that does provide the same level of effect as well as weak spots. So here though, different augments at our disposal. Phony frontline, like we talked about before, very stable, very generic early option.
Yeah, versus Assassin or Runic Shield, definitely a lot easier to flex into. And we have seen
Ooh.
Per be very flexible.
We have, and they have also hit a very early echo, meaning that 4 scrap is on the table at this stage. And that's always, I'm not sure if you know this, absolutely crazy, just because of how much early item power you can get without committing to anything whatsoever.
Yes, very strong opener for a flex player indeed. And Ziggs could be the fourth, so I don't think he will be pre-leveling here.
Yeah, definitely. Level 3 is probably where they want to stay, at least until they've guaranteed it. Huh, I've never seen the Blitzcrank pull fail that way. He kind of like stopped at the dummy and then Blitz had to like waddle up in order to get a punch in. That's a little bit
Yeah.
weird. Don't think I've seen that before. Unfortunately, the faithful are not rewarded. Not a single Ziggs appears in this shop.
hmm Also gets another another vest here. We'll see if this might
Yeah.
be a Bramble Slam early on.
Yeah, I like the Bramble Slam. Again, it works great in a lot of different comps, and with all these AD threats running around, being able to resist forms of crit as well as just again all that early damage is going to be really quite nice. It is going to be the Bramble Slam that's going to be great for the scrap shield value. While meanwhile, the prayer is for Morello.
Ooh,
It becomes a Zeke's though, which is just as good.
for sure here. Against a Morello TF though, we'll see if we can kill some units.
Yeah, it looks like at least one unit, maybe two, will be killed. But as we kind of said, like Twisted Fate has been the premier Morello holder for the entirety of set six. So as a result, it takes a little bit more than a Morello nerf to really shut him down.
For sure. Does get the Ziggs in the shop. Has a Tristana Lulu for the Yordles if he wants to pivot into that.
Yeah, I don't quite think we are going to see the level at this stage, though. We already see one loss coming in from Purse, so they probably want to try to keep that loss streak going to get a bit of an economic streak going. And on top of that, too, they have also slammed a full item in the form of that Bramble Vest, which means that you're not going to get as much scrap value as we were talking about before.
Oh, I do like the Camille too here.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty nice pickup. Again, it doesn't matter what's on the left side of your screen right now. Of course, you care about getting as many silver, bronze, gold synergies as possible. But right now, stage 2 2, you just want strong units, and Camille is certainly one of those.
Yeah. We have the target dummies fighting each other and the bank plank.
Yeah, I like to see it. It looks like Gangplank is going to struggle a little bit economically, unfortunately. It doesn't seem like Parley is going to be getting any good shots here. Yeah, not exactly what you want to see. This last Blitz one? Yes, it will.
Close, yep.
One gold. Absolutely worth.
Worth a lot in the early game. You do like to
Yes.
see target dummies on the opposing player's board if you're going for a GP, as those are
Well,
just additional chances for gold.
same thing with Gold Collector or two, if you are able to pick up the Orn Armory as well. Certainly, I do like the idea of putting in Yordles here, just try to get a little bit more economy going. However,
Mhm.
considering how you're not going to be doing that, I really actually would prefer to see the Darius being slotted in, just because Poppy is a bit weaker due to the fact that she is a Yordle and is able to print more Poppies fairly easily. So,
Right.
because you're not running the Yordle, I think I would have preferred to see Darius,
That
especially because of
does
how he interacts with Blitzcrank.
yeah, that definitely makes sense here. Um, is considering I think they are considering running Poppy though for Yordles. We do know that Per likes to run Yordles here,
Mhm.
so maybe that just didn't cross their mind to run Darius.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. And I agree. Like, it's important to get the economy rolling to try to get to those late game boards that Per has been phenomenal at piloting. The problem, though, is again, you're not there just yet. You're not going to be sacrificing your entire board to get free Yordles in at this point. And as a result of that, just kind of put it in because it's what you want to do in the future and not what you can do now, which is always a bit of a struggle for TFT players.
Grabbing the rod here, that's Morello on the Echo.
Yeah, pretty nice pickup. Again, we're not going to see that wide scrap that we were talking about before. Instead, it's going to be hyper focused on these two units.
Yeah, that guaranteeing the Morello here, I think is definitely worth foregoing the extra item from
Mhm.
scrap. I think it's a good choice here by Per.
The one downside, though, is that again, you're building utility first. Yes, it means you can try to get into whatever comp you want in the late game. The problem is that your carry probably not going to be built best in slot. That said, though, we're going to switch things over to Frey, who is running an Imperial board.
Early Imperial, which is kind of nice here. You don't always get the Samira. Has two tiers on the bench.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that goes. Like, I do think I want to see just the blue buff slam here, just to get the tiers out of here. And it looks like
Yep.
that will be the case. We could see more of this blue buff Samira in action that we were talking a little bit about last game.
Oh yeah, I do love the blue buff Samira, and looks like Threy knows as well. You can see
Yeah,
the damage really coming through here as the armor is just being shredded over and over again.
yeah, it's basically an instant cast after instant cast, and that is going to be able to pretty much guarantee that she is going to maintain her stranglehold as the Imperial Tyrant.
Right, and we see Tactical God here, the only one streaking. A little different
Indeed,
from
they
their
are.
last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they definitely need at this stage. Like, when you will go through such a rough bout as they did, granted, they were able to sort of take things back here and there. Still, though, they
Mhm.
really want to wash it all off with this game.
Yeah, and Tactical God is actually someone that's really comfortable playing with the loss streak. Um, I don't know if they prefer that, but we'll have to see what they do with the win streak here.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we did see quite often yesterday, where we'd see them lose early for carousel priority in order to go for some pretty crazy stuff. Here comes Skip trying to get things going with their Ezreal scrap comp.
Skip's board looking quite strong.
Yeah, definitely is at this stage. Like, I don't really think there's much that Samira 1 is going to be able to do in the face of all of these. Oh,
Oh,
I
the
speak way
Swain
too
though.
soon. Yeah, Swain does absolutely a ton of work. It is still going to be lost. The death of
Oh,
Mr. 100 just before Krugs always hurts immensely. That said,
mhm.
though, that is still going to be a pretty nice board that is eventually going to come after Skip.
Yeah, very close there. The Swain one doing so much work.
Yeah, curious to see what these Krugs are going to provide, if they're going to get any more AD items that could potentially carry the Samira even harder.
Mhm. Looking to get in 4 challengers potentially at level 6.
Yeah, certainly seems like a fairly valid option. I do think they might want to look for something just to try to keep things going in the meantime, though. Ooh, I like the Reforger here at this stage.
Yeah, definitely helps a lot. Might consider reforging the Sunfire later on in the game, maybe
Exactly.
even the blue buff. We see here
Yeah,
that these 3 items are very generic. He does not have to stick with Imperials or Challengers at all.
yeah, this really does open things really up. This is what I was talking about, by the way. I do want to see something that's going to be a little bit more powerful in the now as opposed to just throwing in a random Warwick. It is
Mhm.
a little bit of a rougher spot, I think, just because it is susceptible to assassination, but scouting should be able to dispel any fears like that.
Yeah, exactly. This back row, 3rd from the right spot is really good for Jhin, I feel.
Hmm.
You can't even get Zephyr Blitz.
Yeah, don't have to worry about giving him a QS, although it feels like he does perform pretty nicely with them given the right itemization or situation. But yeah, no, definitely. That is something that I think we should watch a lot of these players with. I also think it's good for likes of Seraphine as well, which remember, we still have Freestar Seraphine. I want to see one more.
We rotated into a GP2 here on Ardem's board.
Yep, exactly what you want to see. Again, we talked about this briefly. GP has been buffed to the point where reroll is possible. If we actually do see that, I think is another story entirely, but I can still dream.
Ardem seems to be running that mercenary win streak board that we were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we all talk about how great it is to get those nice little loss streaks, huge payouts. But again, Win Streak Mercenaries, even the 3-piece version instead of the five, is still capable of getting you good amounts of gold just as you go on. So, still is going to be pretty nice to see. Proto is now going to be our perspective. They are going to be stacking this Trundle early on. Again, a really good item holder.
Right, 4 Bruiser Trundle, 2 in stage 3-2 is nothing to scoff at here.
Ooh, and they even get good scrap luck here, getting the Quicksilver from that MR. So, all in all, that is going to be pretty useful, and it's got to make Proto feel pretty good as they go through these fights.
At the Oh, the sniper. The Caitlyn not able to take the Trundle down. And
Yeah.
51 gold here. Level 6, doing quite well.
Yeah, and this is all a very important game for Proto. They are currently way in the back here in this lobby, so they need to start making big moves. Knife's Edge, I feel like, is a pretty exciting one. Yes, we did see Shrug it off. Yes, it was proven it is a phenomenal augment choice in the last game. Do not at me, I am right. Regardless of all of that, though, I do think Knife's Edge is going to be pretty good if we do see the pivot towards the Fiora, which honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Proto at least considers it because they've finished low each and every lobby so far. And the thing that they've seen consistently win is that Fiora. So
Mm,
trying to pressure it could be a way forward for them.
right. And early on, Fiora 1 could be it's one of those champs that, can eliminate a unit really quick, right? So you don't
Mhm.
take losses. You don't take as big of losses there.
Heck, later on, it can also eliminate a unit pretty quick too. Like this is
Entire
a very
boards.
entire board, 1v9, doesn't matter. Fiora versus the world.
Exactly.
Man, I really
I
I
did
really
wanna
hope
see Shrug It Off a little more here, but I
I
do
I
like
I
the Knife's
sold you
Edge.
on it. You're happy with it. You like it? It's a really fun augment. I've enjoyed being able to play it now that it has been moved back down to the silver tier, which honestly I think it belongs. Zelendario here looks like they picked up the Ascension, so that's a pretty scary augment just in terms of being able to carry something like an Ezreal or just like innovators in general, just because they usually last so long because of the innovation. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised if a Genovators is in our future.
right. And there's a bit of synergy there with the Duet, which gives 400 HP to
Hmm.
2 units, just making your board last a little bit longer there.
You see, like I like remembering the good old days where Duet gave you 500 HP, like any good denomination should, I suppose. But hey,
Mhm.
400, it was nerfed. It needed it most certainly. So curious to see just how that does flow. But for now, it is going to be time for the carousel. Proto has
Yep.
picked up the bow, which again, that seems pretty Jin to me.
It definitely could be. Also, I think the biggest nerf to Duet was a bug fix, but I won't
Yeah.
talk about that too much.
Yeah, we'll touch on that if a point where the bug actually would have mattered does come up, but yeah, we'll have to see.
As a pair of Leonas here, the bodyguards on the bench, little less valuable having all the brawlers here. But now
Yeah, I
it's just going to
do.
be a tanky front line.
Yeah, I do like the level at that stage just because you are able to get the Brahmin sooner rather than later. Try to see if you can break that little blip in your scores of that one loss.
And still having 30 gold here, can't complain. Going level 7, a little bit lower on the HP, so it does make sense.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how this goes. Again, I feel like some of this could be very dependent on just where the Trundle rolls in terms of its third item with that MR. But I also feel like the Braum insurance policy is quite nice.
Yeah, I really like it with Knife's Edge, just stacking front line like this. They all hit a little bit hard and they all have so much survivability.
Yeah, it seems like for now, this is just going to be, again, a few tiny little rolls here and there. You don't need to make any big moves at this stage. I certainly like also having these CC threats here to help support this Trundle. We already talked about the Braum. I also love the Enforcer, just try to shut some larger threats down before they can really get going.
Mhm. I wonder what's going through their head here with the
Ooh,
oh, okay. They
I, I
wanted
like
to
I like
front line.
everything
Yeah.
that's happening right here. Putting the Blitzcrank next to Trundle means that whatever Blitz pulls, Trundle is going to immediately start whacking. On top of that, too, making sure that it's going to be so close to the Braum means that Braum is going to get a really nice ulti off that should include whatever unit that's pulled. So that's a phenomenal amount of chain CC.
Yeah, you want that Braum to just ult as fast as possible. The more units that are focusing it, the faster it ults.
Yeah, indeed. It's kind of the same principle that we saw people go through. Sorry to bring back another blast from the past, but remember when everyone's frontline tank Ari or whatever all the way back in Fates? I certainly do, and I still have night terrors about it.
We saw a game yesterday. I forget who it was exactly, but they frontlined the Victor too to get the early cast off and
Yes, they did.
actually
Yeah,
ended up winning them the game.
absolutely ridiculous stuff. We are going to move back to Per's perspective, and for now, we'll just have to see where things go.
It is quite interesting here. Has the random Yone in. 3 bows. I see Per recoiling a little bit in his chair.
Hey, I mean, like when the game really wants to go challenger, it has interesting ways of telling you.
Mhm.
But again,
Yeah.
like something to note is that that seems like there's a lot of
Oh,
challengers sort of being looked for here. We do have
okay.
the Yone 2. That will be a pretty big difference maker as all this goes in. But
That's
yeah, it
nice
seems
to
like this
see.
is a very like I like the two here because it means that Per can breathe a sigh of relief. They don't have to worry about being contested because they already have the 2-star.
And I like the RFC slam here. You kinda had to slam something, and, it actually is a bit of a defensive item on Yone, which I really like.
Yeah, is usually able to keep him out of harm's way. Unfortunately, though, the Bam Boom Pop is able to take him down pretty quickly. That chain CC from syndicates can always hurt you pretty hard.
Yeah, I was about to say Purr's in a good spot, having a Yone 2 at level 7, 40 gold, but he's struggling quite a bit on the HP.
Yeah, is certainly a little scary to see. We've seen so many great games from Per that it could be time for them to start falling off. Playing 6 games back to back to back to back to back to back is absolutely terrifying on your mental. So we could start seeing some players slip.
Exactly. And you have to be kind of a little bit strong here. Really assess your opponent's boards and see if you keep rolling here or go for the level 8.
Yeah.
So
I
Yone too, not BIS, but can actually carry him through this stage.
I like the flex. Oh, by the way, we get to see the quick little question mark thing of like, hey, wait a second, how do you already get the Sione too? I do like the quick little flex to bring in the Leona, just because.
Mhm.
Oh, that is a double scrap shroud. That hurts a lot. Just
Yeah,
because that means that you are going to be getting a little bit more AD on the Sione just from the academy units. So as a
right.
result, that's going to make up for the fact that you're going a lot of bows. It looks like it won't
Mhm.
quite be enough this time around, but it should be another way to try to stabilize. But with
Yeah.
6 health, Per needs something sooner rather than later. It might have to be time to roll.
Yeah, there's just too much CC on Skip's board. Per was not able to deal with it.
Yeah, it looks like the game's going to start by giving them the smear too, but this is probably going to be a pretty intensive roll down if I had to guess. Oh, apparently I've guessed incorrectly unless there was a bit of a delay. There we go. A few more rolls. We really do need to see something like a Fiora 2 or just something else to try to stabilize this board.
Poor Challenger. Yeah,
That should
poor
be pretty
Challenger is
huge.
definitely a right play. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little bit sad to see the Jonin go away, but you still have that innate healing on Yone's spirit, so that does help things out just a little bit. Still, though, it's a little bit scary
Oh
to see.
no. This is a little bit dangerous in terms of
Braum,
positioning the Urgot.
yeah, Braum, though, will get a huge ulti off. Should be able to do once he comes out of CC lock. No, he
Oh
won't be able
no.
to because of being shifted around here, there, everywhere.
Okay.
Yone, however, is online, so that will be enough to keep her in the fight to see the carousel. But the third augment is still in question.
Oh man, yeah, that was quite a bit scary. It was if that was an Urgot too, it was focused right on the Yone immediately at the start of the fight. Would have been very
Yeah.
dangerous.
Like I said, Brahm's positioning there was excellent in order to disrupt the Urgot, but again, little
Mhm.
bits of CC here and there. And just, Brahm saw Poro, he naturally went to chase it. Like, that all hurts very much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Picks
glove
up
pickup is
picks up the
nice.
glove. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you sell the Zyra here to give excuse me, a Haj over to your Yone. What are you thinking?
Yeah, ideally you want the QSS on the Yone, you really want it, but I don't think you can greed for it at this point. I think the Hodge here is correct. Gives him a little more survivability, a little more damage.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a coin toss, but there will be healing no matter what on this Yone, so that is still important to remember. Heck, it might
Mhm.
even be just let's
Just
slam the
play it.
Yumi here,
Yeah.
which
Yep.
it is going to be a great amount of CC, and it is a 5 cost here at 4/5, so that is going to be a pretty big boom either way. So I think they should be feeling good, but I have to tell you, I would still be rolling quite a bit right now.
Yep.
Oh, rapid level
Viola, the
is
dummy.
just
Oh,
able to get it in at the last second. Unfortunately,
nice.
though, it is just going to be a second Leona. Isn't going to be able to be a fourth Academy to try to keep things going.
Yeah, and this is a Fiora too with 2 Giant Slayers. Very scary.
Yeah. Hey, this is what we were talking about, though. Remember, seeing all those Fioras has sort of pushed them to try it for themselves. It seems to be working out for them to stabilize. But this is horrendous for Per, who is now have to
Mhm.
figure out how they're going to climb their way out of this hole.
Yeah, goes 8th here. Very heartbreaking for Per. Very kind of good for the other players in the lobby
Yeah.
who are looking to catch up, close the gap.
Definitely, that will mean that like everyone like Proto is going to be able to try to find their way back in here. Lots of good options here. I like the second Knife's Edge, but Binary Airdrop is a lot of item power.
And they do have a magnetic remover here. Yep.
Ooh, that's perfect.
Getting really good value here for binary airdrop.
Yeah, that is amazingly done. And I'm actually just really quickly pulling up my notes just to try to see where some of these scores are once we have Per being eliminated here. But yeah, like completely agree. Skip and Blasnova have to be feeling pretty great after this. This should guarantee the both of them top two coming out of game four. And then, as
Mhm.
you said, everyone else, Proto, for example, should be very excited about the prospect of getting out of the bottom of this lobby.
Exactly. Oh, we do see the duet in action. Fourth and third row. Pretty
Yeah,
good
that is.
for sniper type
Yeah,
compositions.
remember the standard socialite hex is going to be that one in the back row. So that's the one that everyone else is going to have to go with. But for
Yep.
now, yeah, now we get to see how these last little gold augments are going to shape the way this sport is played.
Right. It's great for innovators too. We see a socialite bear along with
Mm.
the Ezreal.
Not to mention, look at the augment that was picked up by Zelendario. That is a shrug it off free, not shrug it off. Wow, that's gonna be makeshift armor free. So as a result of that, that is gonna be even better for the innovation. It means that Proto, while will still win, not gonna be as convincing as they want to at this stage.
Right. The Shojin from the binary airdrop roll is really good on the Fiora here.
Yeah. Again, I feel like some of these may come down to whatever is rolled on these binary airdrops, but however, you should get another few items here on the Raptors that should
Mhm.
allow you to try to get some extra value here on particularly that Kaisa that's currently just, hanging out with a sword.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's a point where you kind of just overwhelm your opponents with items, but when you're
Hmm.
only getting one or two items from binary airdrop, it is
Ooh.
very RNG dependent.
Well, let me tell you,
Yep.
GA, that's going to be a pretty nice pickup. I wouldn't even mind also going for the Bloodthirster here as well, just to try to get a little bit more on Kaisa going. But we'll have
Mhm.
to see what the final decisions are after this next roll down.
And rolling for the Yone and hits it.
Yeah, that is pretty exciting to see. I wonder what the sell is going to be. Probably is going to be giving up on the Samira, which it will.
Oh, okay.
And here's the struggle, I guess. Like, you want to try to fin the Sumi. Unfortunately, though, you don't really want to get rid of anything you have. The six challenger is going to be a huge power boost. And other than that, the bodyguards are doing so much CC work even without Yumi.
Right. I also wonder what they're thinking there, right? With the Fiora. Instead of holding on to the Samira pair, they hold on to
Mm,
a fourth Fiora. It could be maybe they're kind
that's a good
of
point.
trying to deny other people.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Proto, though, still going down to another binary airdrop player that also has Ascension. So that is, again, another combination of how crazy late game augments can really get.
Mhm. And we're seeing so many people taking Ascension here. Remember when it used to be
Oh,
75%, got
let's
nerfed to 65?
I've already spent so much time like bringing up horrible things in the past. I feel like you've earned that one, so you spent it quite well. Here's what I do
Yeah.
like though. I like going down to
Mhm.
four challenger, but allowing yourself to also put in four academy, just because it
Right.
feels like they've decided that Yone really is the difference maker in this composition right now.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit as well. The 6 Challenger's not as strong as it used to be, and 4 Academy here can make up for that.
Yeah, it will give Jin a ton of AD, and with the guaranteed Rune's Hurricane, it will be able to spread across multiple units in this backline really effectively. Not to mention the fact that you now have room for
Mm.
the Yumi, that extra bit of CC that I think Proto was really looking for.
Yep. The Bloodthirster there was also huge. We saw the shield kinda saving Yone a bit.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, we do see the Lux being replaced with the Katarina. I'm actually not too crazy about this. And it's not because of the reason why you think. It's not because we just saw a four cost unit replaced with a two cost. It's
Mhm.
because that Lux is really good assassin bait. Just because she's going to stand there, she's going to make it so that all of the different assassins aren't just going to walk back up to the front line and start hitting Yone.
Right.
Instead, you now have Katarina jumping into the backline, which I don't really feel like you need here. That's going to be a pretty scary Lux,
Mhm.
though.
Yep, I like this too, the Rabadon's JG combo here. You're actually making use of the multiplier. I think in terms of the cat here, Lux 1 is probably not gonna cast
Mm,
in Protoss comp. I think
true.
maybe Cat is gonna get like 1 or 2 stacks of the Academy off.
Yeah, I'm ooh, looks like oh, that was actually really big. We
Ooh,
got the one last thing up to prevent the Luxall from going through, but it's not gonna be enough. 7th
very
place
close.
here, not exactly what Proto was looking for. Chewy also goes down very low as well.
Yep, Chewy definitely in the danger zone. We do see oh, there's an innovator spat.
Oh, well, excuse me. That is pretty insane. Like, we actually haven't seen too many of them, I feel like, this weekend, which has been pretty nuts. Remember, the crazy thing about Innovator Spat and any Innovator Augment is the fact that it accelerates and ramps up the curve that you play Innovators at, because nothing's
Mm.
scarier than an early bear or, heck, a dragon.
Yeah, I think the scariest comp we've seen today is the dragon with the Seraphine 3 and a Jace 2.
I mean, there's a lot of pretty scary threats there. It kind of been hard to like narrow it down to one or two there, but heck, this is still looking pretty scary. Also agree, I feel like the Jewel Gauntlet combination with the Death Cap is going to be pretty huge. I actually wouldn't mind if that was a Giant Slayer instead. We see the components here on the Malzahar
Mhm.
and the Ziggs. However, it's a little bit hard to, of course, go back there, completely understand that. The only reason why I even talk about it is because we do see a lot of people playing Bramble Vest, and spell crit counts as crit. Can't
Yep.
gotta avoid that.
Yeah, exactly. Um, Bit of a late slam of the Zeroth. I'm sure
Hmm.
they would want to reposition Swain a little bit, but I really like that item in an Arcanist comp.
I do as well. It just does everything that Arcanists need, particularly prolong people from attacking either Lux or Victor. So it's just a great thing to have. Heck, Victor even gets one more cast. Didn't see him in the corner there now, did you? But unfortunately,
Mm.
Syra gets the last laugh.
Very close fight.
Yeah, a
And the
little bit.
Ziggs frontline. Is that a runic shield?
I think yes, I believe it is. On top of that, too, I've heard many a player talk about how Ziggs isn't really worth all that much. Just honestly, it's sad to see. However, I kind of feel like the reason why people frontline him is not necessarily because you want to see Ziggs die as quickly as possible, but also because that builds up the mana and you get like a one cost RE Spirit Bomb effectively. And hopefully
Right.
early on in the fight, you're not going to see too many units moving around. So again, it's a game of trying to figure out how to get everything to flow nicely.
Yeah, exactly. And the Ziggs will definitely hit a target if he's frontlined. That's a
Hmm.
really big thing.
Yeah, there it looks like that Genovators that we were
Ooh.
talking about from Skip still running that
Chip.
double Zeeks,
Oh
but
no.
getting eliminated this early is going to hurt them quite a bit. Just because, again, they are looking to try to see how they can go super high. Chewy, though, goes down even lower. So Skip spared from a bottom three, but can't quite crack the top four.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate here. Skip and Chewy going bot 4.
Yeah. Do like the static shiv pickup here. Again, it hurts because it's a little bit late, but because you are running this Arcanist comp, getting that MR shred is going to be useful no matter which stage of the game that you're in. Arden, by the way, also going pretty big here. That was the player that's running the combination of Ascension as well as the emergency airdrop augment that gets you even more items.
Yeah, and really like seeing Artem doing well here. Really like seeing Tactical Godfrey with the Arcanist comp top 4.
Definitely. Like we already talked about how Proto was working as hard as they were to try to get out of the hole that they're in. Artem is right along there with them. I think they're currently only 1 point above Proto. However, if they can keep this going in the top four, they're going to be far, far above at any rate. I do also like again putting the static shiv on the Victor. Oh,
There
wait
we
a
go.
second. There's
There
the
we go.
Got free. I saw you giggle. I was like, what are you laughing about? I'm just talking about a static shiv on Victor. It gives you more mana, but heck, Urgot Free is a very scary unit, just generally.
Yep, and with the buff to the 3-star Urgot, we should just see him mowing enemies down.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't read the patch notes, instead of being a 5 second ulti, it's now 10. So he can really get the full effect off of that crazy high attack speed damage. And here we are again. Blastomak actually goes down, as does Zelendario. So we are already our top two. We've gone from a very long, drawn out game last game in game three to a very quick shutdown to the top two in game four.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've been seeing two people getting knocked out every round for the last 2 rounds. So down
Yeah,
to the top 2 here, and it's an Urgot 3.
Yeah, that's definitely very scary. On top of that, too, like This is, again, two players that we haven't seen perform as well. Artem, like we said, has been in the bottom four very consistently through here. Tactile God has tried to make these punches up, but just hasn't had the magic today. This could be them recapturing some of what they had in the semifinals yesterday. We'll have to see just how it goes. But again, this
Ooh,
Urgot is quite the force to reckon with.
yeah, and I think that's the game.
Yeah, that was a very quick turnaround. Again, like I'm kind of surprised that we go really long to really short, but hey, that's just how TFT goes every now and then.
That Urgot 3, we saw 8 Urgots on the bench and just the mad rolling down. Knew it was just a matter of time.
Yeah, like we were talking about that too, as you sort of mentioned before the tournament even started. Just like, ooh, let's look at all the patch changes. Pretty cool how now Urgot free is worth it, but it's a 4 star, it's a 3 star forecast. We're probably not going to talk about that. There you go.
Right, and such a contested, uh, champion, right? A lot of people are playing Urgot this tournament all throughout, so it's kinda crazy to see
Yeah,
an Urgot 3 in game.
it's not just that it's like an AD unit, it's also that's a reliable AD composition as well. Like we commonly see new players encouraged to play Urgot just to try to get those easy top fours, learn how to play the game, all that kind of stuff. So as a result of that, it kind of is surprising to see only one player manage to get that Urgot free when it's usually, as you said, very contested. Here, though, we finally get to learn what the scores are, and it's pretty much the story that we were talking about earlier on. It's now just Skip and Blastovac in the top two. Actually, excuse me, tied for first place now.
Oh, yeah, followed closely behind by Threy and Per. Actually a huge win for Artem, bringing them
Yeah,
back up to 5th.
Yeah, Artem has jumped up 2 positions there and is now in contention for the top four. Per should be concerned though, because again, they were in a very close contention for the top three. That eighth place could have hurt things dramatically. They are now going to be really trying to beat Skip and Blasnovak as much as they can. Real quick thing I should mention, because I don't believe I did earlier on in the day, is our tiebreaker rules. So again, this won't
Mm.
come into play until we played all 6 games, so don't worry about this just yet. But in the event of a tie in points, it goes number of first places, followed by the number of second to third to fourth to fifth, over and over until we somehow have a winner. And I believe eventually somewhere in there we might have a one-on-one ARAM sort of battle. But again, like that's if we get there, I'm pretty sure we just sort of got to shut the doors at that point because that's a little bit crazy. But regardless of all of that, we're going to take a quick break, rest our voices, let the players recalibrate their strategies. We'll be back for game five.
Right, see you guys soon.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the Aegis Esports TFT Invitational. I'm Bo Pro Trey Lamana. That's Dan FPO Park. We still got 2 more games of TFT to play, and there's a lot of things that can happen in 2 games.
Oh, it looks like we're loading right in. A lot of gloves, a lot of tears.
Yeah, that's certainly something that causes a lot of tears, I have to feel, especially in a lobby that's so lopsided against AP. And as we kind of see, Rod's the only thing that stays.
We're starting off with Tactical Godfrey's perspective over here. A tier on the TF. Not a
Yeah, there
bad
you go.
pickup in my opinion.
I think that's probably one of the best pickups of anything on that board. Like when we talk about like top tier carousel picks, I feel like we always sort of fall back on the Ezreal with Bow. But that's just
Mhm.
because again, I feel like this entire set has been more biased towards AD compositions just because I feel like the AP ones haven't been as rewarding. There's your boy.
Oh boy, Ding Donger making an early appearance here.
And I mean, hey, you've heard me talk about it once or twice. When I see this, the first thing I think is, ooh, I can run Innovator Yordle start. So
Mhm.
curious to see if that's going to be where Frey is looking to go.
There's 3 rats in the shop, Proto.
Oh,
We do know that Threy came off a game where he struggled a lot with Twitch reroll. Might have a little bit of PTSD from that, but would you
yeah. I
pick
mean,
up? Oh,
oh, well,
oh, never
okay,
mind.
all the economy options are sort of flowing in right now. You
Hmm.
definitely tried. Yeah, we see it too, Frey. Don't worry. We're also very excited about this. High odds Fleelawi. There's a portable forge. Who
Okay.
knows what's going on? What do we got? What do we got? Ooh,
Ooh.
I could go for an Infinity Force Gangplank. I don't know about you.
Yeah, like anybody can use this item. It's not a bad pickup at all.
Yeah, at this stage now, it's really just going to be looking for the Alawi, trying to get that last little bit of mercenary power here. Again, I might be hyping this up way too much. Mercenaries is still very high risk, high reward, but
Mhm.
those rewards are very high.
Yeah, we do see players, I think in general in this tournament, trying to avoid that full lost streak mercenaries build, but I think Thray would not shy away from that, especially if
Hey,
it's 2-1, 3 Merc.
you got 2 games left. You gotta start making moves. You gotta try to get those high point totals. Maybe you should go for something crazy.
Mhm. It's a gold start here. It's a really good thing that he picked up the portable forge.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, there isn't going to be any allowies. That's usually going to be pretty rough here, just to not start out with the mercenaries. So that's a little bit unfortunate. I
Yep.
will, like I said, want to see the Invade Force slammed on the GP. Do you think we'll see the tier slam, though?
Personally, I would play a Heimerdinger with the blue, but yep, definitely slams the slams the blue buff onto the GP, which is not bad.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, hey, it's the same thing that we were talking about with some of these other blue buff carries like the Samira. It really allows the gangplank to get a lot of ults off very quickly. We've all seen
Yep.
the YouTube clips where you have a mutant gangplank with blue buff just sit in the corner, just immediately firing off shots over and over again. It gets
Yeah,
pretty
and
nuts pretty fast.
we do see it paying off here. It's just more chances to farm gold. And gold early is worth a lot more than gold late.
Indeed, it is. Speaking of gold early, it looks like that is going to be a little bit of gold that is coming in over on the side of what is that? That Blastomax board? I'm sorry, they just sort of moved off to the side. Oh, excuse me,
Um,
that is Artem's board. I don't really know why the heck I thought it was Blastomax. He is part of the Pengu Society, which I greatly identify with, and thank you so much to see that. Regardless of any of that, though, that is going to be
Illaoi.
absolutely crazy. There we go.
Illaoi in the shop.
Is it going to be the pickup here, though? We already have a win. It could be a little bit risky to go deeper into the Alawi.
Levels for it.
Heck, I mean, I like it. You recognize the
Mhm.
fact that you're probably going to still go for wins at this stage. You have a lot of power on your gangplank on his own. I feel like
Yep.
just trying to get in that extra power to offset getting weaker is going to
Yep.
be good.
Farming gold here, farming 1 or 2 gold off the chest every round, it could be huge.
Yeah, it looks like you'll maybe get one more. You will off the back
Mm.
of the Kog'Maw, so that will be quite nice. Tactile God probably wanted to try to maintain a few more wins, but hey, it's time to start the loss streak.
Yeah, I think in this position, he doesn't mind the loss here. Gets a level 5 Fiora. Wonder
We
if they'll, yeah,
yeah,
puts it in.
that seems like a pretty quick switch. We already saw what happens with an Infinity Force Fiora. I'd love to see that again, but that is getting way ahead of ourselves at this stage. Important thing to note too, that was 4 gold immediately put into that mercenary chest. That is again really nice bonuses coming out here just from one loss.
Yeah, and the thing with his border here is, like I mentioned, he doesn't care too much if he wins or loses.
Yeah, curious to see exactly how this goes. Definitely slotting in that early Fiora should make things more towards that win category, I think, than loss, or at the very least make
Mhm.
those losses much quicker. But at this stage, though,
Ooh.
this gangplank is printing bank, and now you're going to get an extra 4 gold out of that chest. So even though it's not going to be like that huge commit to the loss streak like we were talking about, and waffles are never really what you want to see, this is still
Mhm.
going to be a nice bit of gold in Tactical God's pocket.
Yeah, it's guaranteed income, and actually ping-ponging between win loss is fine when you have mercenaries.
Yeah, curious to see how this goes. Bray does have a little bit of a rough item lineup here on this carousel. Is going to be second to last pick. They aren't going to be like Zelendario and Skip currently competing at the Mr. 100 status.
Exactly. But they are doing really well in terms of economy. I think that GP has already farmed 3 gold, and they do
Mhm.
get a small cash out, like you mentioned.
Yeah, curious to see exactly what does come from that. Again, I think at this point it's just going to be trying to be pushing the econ points up until the Krugs. But yeah,
Mhm.
again, all feeling pretty good so far. And every high must come a low, so you only get 1 gold off that one, but it's fine.
Yep.
Switching over to Proto's perspective, I see a ton of traits.
Yep. I think we talked about this before too, but that's kind of power that's lost until you use it, right?
Mhm.
Everybody else has a gold augment here active, and Proto's just kind of sitting on this tome of traits.
It makes sense that they have, though. Remember, Toma traits at this stage really only activates properly when you have 5 units on your board. The problem, though, is that there isn't really a Yordle emblem. So as a
Mhm.
result of that, you're not going to get anything there. Maybe you want to try to greet it for something like Innovators, which I feel like is probably what most people who get Tome try to go for. But again, we'll have to see exactly what happens when they do decide to pull the trigger.
Right. And they just put 5 units on the board now, so maybe we'll see them use it in 2-6. It takes your board
Possibly.
from the previous round into account, so just because you put 5 units on the board, don't immediately use the Tomo traits.
Yeah. Still, though, I'm sort of still hesitant just because, again, I would want to try to get things going towards the comp that I'm going to play after I go Yordles because I don't want
Mhm.
to accidentally get something like an Arcanist spat here that I don't seem to be posturing towards. Then again,
Right.
it could also be the kick in the pants I need to make a firm decision about my composition, but still, it can be a little bit rough when you don't hit.
Yeah. This kinda heavy, slower scouting you see here is more, I believe, to count up the Yordles.
Sorry, really quickly there. Blastomat currently has Clear Mind as their augment, so that means that they're going to be
Mhm.
leveling very quickly, provided they don't have anything on their bench, which currently is clean.
Clear bench, clear mind.
Exactly. It looks like Proto is going to go for one more loss here in a perfect world, just try to make sure they can secure the full loss streak gold going into the Krugs. They would, however, want at least 1 or 2 units to take
Okay.
down with it. That was pretty nice getting the Shaco, but you know, Darius
Not
heals up to
bad.
full like it's nothing.
Not bad. 72 HP, 5 loss. Actually, really, really good. I would love to see them commit to Yordles here, um, but it's a very dangerous comp to play.
I feel like we don't see it enough, and I think we were also talking about this a little bit last night, sort of off stream, where we were like, "Huh, yeah, Yordle seems like something it can't really go post diamond, it feels like, just because it's so easy to shut down."
Mhm. Just such a hard comp to play. Really need to high roll at the beginning. Sells the Tristana pair. So
Yeah.
looks like we won't be seeing it. Probably a good
Yeah.
choice here.
It is the right choice, but as we like to say, we're not playing in this game. We don't have nearly as much of a stake. We're not playing for $1,500. So naturally, we're like, yeah, yeah, let's do the crazy stuff. That sounds like fun. But hey, these players have a more ultimate goal to shoot for.
Exactly. Those are the kind of things you want to think about here, especially in Protoss positioning. They really need to show up these next few games.
Indeed, they do. They might also be waiting for the next augment before they make a hard commit in which direction they want to go. But the thing that
Mhm.
I'm looking at right now is just the number of items they have, particularly item components. When
Yeah.
you have more than 4 item components, to me that usually says that you're behind the curve for a lot of other players. Usually you want to make sure you only have like 4 or so at a time. So this is pushing it, but it's okay. The Chalice Slam here is going to be versatile no matter what happens.
Mhm. You see, they're still kind of considering which items to make. It is pretty hard decision with these two gloves, chain, and a belt.
I mean, you could try to greed again for a Quicksilver just to try to get things going, or you can try to go for the Banshee's Claw just so that way you can. It is Banshee's Claw now. I know it was Trap Club. I forget what they
Yeah,
renamed to off the top of my head.
yeah, definitely Banshees.
Excellent,
Kind
excellent,
of trips
excellent.
me up
So
too.
yeah, always is freaks me out a little, but regardless of all that, like that could also be useful as well. But again, you build too much aura, you don't have that many pointy items at your disposal.
Yeah, there. I'm kind of wondering what the move here is. I do think they need to roll down. Their board is quite weak. Need to get some upgrades on the board here at 60 HP.
Yeah, I really think some form of direction needs to be found at this stage. They have a decent number of units on here, powerful ones too, like the Heimerdinger. But again, it's a 1-star army with the exception of the Ziggs, which really, do we count that as a 2-star unit? I don't even know. That a town can
Yeah.
easily shred through.
Without the items, it is looking a bit rough. It might be a
Ooh,
3-5 level to 7 to roll down.
Tarek wasn't able to take down one. Both Darius and Trundle survive with little fringes of health remaining. I think we need to see the tome used sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Here, Chewy's board here with the assassin spat. And Runon's IE is looking quite scary.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is going to be silver augments that come through. I think really at this stage you wanted something higher than that just to try to see if you can get a larger increase in power in your corner. It still
Mhm.
is going to be better than nothing. Target dummy should be able to delay things a little bit longer. Important thing to note before we go back, though, Skip has lost, so they are no longer Mr. 100, but Zelendario does.
That's quite a win streak here. Going into 8 wins. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Yes, indeed. Again, though, like we are talking about, we will have to see a commit sooner or later from Zelendario. Curious to see what option they do decide to go with.
Oh, okay. We
Oh,
get a
excuse
look
me.
here at
Sorry about that.
Zillion.
It meant Proto, and I saw the name. Excuse me. Let's take a look at what Mr. 100 is up to that get them to the stage. And what do you know? It's a bruiser heavy comp.
I like the double bruiser augment here. 6 bruiser early game is just so much HP.
I mean, we saw what 4 Bruiser did with Shrug It Off, and that was also pretty absurd last game. But yeah, no, having
Mm.
this level of health just gets pretty absurd pretty fast.
Oh, for sure. The 4 bruiser actually it enabled him to go level 8 and get a Kai'Sa too early, right?
Mhm.
So this lead, we'll see if it translates into something similar.
Hey, all they need now is a Shrug It Off, and I'm a happy man.
Just 3 dumbbells on the augment bench.
Yeah, get strong. Back to the carousel, though. Let's take a look at what options do befall our participants here. Zelendario, of course, not going to be able to pick anything as Mr. 100. You got to wait for everyone else to take whatever they want.
Yep. We do see Proto go for the rod. They did take a loss. I think it's a level to 7. I roll it down here for them. For Zeal,
Yes,
there's
that is
oh,
going to be.
actually, nice. Gets the cloak.
Yeah, that is going to be probably the best option they had. It did seem like they were posturing more towards that AP composition.
Yep. The Runons on Trundle with the BT. I'm liking this board quite a bit. Might even consider re-rolling for Trundle. Um, but we've seen them kind of like enjoy pushing levels a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I personally would like to see 1 or 2 more Trundles before I make a commit to go for Trundle reroll. But hey, I agree. It is very strong, but as we see,
There we go.
they like to press that lead. They want to be Mr. 100 as long as they can.
Yep, you're streaking, just push levels. Go to level 9.
Hey, it works out pretty great. Another thing too is that I do like this Echo as well, just because remember, Echo is also buffing the attack speed of all of these bruisers, particularly the Trundle, which is doing a lot of work as a carry here. So that's gonna further buff up the power of this board.
Exactly. It's such a great synergy, right? Bruisers, they're all melee units. They're just going to clump up and crowd around the enemy. And Echo's going to be able to ult into all of that.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, looking back to Frey, is that an Infinity Force Fiora? I've never seen that before.
Bringing back memories. Feels like just the other day that we saw one.
Yeah, it seems like selling the Gangplank was going to be the good move just to try to get things rolling a little bit sooner. I do like just having this quick little jaunt into Mercenaries to get a few options here. Being able to walk out with the gloves is phenomenal.
Yeah, and we can see how exactly how wealthy they are, right? Like level 7, 60 gold before wolves. That
Yeah,
mercenary has helped them really, really build up their econ.
it's hard to understate just how crazy Mercs can get.
Hmm. Just kind of using it as an econ tool instead of maybe hoping for like a crazy YouTuber cash out type of play.
Yeah, not everything needs to be a crazy YouTuber. Like, granted, we want to have these crazy, crazy plays that we can freak out over, but again, safer things for the players make significantly more sense.
Hmm. With this amount of gold, I do think we'll be seeing this Fiora upgraded soon.
Yeah, I completely agree. This should be a very quick level to 8 just to try to even get better odds for it, as well as eventually a transition deeper into challengers. They were able to get the challenger heart just to have a little bit more attack speed everywhere without committing as much unit wise. We'll have to see if that's going to be turned into a 6 or even an 8 challenger board.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. I'm thinking a little bit more about these items. They're I really, really like them. The Bloodthirster is always huge on Fiora, kind of guarantees she's gonna get the cast off. Obviously, Infinity Force is great, and Giant Slayer just kind of multiplies all of that damage.
It's also good too, considering who a lot of these opponents are. Like we've already talked about how one player in this lobby is going six bruisers, so that
6,
means
yep.
Giant Slayer's buff just becomes even more valuable. And I won't be surprised if we see more players trying to run it. And getting Shroud is just always delightful.
Yeah, exactly. That's the importance of scouting. See, like, the Braum 2s, see the 6 bruisers? You're definitely vying for a Giant Slayer.
Yeah, curious to see just how this does evolve. Cheesing the Shroud makes complete and total sense. I personally do not like it, but I can't lie. It's what you gotta do at this stage of the game.
Yep, you gotta cheese as much as you can, even in later stages of the game. I have seen a lot of pro players sell 2-star units just to cheese.
Hey, it's one of the biggest things that you can do. It's an amazing difference maker that being able to just fully control and prevent your opponent from just being able to move something at the last second.
Right. But the Shaco actually dropping the aggro of the Fiora,
Yeah,
able
it's
to take it
something
here.
something that Shaco is certainly known to do. His ability to drop aggro becomes very frustrating
Oh,
for, hey, what do you know?
one
Second roll,
roll.
level 8, doesn't matter. Fiora
Okay,
2. You
that
even get
was
to start playing
one
around
roll.
with the socialite hex as well. Now that you have found the Tarek, you really just need a Seraphine here, I think, to really get things rolling. And you don't even need to
Mhm.
go up to the free because of all the healing you get.
Yeah, I think Dre here was actually willing to roll down quite a bit. Um, but very, very happy to see the two
Ooh,
Fioras in the shop.
this might be enough to take Mr. 100 down at this level. We will have the Enforcer to prevent Fiora from getting started early, but now that she's
Mhm.
rolling, she might be able to get things going pretty
Oh
darn
yeah,
quick.
that should finally put an end to the streak here. Fiora counters the Bruiser comp.
Yeah, certainly sad to see the Mr. 100 go, and I'm sure Zelendario doesn't like that one bit, but I'm sure the rest of this lobby is breathing a sigh of relief.
Definitely. That might also be a sign for Zelandario to kind of change up his board, maybe push some levels and make more use of his lead.
Yeah. We are going to switch back to Proto's perspective here. Proto is currently on the verge of being eliminated. It looks like they have tried to turn things around into more of a AP focus build with the Heimerdinger Seraphine, but I gotta say, I don't like this Socialite Hex for this comp.
Mm. It's a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, it just doesn't sit well with me. I also really wish that we saw the Lulu one back just so that way we get the additional power. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. I got baited by the UI. It's Seraphine that's holding that.
Yeah, yeah. But it's such an awkward spot here. He is doing what he can by clumping all the units around Heimer, keeping him alive as long as possible. But with 1 HP, every fight is a risk.
Yeah, and I mean, all that being said, like this is still a very strong comp. It is capable of getting good shutdowns. The Yumi is phenomenal CC. But again, if you
Mm.
find something that this can't do well into, particularly AD compositions, Boar Enchantress isn't going to help you too much there. That could
Blue?
spell the end of Proto, who can only make one more mistake this game.
I do love his synergies though. All gold
Yeah.
everything and gets the blue buff on Heimer.
Yeah, it's certainly a fun board no matter which way it's sliced, but again, it is still something that's going to make you a little bit nervous going through the rest of this game.
Hmm.
Also, just
We
above them too, Per as well. This is not where they want to be after having such a strong showing early on. It could just be the marathon of this tournament.
Right. This is the fifth game. I think I'm kind of similar about 4 games in. Starts getting a little bit tiring, a little bit rough. So it is a battle of endurance as well.
Yeah, the mental game is something not often talked about in TFT just because, again, you can stop playing ranked whenever you want. Here, though, you're going to have at least one more game to go through following this one.
Exactly. And Proto here, we did see him struggle quite a bit deciding between going Yordles or more of an Enchanter Scholar comp like this. We'll see if that actually costs him the early eighth.
Yeah, the indecision could have be what deals them in, but again, there's so much healing, so much shielding, and so much damage from the Donger at this stage. It should be
Mhm.
enough to keep things going a little bit longer.
I'm always rooting for the Donger, you know me, especially a 3 Socialite Donger.
Heck, it's really scary. Again, the only thing I can fault here is that I feel like it should be a little bit further back. Hello,
Ooh.
Prismatic.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's not good.
This is, actually super exciting to see, but I think in Proto from Proto's perspective here, this is not really what you want, because some other boards could spike really hard off of this.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we just usually talk about where if you're running something, I don't know, like you get a mercenary soul off of prismatic, yes, that's good for now, but everything else just gonna spike even harder than that. So the fact that there wasn't a huge prismatic augment pickup here, just a couple of thieves gloves, well, that will still be
Mhm.
effective in terms of granting you more item power. As you said, some of these other players are gonna spike a lot harder.
Yeah, for example, we saw scouting over to Skip, the 2 Syndicate emblems, they're sitting at 6 Syndicates right now.
Yeah, having the two emblem means that they're going to be able to drop a unit like TF or Darius, likely TF, to make that composition even stronger. So that is going to be definitely scary to watch.
Mhm. Oh, 2 Academy spats are actually really good as well.
Yeah, I
And,
have to say,
Trundle too. I think we have a good chance here.
yeah, again, I think there's so much CC from the Yumi and the ball. You will have a bit of disruption from the Oriana, who loves to prey on all those clubbed comps. So it's not Proto's death just yet. They will continue to cling on, but certainly is something to be mindful of as we go through. Per, however, goes
Ooh,
very low, shares the one health with Ray. So Proto, excuse me. So
yeah.
that is going to be crazy.
Chewy also entered the danger zone that last fight.
Yeah, lots of players trying to get down into one life territory.
We have the 6 bodyguards stand behind me play here. Just insane amounts of armor on every single unit.
I gotta say, I love Stand Behind Me. It's one of those augments that I never see and is always overshadowed by other things. But my brain just gets so happy whenever I move my bodyguards around and I see the little hexagon graphics pop up to say, ooh, look at the units that are benefiting from this. It just makes me smile.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, right there.
And it did get a little bit of a buff, granting
Mhm.
not the same bodyguard, but a boosted bodyguard bonus on the units behind. The thing is, there are a couple AP players in this lobby, so we'll have to see who he rotates into.
Yeah, curious to see what the finale is going to be. It looks like there is going to be an effort to switch into playing a little bit of that Galio, but I don't really see much Clapio at our disposal.
Just seems like a disruptor frontline Galio here. We do love Clapio over at the caster's desk, but it doesn't look like it's going to be played.
Hey, I mean, it's fallen off so much at this point. I just feel like Riot just keeps nerfing it because it just feels bad when it's too good. So hurts to
Mhm.
see. I think there's still room for it in my heart, but at the very least, Chewy
Oh,
is going to be going down
Chewy is
before
out.
Per. That's going to be huge. We have to see what else happens. Oh my goodness, take a look over there. It seems like we're also going to see another player
Proto.
getting eliminated in the form of Proto. That is going to be incredibly rough.
That's 2 people out, and Per's actually able to secure 6th place from that.
Yeah, this is something that they desperately needed after that last eighth. They need to try to get into a position where they can get back into the territory that they were doing well in the previous day. Remember, I had previously talked about how they were great at the meat shot, trying to make sure they get into that third to fifth threshold. They opened the day strong with a first and a second. Now they need to go back to those roots to try to maintain things before it's too late. That is a
Mm.
three-star handshake, though, coming in from Dario, which I know Urgot loves.
Right, and Kaisa will have to do a lot of work here. Urgot against 6 bodyguards might not be enough. Oh, but the Morellos from Kaisa just shredding through.
Also, remember, this is not necessarily like your standard AD carry Urgot. This is more of a utility one with static Shiv, which gets to proc a lot every time that he alts. So as a
Yep.
result of that, it's not necessarily as doom and gloom as you would think. We see Artem also getting eliminated, though.
Oh,
That also hurts quite a bit because remember, like we talked about, Artem showed up big in that last game coming first, being able to get
Yep.
themselves to the cusp of the top four. A fifth right now is better than they were doing earlier in the day, but not what they're looking for to fully climb out of the hole.
Exactly. And with that, the bot 4 is eliminated fairly quickly within 2 rounds. And it's a very
Yeah.
top-heavy lobby, with all of these players still fairly healthy.
Oh, I see another two. I see a two-star Urgot. That is going to be pretty important to see. I also see seven Syndicate, and we're going to actually watch that up close coming in here from Skip.
Ooh, 7 Syndicate against the Fiora, though. We'll see how well she does.
Yeah, Fiora is good against high health targets, not necessarily high armor, but true damage does make things a little bit nicer.
If she's able to lock onto the Shaco at some point, shut him down, then we could see a win here, but not able
Yeah.
to get it.
Yeah, I know. This is pretty ridiculous to see. Like, it's so hard for Fiora to lock down a Shaco just because of the aggro drop. It can really make it so that Fiora jumps off a little bit too early and can't quite get the kill. It's why the Fiora Shaco matchup can be so frustrating.
Exactly. She does have those moments where she 1v9s. We saw that in an earlier game, but just has moments where she can't lock down the enemy.
Yeah, curious to see exactly where this is going to go. Frey is now pushing 9 to try to see if they can find some 5 costs or just, again, a few more ways to buff up this board. It looks like they're just missing the Kaisa just to get ourselves the 6th challenger.
Yep, picked up the Jace here. Might sub in the Enforcer if they're unable to fit in the 6 challenger for now.
Well, I feel like what's going to happen is that Echo is going to be taken out in favor of the Kaisa, just because that
Mhm.
is a better applicator of Umbrella Namicon. And then you just have the Jace being here, doing Jace things, becoming a challenger, getting all
Challenger
crazy.
Jace. Yep. Also, possible to find the Jace 2 here being level 9. Challenger Jace 2 is always nice to watch.
Yeah, curious to see if that is going to be the case. Jace really does thrive off of having a ton of AD, so not necessarily having that through items means it needs to come from other sources, and a two-star is a pretty good source.
Okay, that's a pair. And Zeal
One
with
more.
his bruiser board actually has been bleeding out slowly. And
Yeah, it
they
is
are not
certainly going to be rough to see. Bruisers do, as you sort of touched on, fall off as the game goes on, just as damage numbers get big and more people recognize, oh, wait a second, I could build the Giant Slayer item to win. So that's when you
mhm,
got to start watching out for things.
right. And I saw Zeal sitting on 10 to 20 gold there. So I'm not sure if they'll be pushing 9.
Yeah, here we are to Blasnovac's board, currently at 17 health. So they are certainly the weakest for wear in terms of health in this lobby. Urgot
Oh
still is
no.
quite strong, but Fiora has something to say about that.
Yeah, positioning Fiora right in front of Urgot is the way to counter. Jumps on him instantly and deletes him.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a bit of a rough moment for Blast. They know where the socialite hex is. They know that Fiora is basically going to be married to it. And so as a
Mhm.
result of that, I really feel like we should have seen the flip, just even if you're worried about other sources. Because I think this board is the one you lose the hardest to, as shown off by the -1 currently next to their name.
Yeah, exactly. Some interesting Jinx items here.
Yeah, triple item dragon is always going to be pretty delightful, I have to say. So it's going to be interesting to see that. Another thing I wanted
Yep.
to point out too is that something that I feel is, and please tell me, I'm curious how you feel about this. I think that
Mhm.
the thing that holds Academy back is its units. I feel like
Mm.
Academy, the trait, is phenomenal. It's why I think Academy Spat is one of the best spats in the game, but only
Yep.
because I feel like every single unit in this game makes better use out of the Academy Trap than any of the current Academy units do.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think that's actually why the prismatic academy spats are quite good to take.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's definitely the units that are holding it back.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how this goes. Jinx should be able to slam down, given the number of abilities that her allies cast, to do quite a bit of damage as it all goes through. And that's without even going into the Fiora, which is, I think, I feel it's weird talking about her so much, but she has truly been the poster child of an Academy item holder. And she just completely decimates unit after unit after unit right there.
Zeal able to win against the Infinity Force Fiora by
Yeah.
enforcing.
Well, yeah, it makes complete and total sense. On top of that, too, there is so much damage that comes down from that Academy spot. I would love to see the hover at the end of a fight on that Fiora, just to see
Yeah.
exactly how much AD and AP it gets. Just because, as we were kind of seeing after like a few abilities sort of fired down, by the time that the Fiora was able to ult, you effectively saw her just dance from unit to unit to unit into unit, not really hitting many of them more than once before getting a kill.
Right, exactly. Tactical God Thray here has hit the Jace too, put a blue buff on him. We'll see how that works. Oh, is
Yeah.
enforced immediately.
I like it for the near instant cast, but the blue buff will be good just to sort of prevent that from going through.
The
Jinx,
thing is, last fight, the Fiora was enforced because Thray's Ghost did not have the Jace too.
yeah,
So by
so
enforcing the Jace, actually, the Fiora is able to run free, and Zeal actually loses this time.
I even wonder if there is a way to try to sneak in for Enforcer at this stage, just to try to deal with that extra Fiora. Because again, like don't get me wrong, this Bruiser frontline is going to be very strong, but at
Mhm.
the same time, Bruisers, as we said, falls off a little bit as time goes on. Maybe you are safe to cut down on some of the weaker ones, but heck, it's kind of hard to say no to Trundle.
Yeah, I agree with you. Cheeky four enforcer play at the end could flip something around. They're rotating into skip now. We'll have to see how it does against the syndicate board.
Yeah. At the very least, I do think the Yumi is going to be an excellent slot in here just to give you more CC as another way to try to shut down enemy Fioras. Again, it will be just risky no matter which way this is sliced. We have Akali doing everything she can to try to shut things down, but it's going to be Fiora versus the world, and the world wins.
Yeah, we saw even though the Shaco was positioned onto the Urgot, it did take a while because of the Bruiser Chemtech to kind of burst that Urgot down. In the end, it was enough.
Yeah, kind of curious to see where these last little fights are going to take us. Skip is currently streaking right now at 44 health, so that does show that they are in a good position, but there's still plenty of room for other players. You already highlighted how Frey, with the blue buff, has been able to get these instant casts off on the Jace. That is a behavior that I don't really think we explored too much, or at least I've considered too much before this weekend, but now I've seen it, I think, at least 3 times. So it's proven itself to
Hmm.
be very powerful, especially when you're running something like a Kaisa, when you can guarantee the fact that the first cast of the Jace will hit her, something that you usually never get.
Yeah, we've
Ooh, what
seen
do you
that
know?
actually both games. What a shot here. We've seen that
Yeah.
both days. Just getting the instant speed buff could be quite useful. Chooses to frontline the Kaisa though because of the Zeeks here, and we'll have to see if that's an effective play.
Important thing to note right now is that Frey is holding the Sakali 2 on their bench, particularly
Mhm.
just to spite Skip, who is currently still just sitting on an Akali pair. So it's again a little optimization that you really need to see at this level of play. You need to
Yep.
recognize where all your opponents are. It's just not about hitting everything that you want, it's about denying everything your opponents do too.
Yeah. I really like that. I think we need to see more of this kind of play here. People might consider it a little bit toxic, but you do need to deny your opponents as much as
Hey, I mean,
possible.
cheesing the spot of Zephyr and Shroud, that's toxic. Don't get me wrong. And heck, I will fight that to my dying breath. That should not be the way that interaction works. Regardless of all of that, though, holding on to a unit is just part of the game. You know that I
Yeah,
have much less of a problem with because hey, I just like I want as many collies as possible just on my bench. It's a nice place for her to rest.
exactly. And the
Once
double
again,
shroud
Fiora
here.
Fiora v Fiora as well, but this time it seems like the extra CC should be enough to make it so that this one comes out on
Oh,
top. Tactical God is able to get themselves a win here, and now it is just going to be Frey versus Skip. We already saw how this fight goes, so it might come down to Skip getting a good roll, finding their Akali 2 or something off of Shelly.
we'll have to see here. He did roll a shroud on the Yumi's Thief's Gloves, but I'm sure Tactical God actually wins the fight regardless. It could depend against what Skip's getting here though.
Yeah, it will depend entirely on what you can get. Skip sort of saying, "Hey, I'm just gonna hit Nico, easy as that." So we'll have to see exactly if that's how it works. If we start seeing a lot of question mark pings or something happen in the right sidebar, we'll
8
certainly get a
Shakos.
little click there.
Oh, another Akali to
Another
hold.
Akali. I feel like at this point you play the Akali just for maximum psychic damage, you know? I don't quite know
And
what you put in
staying
over it,
here.
but
I like this as well. He can't afford the echo in the shop. Oh, keeps rolling. Oh,
he
the echo is
there's
hit.
another Akali. You lock it just
Yep.
because that means it can't appear in that other shop too. So this is
But the
effectively holding
Shaco,
5 Akali right now. Shaco free will be a problem. We'll have to see how that goes in this fight.
the echo and the Shaco are actually what Skip is looking for a little more than the Akali. So we'll see how this works out.
Yeah, I gotta say, this has been really quite delightful. Shaco has some pretty scary items that should be able to keep him going, but there is just so much CC that can shut him down.
Oh, oh, the Shaco lives. Might be able to
Yeah,
heal back
it's the
here.
Astro Troll
Oh,
happening over and over and over again, and now the Omni Vamp should be enough to keep him going. I think after this ulti, he
yep.
will be able to kill. He does. It's now just him versus a cat, and I don't have too many high hopes for this cat.
Wow, that the Fiora was like a millisecond from casting here, and that would have been the end. But Shaco is able to pull it off.
Man, I gotta say, at this point, you are holding so many Akalis. It must feel good for Skip to say, "Take my Akali, will you?" Slap. Once more, free health remaining here for Frey in this little battle that we have brewing.
hmm like Skip was definitely prioritizing the Shaco and Echo there, even selling his own Akali pair just to make sure he hit it.
And that's again another little adaptation that players need to make. They need to be able to recognize, hey, I can't hit this anymore. I'm too contested. Let me roll for something else. Definitely love this pivot to Shaco.
Yep. I also like the frontlining of the units as most of Skip's damage is coming from Shaco. But that does change Jace into a frontline Jace.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Frontline Jace and backline Jace are both pretty strong now. And ooh,
Ooh,
Fiora is able to sort of work her way through everything going on. So now at this point, I believe
yep.
with 7 and 3 health remaining, oh, 9 and 3, excuse me, this is going to be the last fight.
Yep. Flipping the front line and the back line, always very effective against assassin players.
Yeah, and now I think we are going to see the sell of the Akali trying to find if there's any other pairs.
Oh,
Hey, there would have been a Blitzcrank
Blitzcrank!
too. No
Oh,
time for that, unfortunately. I think there's
rolls
hey,
past it.
I've done enough psychic damage. Now let's see if I can find one more thing to hit. Does get the option, not quite there. The shroud will land, I believe, on the Shaco. Oh no,
Oh, it
will
does
not
not.
actually. That could be huge.
The Shaco is stuck on the Bramble Braum.
Yeah, we'll be able to melt through it thanks to the
Ooh,
last whisper is now onto that Fiora, which is going to be stunned up, but the ulti cast
yep.
will be able to keep going. It won't be enough,
Kai'Sa, oh
however.
no.
Oh, hold my Akalis, will you? But with all of that, Skip is able to take the win here over Frey.
In a close fight. I could have gone either way. It was an amazing fight to watch there at the end.
Yeah, there were so many high level moves being made by both players there. We already talked about how great it was to see all the Akalis being held from Frey just to make sure that Skip couldn't hit them. Then we talked about how Skip pivoted over to the Shaco, and that just became a little bit of positioning mind games, just try to make sure that everything would go as perfectly as possible. But yeah, no,
Right.
that was phenomenal TFT. And kind of thinking back on it, I can't believe that so many players were just eliminated in stage 5 to still then go as late as we did.
Right. I love seeing those kind of like multiple round 1v1s as well, as they kind of adapt to each other's positioning, going back and forth between wins and losses. Really exciting.
Ooh. And now we get to see exactly how everything shakes out. Skip has now gotten themselves their tiebreaker. They are now in first all to themselves, but now Fraze and Blaz are in a tiebreaker of their own for second place.
Yeah, very close behind, actually 3 points only. And then we have fourth, fifth, and sixth, 23, 22, and 21 per Zeal and Arden following up very closely.
Yeah, it is going to be rough for a few other players. Their proto currently only sitting at 8 points. That will be very hard to get anywhere from. But hey, they can still serve as a poiler. They can be a kingmaker in what some of these players are able to actually advance and get the most prize money as possible. With that, though, we're going to give these players a break to figure out what they're going to do for their last game. We're going to rest our voices. Please stick around. We'll be right back.
Stick around. This will be an exciting one. See you guys soon.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to a fine night of TFT here at the Aegis Esports TFT Invitational. We have played so many games to get to this point here, and we are just about ready to crown our winners. We got one more game, though, to take you through. To do that, I'm Bo Pro Trade Lamana. This is Dan FPO Park. Dan, how you feeling?
It has been crazy. We've been seeing some awesome games, and now the last one to decide it all.
It's going to be off of an offensive carousel as well. Again, all the bows are taken first. Nothing too surprising so far in this lobby. We are going to be starting a Purr's perspective, who is on the cusp of the bottom four. They need to get a good win here to guarantee themselves that top four spot they are currently clinging onto.
Just to quickly highlight the standings, we do have Skip in first with 32 points here. They're second and third place, Thray and Blasnovac at 29 points. If Skip is able to pull off a top three, I believe they are guaranteed to win the tournament.
I believe that is correct. Other than that, as well, I think if they end up in fourth, they might still win tiebreakers at the very least against Frey. So again, we'll have to see just how that goes. But again, that is going to be very deep into this game. We got a lot of time to build up until then, and I have only a little bit of time to hope that we get to see a prismatic augment first, because that opens the door to a triple prismatic, and I really want to see that today.
We'll see what it is here in just a second. Ah, it's a
Ah,
tier one.
beans. But you got some good tier one options in here just generally. Like, I feel like the Enchanter Heart is probably one of the better hearts just because it's a nice thing just to flex in no matter what. And then you have
Yep,
just the strong generic options of Shrug It Off and Ascension. No complaints from my book.
for sure. Just the added benefit of also getting 3 gold, a Taric from Enchanter Heart. Something that I really like here opts for the Ascension.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see again if we do see the flex into the innovators like we know that Purr has been favoring through this tournament. That could mean that we could get some pretty nutty things coming off of it. The downside, the rod has stayed on the Ezreal at this stage, so not exactly what I think they would want, but still is going to be quite useful. Well, not Azumbrella, you know what I
Mhm.
mean.
Yep. We'll take an Ezreal too, even if there's a rod stuck on it. And just to highlight here, Purr is sitting at in fourth place in the standings.
Hmm.
They'll want to try to secure that with a strong showing. There could even be an upset if they place really well. They could move up to third.
That is entirely true. We'll have to see just how this goes. Top and bottom four are still very malleable.
Indeed. And the double singe in the shop.
Yeah, that will be guaranteeing the cinch too.
I wonder, it looks like he wants to hold on to the Shaco here.
Yeah, oh,
Oh,
decides
never
against it
mind.
just to get the last
Last
scrap in there
second.
at the last moment.
Yeah, it does look like a win streak board with like an S2 and a cinch 2. A little bit late on the level up there. Would have probably moved Ziggs into the corner instead.
Yeah, would have been really nice too if we didn't have the rod on this Ez, just because again, we're getting some items that just Ez can't really work with. That said, though,
Mhm.
there is so much in this board to delay things to when Ascension fires.
For sure. It's such a strong board at 2-1. 4 units, 2 2 stars.
Yeah, and that's even with, as you said, the sort of haphazardly placed in zigs off of the quick level. So that is something that's certainly going to be fixed up as we now go into this next round of 2-2.
But it looks like with a board like this, he is going to win streak into carousel. With the items here, it looks like he doesn't want to be making anything. He's got a cloak and a sword on the bench. Might be difficult for him to pick up something useful off the carousel.
I can see a world where the Bloodthirster is slammed. I think they even consider it. Yes, they're going to
There we
do it.
go.
I do like it quite a bit. You get more scrap shielding, and also Bloodthirster is a phenomenal defensive item, even if you aren't going for an AD composition, just because you
Mhm.
have that emergency safety shield that appears if you dip below, I believe, 40 health.
Yep,
As a result, it is quite nice as a slam.
yep. And you're pushing win streak, you're going aggressive, might as well. The double
Exactly,
ascension.
exactly. Hey, it's a scary thing to see, but I think the sustain coming in here from the BT should be enough. Zillion bombs do scare me slightly, but hey, it's nothing to worry about.
There we go. The BT there doing a lot.
Yeah, ooh, we even get a Garen 2 as well. A lot of this board, I feel like, has been off of the back of these early two-star units. We don't really have too many crazy synergies, like a free scrap, and
Protector?
that's not going to do too all that much. I do like,
Hmm.
as you're saying, swapping out that Ziggs 1 for the Garen 2.
I think here he should scout Blaz and maybe even go for, the cheeky 2-3 level 5 if Blaz board is looking very scary.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Looks like they're going to stick here at the 4, and it looks like their horror should be
Mm,
realized with Blaz now the one to show up here. Although this is looking a
doesn't
little
look
bit
too
weak.
bad. Yeah.
I think the challengers might be a little bit scary with the work, also with the BT, not core on him, but certainly gives him that extra little bit of healing to sort of keep things going. Ascension might be enough. We'll have to just see how
Ooh,
it goes, but I think you might have needed to see the level to keep it going. Wait
a
a
little
minute.
too close for comfort, but manages.
This is a player that has trust in the power level of their board because, like you, I agree. Like, I'm like, ah, geez, maybe we should be leveling here just to secure it. But Per says, hey, no, I think I'm strong enough. I'm not going to freak too much about this. Let's just go to the carousel, see how it all goes.
And he holds on to his gold, able to make 10, gets that econ, just holds on to it, diamond hands, doesn't need to use it.
Exactly. Now they are going to be one of the last players picking something up here. They do give themselves a rod at this stage, so that is going to be pretty interesting. Could sort of pivot them more towards those again innovator comps. You can get now a nice little hat on either your Seraphine or Heimerdinger, depending on which one you would prefer to play.
And being on a 3 cost as well. It's not pretty nice here. Option to play the innovator, yep, and level, of course.
Yeah, at this point, the level is certainly important to do, just so that way you can guarantee the fact that you're going for that 5 game win streak going into Krugs. We'll have to see how exactly they do as we now switch over to Frey's perspective, who is also going for innovators.
Another strong board here with the Tarek Lysandra and a Socialite Ezreal too.
Yeah. The one thing I'm not as crazy of is that I'd like to see the innovation more towards the center, just so that way more units group around it. But hey, you've been
Mhm.
able to get Blasnovac coming in here. That's a good bit of scouting to try to predict this.
Yeah, it's positioning here seems really good. And with the Lysandra able to get the Morello off on so many units, it probably helps a lot against this Chemtech.
And hey, what do you know? Similarities abound. It's another Ascension board. I don't think it was going to be enough. I keep speaking too soon. No,
Ooh,
I didn't.
close fights.
Yeah.
Close fights.
This is going to be a little bit rougher for Frey. Take a look at the top of your screen right there. That's going to be a full waffle or potentially a full waffle going into the Krug round. No streak to speak of means that this economy is going to really suffer compared to some of these other players.
Exactly. The one thing they do have going for them though is both their losses were 1 unit. It's a 96 HP 3.
Yeah, the other thing that I like here is taking out the Tarek. This means if they do waffle again, win a round, they could actually sell here in order to get 20 gold, which is important to have. And it's usually, I think, the benchmark players like to go by of where they want their gold to be going into the Krug round.
Exactly. Really thinking ahead here. It's so important to kind of hit those benchmarks just so that you don't fall too far behind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, especially again, you don't have the streak to fall back on. It's all going to be just on those thresholds. It seems like this is going to be the case here, unless this Ezreal 1 can do some pretty nutty things.
And is able to make 20 here, just as you predicted.
Yeah, very nice little tactical play there from the tactical god, as we like to say, just to ensure that they're able to make that first break point. Per has also managed to get up there to Mr. 100 through Krugs. That last little level up was a good decision for them. And now at this stage is now time for the Krugs to do what the Krugs do and help us inform what these final comps are going to be.
Exactly. The way Purr's been playing, just barely winning these fights, has been really kind of like shows that it's the optimal way to use his gold. Able to streak all the way through. But we're looking at the items here. Oh, or the units that Ray is getting dropped.
Yeah,
The
I think
Zillion.
that's kind of respectable, I think, considering just how rough this early game has been gold wise. It means that you have a little bit more of a gold infusion coming in here to try to help dig you out of this economic rut compared to players
Mhm.
like Per, who has been win streaking consistently.
Exactly. When you're struggling a bit with the economy, it never hurts to get a little bit of gold from the PvE rounds.
Yeah, I have to say this is looking pretty scary, especially considering just some of the last little itemization decisions that have been made. That is now a last whisper on Ezreal, something that I feel up until recently was incredibly mandatory because the bodyguards running around. Here, though, it is just more of a nice thing to have and will work great alongside the Ascension. Meanwhile, already having Morello list is going to also be very huge.
Hmm. A
Ooh,
mutant? I.e. JG Cog here, but no
I
front
gotta
line yet.
say, I'm not usually a fan of Crit Cog just because he has such low AD. But going full in with the IE Jewel Gauntlet means that both his autos and the extra spell damage on those autos are critting. So I'm
Mhm.
kind of digging it a little bit.
Yeah, JG is actually awesome on the Kog'Maw as his percentage health damage is magic damage. A lot of upgrades to hit here at level 6 with the roll down does hit the Zillion and the Blitz. Now the sport is looking a little bit strong, was maybe hoping for Singed and Lissandra as well, but we'll see those in coming rounds, I hope.
Yeah, looks like they are going to pivot things back over to the Socialite Hex just to try to get as much power into this Ezreal as they can. Remember, this is still a one cost Ezreal, so it's not going to be the strongest carry that there can be. I think, again, we are probably going to see that eventual pivot to something like Ginevaders or heck, even Jace.
Right, we have been seeing a lot of Jace. Jace 2 has been winning a lot of the lobbies here. So, oh, sells off the units to make 20 gold. With a board as strong as this, he can be thinking about pushing level 8, pushing level 9.
Yeah. And this is also important to see too. Frey now has the ability to actually firmly go into a streak, so make up for lost time. Scholar Heart, Weak Spot, and Frill of the Hunt. All pretty interesting.
All seems pretty good here. Do you have a preference?
I think Frill of the Hunt is usually pretty fun. It's just a nice little bit of health infusion at the end of any kind of fight. So I think that should be pretty good. And I do like the pickup right there. Other than that, again, like we've seen before, some of those other augments were a little bit redundant.
Right. Having the last whisper already and playing Scholar anyways here with Zyra. Thrill of the Hunt, definitely you're foregoing other tier 1 augments, right? So it's just comparatively a very strong augment.
Yeah, I suppose there is a world where you could go Scholar and just lean even more heavily into the Seraphine build, but considering how you've already slammed the Last Whisper, I think you're not really looking for that AP carry.
That makes a lot of sense here. Probably on the same wavelength as Thray. And we see another Cho'Gath being fed.
Hey, it's a really fun thing to see. Now the only thing I can think of though is how quickly is that spell crit Gog going to be able to destroy this Cho'Gath?
So interestingly, this is Zeal going kind of a mutant build. I think the spell crit cog that we saw was going protector, right? With the cape.
Yes, that
They
was
will
the
be contesting.
standard cog reroll thing. So yeah, two different things. Although I think this one is going to be more focused here onto this Cho'Gath carry, and so as a
Mhm.
result of that, we could see something where we see a skip up to level 8 to replace the cog with something like the Kaisa.
Exactly. And as other players, you do love to see a couple players going Kog'Maw, just so there's a little bit of contention at least.
Yeah, if only one person is going the Kog'Maw build, that's when it starts getting absolutely terrifying because they can usually hit pretty consistently when uncontested. So far, though,
That's
things are
ooh,
looking interesting, though. Both Skip and Zelendario, two people at the top of the leaderboards, are currently at the bottom of this lobby. This is not what they want to see so close to that prize pool.
right, switching over to Proto's perspective here. 5 Cassidins. Don't like to see that, but a lot of Garens here, and 6,
Yeah.
Caitlyn's as well.
Yeah, there is still plenty of room, and also 68 health isn't terrible at this stage. It looks like they
Mhm.
are just going to be sticking here for a slow roll. I think that's okay until they hit 50. Then I would want to start really seeing some roll down. Now, though, we get to see what
Wow.
happens when this cog gets going. This Cho is getting, I think that's a 6 shot, maybe 7 shots. So that's going to be pretty rough for the Colossi to deal with.
Right, Zeal's board actually really kinda cracked here. The only thing that would be able to do well against it is a max HP board. And, Proto's almost oh, is able to take it down.
Yeah, at the very last second there. Another quick thing to note is that it looks like that is the twin shot heart that was picked up. So that's just a little bit more power in this Kog'Maw's pocket. I'm really curious to
Mm.
see if they do look to tech in the 4 twin shot, just because that buffs up the chance of it being a double attack up to, I think, 40%, which is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it gives a little bit of boost in the AD as well. That is a super fun variant. I'm hoping we'll see it as well.
Plenty of time to decide exactly what goes down, though. One thing I actually really don't like, though, is the fact that we're seeing an item being slammed onto the Cassidon here. Considering how you're much closer to the Garen tree than the Cassidon tree, I think that's the one that you're supposed to stack.
Mhm, I think, yeah, in a perfect world, I definitely prefer stacking Kassadin, but yeah, what if he never hits? I mean, he's super close
Mm,
to the Garen. It could be rounds in between hitting those 2, 3 stars.
exactly, exactly, exactly. Cassidy can do phenomenal things just because of how much he can reduce incoming damage using his ulti. But again, ooh, that's a nice little pickup right there. You're not even level
Yep,
6 yet, and you're hitting some
love to
pretty
see
good
that.
things.
There was an Urgot in the shop there, but a little bit too early to be holding on to the 4th twin shot. GP can
Yeah,
also work as well anyways.
much too expensive. I would kind of want to see a little bit more rolling here just because the Wolves can give you some free units and having a full bench just immediately converts them into gold. But also, that being said, Proto knows what they're about. So unless it's a Garen, they don't care. And ooh, that rod's going to be
Mhm.
absolutely huge, letting them finally have the Ginsu slant.
Yep. Proto definitely very happy to see that drop. Belt is pretty nice as well, picks up the Graves, and is I'm hoping they'll roll down a bit here since they're so close to the Garen.
Yeah, they are a bit of a cursed state. They need to hit a free start, and they will.
Ooh,
Also, very
nice.
close to the Caitlyn as well.
And freeing up all that bench space was getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, this is kind of the cursed state where all of a sudden you could hit these weird scenarios where you just keep hitting the same units over and over again and you just can't clear anything off. We do have
Mhm.
a ZZ Rot available on this bench, and honestly, I kind of want to see it slam just to help sort of prolong these fights and prevent Kog'Maw from getting attention for as long as possible.
Yeah, I did see Lolly kind of contemplating that as well. Maybe thought the Garen 3 would be enough, but this is a bit of a strong board he's rotating into here.
Yeah, but Kog'Maw is now fully online, is able to take a few more units down. But again, like this is a pretty good omen for things to come for Proto.
I'm surprised Skip also lost. They had a Shaco 2 at 3-5 with
Yeah,
really good items.
it is incredibly early for that, as you're saying. So, like, it does hurt quite a bit. Now, and for the last couple of one costs that are needed, quick question for you. Do you think you actually level up to 6 here just because you now want to try pivoting towards the cogs?
Mm, I've played this Protector reroll comp quite a bit, and I think you need the Kassadin.
Hmm.
I would be okay with skipping the Graves or the Caitlyn at some games, but I would definitely stick around to finish the Kassadin.
Yeah, because the way that I look at this thing, I haven't played this build as much. I think maybe only like two free times for its existence. And the thing
Mhm.
that I just was sort of looking at is that at this point, you'll probably find those three more Cassidins at 6. The roll odds aren't as bad. But yeah,
Mhm.
no, you do want to guarantee that as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. The Kog'Maw 3, I think, is actually not. super required as
Hmm.
the percentage damage doesn't scale with the star. It's just additional HP.
That's true. It has been nerfed a little bit as of late just to make sure of that. But hey, it's still going to be a little bit beefier. That means more autos. That means more time up. So something to definitely consider.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Lolly does here.
Yeah. Of course,
Proto
naturally, they
still,
could just hit Kog'Maw 2, 3 right now at level 5. Like, more power to you if you do decide to do that.
yep, finds another cast. Just needs one
Oh,
more, and
yeah.
there we go.
Works out pretty nice. And yeah, as you were kind of saying, the Graves, I feel like you could safely skip at this position.
Yeah, I'm sure they're happy to level up, put in like a Blitzcrank or something, and try to find the two graves later on.
Yeah, definitely would be a good idea. Heck, I wouldn't even be opposed just because you do have the twin shot heart to take out the Graves because you are going to be getting that naturally and just putting in this Scion just because that means you are getting the early protector as well as a huge stun off the back of it.
Oh, that is an interesting point. I wonder if the additional protector there would help more than the academy that Graves provides. I think it definitely would with the CC that you're talking about.
Yeah, 4 seconds CC is nothing to sneeze at from the Scion. And again, it's another tanky boy that's going to be preventing any attention from going onto this Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
and
Proto and
another
Per.
quick yeah, that's actually a really big thing. Purr was dominant throughout this early game, and it looks like they just started to fall off to now be at the bottom of the lobby once more. Curious to see what item they're going to go for to try to stabilize.
Right, both have dropped kind of dangerously low here, below 30 HP in 4-5.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty horrifying to look at. We are going to switch over to Purr's perspective to see what they're doing. It looks like they have been
Oh,
going for the
one roll.
and there we go. Easy
One
as it
roll.
goes. This is going to be the Seraphine variant, so you are going to want that Seraphine too as well. But level 8 should have pretty decent roll odds for it.
The Ezreal, perhaps, to switch out the items.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. We do also have a little bit more. I kind of like not
Okay.
necessarily just blindly going into the socialite hex, just because you
Mhm.
don't really know where everything is at this stage. You want to try to make sure everything is as safe as possible. Unfortunately, though, you do get shrouded with your Seraphine 1.
Yeah, with all the items on Seraphine, it's really looking for Seraphine 2 here.
Yeah, and Shaco just does what Shaco does and gets completely tears things down. I feel like at this point, there is a lot of scouting and a lot of rolling to do. So I think there's just so many things that Per needs. I'm not quite sure if they'll have enough time to do it.
So Skip is level 7 here. He has an Akali on the board, an Akali on the bench.
Now, wait a minute. We talked about this. It's only 1% odds at 7. What's going on? We'll have to dig into that a little bit more. I think at this stage, this just has to be Thrill of the Hunt.
That makes sense to me as well.
Yeah, everything else doesn't really make as much sense. You could theoretically go Bodyguard on your Jace just to make him even stronger, but I feel like you might even have some considerations to make if you are going to be swapping out the Jace to the ranged variant, giving him some of the
Mhm.
items that the Ezreal is currently holding.
Mhm. Jace is a very good holder. That's a Taric 3. Jace
Hey,
is a very good holder of Static Shiv as well, right?
yeah, that's also the Kog'Maw free that was just picked up as well. So important to look through where everything else is at this stage of the game. A few more rolls coming in here, just trying to see if any more Seraphines can go. Get the pair of Jaces before a second Seraphine can even appear.
This is quite interesting. Prioritizing the bodyguards here. I do prefer the Scholar with Janna coming in, but
Mhm.
the Leona Blitzcrank pair and holding on to the Brahms looks like he's prioritizing bodyguards quite a bit.
This is our second Tarek free of this
Hmm.
tournament, just generally. Like, that is
Yep.
pretty surprising to me. Tarek is always, again, just one of those underlooked units. So it is nice to see someone sort of take advantage of that to really get as much power out of him as possible.
Right, and this one's a little bit crazier because the last Taric 3 we saw was with the wise spending augment.
Hmm.
Here, we don't have that. It's literally just a legit roll down into a Taric 3.
Yeah, curious to see exactly where these last few things are going to be running. Again, a lot of this could be reliant on the Seraphine. I would even be willing to sell the Brahms at this point, just try to get that little bit of extra gold to try to see if you can get that going.
Mhm. We'll have to see. He has a 4% chance as well at level 8. Maybe looking to hit that Jace. That would definitely bail him out a bit here.
Yeah, there needs to be some kind of big change coming in here. Enough gold does come in that they don't feel necessarily obligated to try to get things going. And here could be the roll down
Seraphine.
that makes a difference. One Seraphine, two Brahms. That
Okay.
is
Has been
pretty
wanting to
nice. I
replace
like,
that.
yeah,
Yep.
that seems pretty good to me. Let's see, just need a little bit more. You can sell the Ezreal
Mm.
now because unfortunately this I would say that the 7 innovator dream is pretty firmly dead.
The items need to be transferred as well.
Ooh, there's a
It
slight problem though. It looks like the socialite hex is
is.
yes going to be on the 1-star Ezreal. You couldn't quite move over the Jace fast enough. That is going to be pretty rough.
It is. It is. But the Seraphine in a good spot. We'll see what she can do against this Morello Archangel's GA Kaisa.
Yeah, an Archangels of her own will mean that as these fights go longer, she will be able to do quite a bit, but unfortunately, there is too much attention on her. Per goes down to 4 HP.
It's not looking too good here. Really needs to hit Seraphine or the Jace here.
Well, best I can do right now is an Ezreal too. I'm sure you understand. That is going to be pretty rough, I have to say. I think you sell the Oriana at this stage just to try to see if you can get that last little tick or two to get one of the other 2 stars that you really need. Curious to see
Mhm.
exactly where that goes. Or also if we see the Seraphine shifted over to the Socialite Hex, or if we see that's where the Jace ends up.
Yeah, and we did see actually 6 Seraphines removed from the pool, including his 2. That's 8. There aren't many left.
Yeah, that is a 2-star, as you were saying, coming in there for Artem. So it does explain why it's so difficult to find them. But every single cast of the Seraphine does absolute damage coming in here, thanks to that Jewel Gauntlet as well as Archangel's combo.
Nice. Able to stay in for another fight.
By the way, really quickly, I love how Heimerdinger's rockets freak out like they do in LoL if there's no target for them to hit. They just go
Yep.
completely wide. It's a cute little thing I like.
Little fireworks show for your board.
Yeah. Skip also goes down, it looks like a little bit more. I don't really think this is the position they want to be in, 17 health at 5-2. Heck, this board is actually looking very close at the bottom of the leaderboard. Take a look at this. Per is currently at 4, but look at everyone else in the bottom 4, all in the teens with Chewy at 21.
It's definitely close. There everybody's fighting just to get a 1 higher in the placements.
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see just how all of this does shake out. So I'm kind of terrified just generally. We even just see the socialite hex being forgone here. Just try to keep things going as much as possible. This is great positioning to
Oof.
try to be able to take out the cog, but no,
Oh
immediate grab
no.
by the blitz. This could be devastating for Per, and it
Let me
seems like it
see.
will be.
Purr's disappointment you can see in the cam. The grab
Yeah.
is just too much here.
Yeah, even then, though, Per has had a phenomenal run. I don't know if that's going to be enough for them to really stick here in the top 4. They're probably going to be moving down, but heck, making it into the top 8 means that there is some prize money in your pocket, so you can still feel good about that, especially if this is one of your first tournament appearances.
Exactly. It was generally just an overall amazing showing from Purr.
Ooh,
Very well
yes.
deserved.
Artem also goes very low as well, down to 5 health. For a second there, it looked like they were about to get eliminated as well. So I got very scared very fast, but they still have a little bit more time in this tourney.
Right. Like you said, still the bottom 4 positions being fought for. We're on Thrace's perspective here. I believe Proto did spike with his Kog'Maw reroll protector board. Just hanging on in
Yeah,
there.
that is going to be absolutely huge for them. And again, I feel like that should be enough to stabilize them pretty deep into this lobby.
Ooh, a Cho'Gath is getting quite big. And the 4 twin shot, right, with the Urgot. There's 2 graves on the board.
Heck yeah, it's pretty terrifying. Could we even see the consideration of the 6 twin shot? I would hope not, just because then you got to run a Graves, but heck, that is going to be something that is quite fun.
Right, it's something you don't get to see very often as well.
Yeah, I
But
think
no
I've
ops for the 5 mutant, 4 twin shot. This
yeah.
board is looking pretty strong.
I've been able to run 6 twin shot once, and I had to turn my Graves into a tank. It wasn't the funnest thing, but it
I
does
think for
work
like a
out, and
RFC on the Graves
yeah, I
could
could
be
see it, I
super
could see it.
nutty.
Yeah. Here, though, we do get to see Kog'Maw do what Kog'Maw does, and even despite having the Bramble Vest on there, despite uh, excuse me, wow, I'm just super stoked by all this. It's not very often we see a Fiora go down, so needed an extra second to process that.
Yeah, that Kog'Maw there just doing so much work.
Yeah,
Was
and
really
also,
struggling at the beginning, able to kind of pull out into the top 4, although it is still very close.
oh, really quickly, there's going to be your Graves free. That's going to be another thing that should be pretty useful. Another thing to point out is that these high level players always smell blood in the water. So we saw a quick little party happening on Arden's board to see if they were actually going to make it out alive.
Exactly. Scouting
Yeah.
Zeal's board there, a little bit scary for most players, but Cog should be able to handle the 2 Colossus.
Yeah, I gotta go back to Skip though at this stage. We already talked about how they need a third or higher. Proto is currently sitting at the fourth place spot at the same health as them. With Tactical got it 33, it's gonna be very hard for them to meet that goal.
Yeah, I agree. So Skip right now is sweating as much as he can, scouting as much as he can. And with Proto winning here, it just gets even scarier.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty nuts. Artem is gonna be eliminated. That's gonna be another player
Oh,
out of the lobby here. No more
and
TFT to be played today.
only 10 HP, separating everybody but first.
This is going to be absolutely nutty to go through. This now has really opened up to anyone's game. Skip just needs to hold on a little bit longer to really win this. They can still do it at fourth, but then it's not going to be their own fate decided by them. It's going to have to end up in what Blaz finishes with.
For sure. I have to give a quick shout out to Artem here, who has eliminated our only player from OCE. Made a great showing by making it to uh, the final lobby.
Yeah, still plenty of good TFT play today, even if you couldn't quite make it to the end. I really like actually what we just saw there with
Wow.
the full Garen itemization. I was about to say, oh, well, I guess maybe all this can kind of go onto the graves. It's a good use of it, but I haven't seen a reroll itemized Garen in quite a while, and I remember it stinging
Yeah.
quite a bit.
These items are actually really good. It's pretty rare that you get all 3 items from Drag that you like slamming on one unit.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy to see. Again, I think Kog'Maw is still going to be the star of the show, but let's see how Blazemack is able to go into this lobby.
Shroud catching the Garen and the Blitz, but it's a Fiora 1 carry.
Oh, this
Gonna
is
get ripped through.
actually enormous. This is a huge loss for Blastovich. I think that's going to be like 5 or so units. It's not going to be them
Ooh.
eliminated, but this should help Skip feel a little bit better no matter what the lobby
Oh,
does
and
look
3!
like.
Tactical God is actually eliminated.
Down to 0 HP. That is pretty crazy. We are going to take a look at what's going on Skip's board, just see how it goes. He also goes down very low, but is still alive. Still has a bit more time. Just needs to cling on for the fourth, for the first, unless Blastomak is able to turn things around on their own. A Fiora might be the start of that.
Gets the Fiora 2 carry. We saw his itemization was good. He just needed that upgrade here. We'll see if they can pull through here. And
Yeah, it's going to
Proto
be
in second place currently, struggling a lot at the beginning while trying to hit every unit in the reroll comp. Now chilling
yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, again, at this point, everything is going to earn you prize money. It's just going to be a matter of how much. So this game still counts no matter what your position is. Let's see how this is going. By the way, it's a 7 syndicate board. We haven't had any time to talk about that whatsoever. It's been so crazy this game.
Looks like he'll be able to survive. This is against Zeal's Ghost here, but Kog'Maw definitely can rip through those Colossus.
Oh, Blesnovac actually goes down at this point.
Oh,
So I think, please, producers, whisper secrets into my ear. Does that mean Skip has cinched this? It might be, but I'm not going to celebrate too hard, too fast.
yeah, Skip placing higher than both Blasnovac and Tactical God, I believe, locks him into the first place.
Yeah, that is a bunch of celebration at that stage. Lots of prize money going in there. But hey, you could still serve as a spoiler to help determine who is going to be walking away rich with them.
That's you love to see it. Skip with the 7 syndicates, probably smiling from year to year.
I would
Great
bet so.
Zephyr.
Heck, that is exactly what you're going to be looking for if you're Zondario. And again, they've also been running this really crazy Cho'Gath comp at this stage. Lots of different stacks being built on here. However, again, once COG gets going, there isn't too much Cho'Gath can do. So that seems like it's going to be the end of it sooner rather than later.
Mhm. I do like going level 9 instead of sticking around and rolling for a Cho'Gath 3.
Yeah.
Just with the binary airdrop value, getting more units, more items is the way to go.
Yeah, Skip is eliminated at this point, and now it just comes down to Proto, Chewie, and Zeldandrio. This is absolutely insane stuff to see. Chewie, I know we've seen them have a lot of difficulty as this game has gone on, but to finish as strongly as they are at the top four, that is something to hold your head high with.
Gets in the Enforcer here, and this game is too close. Has been too close for so long. 17, 17, 14. These next two fights will decide everything.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of high health targets yet that just really puffs up the Kog'Maw's power so much. So it's going to be very important to look at. I'm also on board with you too. I think that slotting in this buy is absolutely terrifying. It will skip over the threats of the Colossus because remember, they're immune to CC. That means Enforcer doesn't work on them. But all in all, Kog'Maw doesn't care because Kog'Maw just shreds. Look at this. He's even got to do the same thing to that Tarek free. Doesn't matter what items he has. Excuse me,
Oh
Fiora
no!
actually finds their way into the backline. Chewie might be able to get things going here. Does Proto have enough
Oh
health left
no!
in the tank? I don't think it does. Negative free
A
means that
huge
Proto gets
loss there.
eliminated here. And that is going to be our final two. Chewie and Zondario. Zondario is trying to see if they can secure a second for themselves at this stage, while Chewie is trying to play spoiler.
My goodness.
Yeah, at
Proto
this point,
actually,
if you are a Blaz fan, I think you are rooting for Chewie to try to pull it off here.
exactly. Proto actually was sitting on 58 gold there. Was looking at level 9, but just took a big loss.
Yeah, that's always incredibly rough when it goes through. Like, one of the things that I've noticed when looking at plays, I will talk about this later actually, because this is way more
Last
important.
fight,
Sorry, I get really
potentially.
distracted
No,
fast.
no, no. Let's
Sion gets a good ult there to try to disrupt things. Cog is also going to keep going as much as possible.
We have two super tanks here. Can Tarek tank more than the Cho'Gath? He cannot.
Yeah, is going to go down at this stage. This full AD cog might not be a regular comp, but it is going to be enough
Oh,
here for Soundario to get this game on their side. So, again, not quite sure about any of the positioning at this stage. There's still a little bit more to tally in the background. We are going to be taking a look very soon, though, of what it's all going to look like. Regardless, though, at this point, I believe it is safe to say that Skip has walked away here with the win.
yeah, amazing play from all players, but gotta hand it to Skip here. It does look like he has locked in first. I want to talk a bit about Zealandario at the end, clutching out the first too. Just dominant
Yeah.
play into a level 9, into a really strong board. Classic.
Yeah, that was just again textbook TFT play, exactly what you want to see, especially considering again, we have been in a late game meta for the past couple of patches. These are just players that are very used to that, they're very skilled at it and know exactly what they need to do. And again, I feel like no matter what place any of these players placed, they were able to play phenomenal TFT. They all did well at their own stages of this lobby, and I would hope to see all of them back next time around.
Exactly. Placing top 8 here is guaranteed prize money anyways. Should be a huge pat on the back. Put in excellent effort and playing 6 games in a row. It's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, whenever I play 6 games in a row in ranked, I'm usually losing more LP than I'm gaining. So at this stage, being able to hold your head high and being able to perform just at this level, I think is something to celebrate. So again, we are just waiting a little bit on the final calls here, figuring out where all these numbers are going to load in. But again, this has been phenomenal to cast, phenomenal to talk about, and now we can say for sure Skip and Blasnovac
Ooh,
have managed to clinch the top two. Frey as well, sneaking on in with 32.
very close behind. We have Zealandario in the first and fourth place, Per with fifth, Artem in sixth place, Chewy in seventh, and Proto with eighth place.
Yeah, again, like Proto knew that they probably weren't going to get too crazy off of that last game, but they still played out of their minds and still did a phenomenal job. Per, it hurts
Mm.
to see they were in the top four, so regularly they held first in a tie for so long, but unfortunately, again, this is a bit of a marathon. Couldn't hold on to it till the very end, but still, fifth place is still phenomenal of a showing here, so that's still surprising to see. Blasnovac finishing second. That's also pretty huge too. So all in all, I think that every single player here can be excited about what's happened. But of course, the one that deserves the most excitement is Skip.
Yeah, up until maybe about the fourth game, it looked like it was kind of anybody's game, and then Skip really ran away with it the last two games. They kind of cementing that first place.
Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. And I suppose in this case, does this mean that I, as the NA caster, has to say EUS better than NA? I don't feel good about that. I'm not going to. So let's just move on from that as quickly as possible. I think with that, there's nothing else to say. There's no more games. We are done for the night. But before we go, Dan, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can catch me on Twitch or Twitter, FPO_TFT. What about you, Bo?
ProTroid, Twitch, and Twitter got that market locked. So that is all pretty crazy. If you want to learn more about Aegis Esports, I am sure Ahmad is just about to post the Discord link inside the Twitch chat, and it should be on the link of the YouTube video that I'm sure is also going to be coming up on here as well. In the meantime, though, that's everything we have to talk about. Congratulations to all these players for winning this invitational. Skip, of course, gets that little bit of extra praise. And with that, we are done, everybody. Congratulations.
Woo! Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. Thanks to Aegis, and we'll see you next time.